Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen. The future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
A very good morning to everyone. Are you happy to be here? Can you say Viva Majita? Eita. My name is Dan Mukwena. I'm a husband to one wife, full stop. I'm also a father to 3 handsome boys, the first one being 28, then 22 and 21. Please don't stress about the 22 and 21. It was winter, we were both unemployed, and there was nothing to do except the ministry of babies. I want to welcome everybody online. We are live on Facebook, ICANN Leadership Institute Africa. We are there on Facebook. We are live right now. You can send it to your friends who are not here. And we want to welcome everybody from the globe, everybody in the world. If you are awake out there, we welcome you. We want you to have fun with us. We are going to enjoy as men. The session of today will be a turning point for your life. And before any waste of time, I'm going to ask the CEO of this hotel, this beautiful facility, Brother Wesley, to come and welcome us. Can we put our hands together as he comes?
morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the round applause. Again, thank you for your time. This is a very interesting time in South Africa and Africa as a continent, and having gentlemen such as yourselves around tables and within one room collaborating. I think through the efforts of David and I think a lot of things can be achieved. I look up to David. He's a partner in the hotel. He's a visionary. He assists us with our branding perspective. We're still new in this market in Johannesburg, in South Africa, so we're still trying to find our feet. Coming out of COVID, we're swinging. We're not here to survive. We're here to thrive. And please enjoy. Welcome. This is a landmark in Johannesburg, the Houghton Hotel. It's not just a hotel, it's a resort. So thank you. Oh, of course there's a discount. Guys, if you quote ICANN001 when making any reservations, there's obviously beneficial rates. And those beneficial rates have been negotiated with David. So thank you. Thank you for the support.
Brother Wesley, thank you so much. We are shooting straight to Pretoria. Is the professor available online? The professor is there. Thank you so much. Our keynote speaker, Professor M.S. Makanya. Prof, are you there? Prof, how are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing, Program Director?
Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, and being part of these proceedings.
Thank you, sir. We love those beards and the hair. It shows a lot of wisdom for us. Prof, thank you so much for taking your time to be with us today and to share wisdom and knowledge with us. I'm just going to hand over to you now so that you can take us through, panel beat us as you wish. And I want us to give Prof a hand of appreciation as he takes us through his session. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much, Program Director. I'm so excited actually being part and parcel of these proceedings. Let me greet our host, Dr. David Mulapo, His Excellency Ambassador Benem Pogo, fellow speakers, CEOs, NGOs, CBOs, partners and sponsors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me just express my great appreciation to each and every one of you today, sharing this moment in our history, the moment of exploring one of the challenges that confront our society as we keep on course, the stability of our continent, that is the Africa we want. Let me just welcome each and everyone at this lovely venue or online from a variety of other locations. I'm indeed honored to have been asked to speak on a matter that is close to my heart. I admit the subject of gender-based violence is one that grips our collective attention as it cuts across every fiber of society. But taking into cognizance the fact that yours is a corporate environment and perhaps governed by laws and regulations that are entirely different from those that operate in higher education where I am, the angle of approaching this subject could have been presented with some kind of a different manner. But of course, I'm steeped in humanities myself, so I hope that whatever I'm going to be saying is going to make some sense to you and have some resonance with your thinking among these particular areas. But clearly, I know that from where you operate, much as you are seeking those kinds of solutions, you are also governed by ethical leadership and integrity, which are critical components of how we need to conduct ourselves. So therefore, what I'm going to be talking about is the woman, the girl, and boy as the branches of the tree called Africa, that is our continent. Just to quote our president, he said, "We note with disgust that at the time when the country is facing the gravest of threats from the pandemic, the violent men are taking advantage of the eased restrictions of movement to attack women and children," unquote. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll know that in this is a manner in which I'm recalling the words of our own president when he was responding to the spate of gender-based killings of young women, which surged unabated even in the darkest season of the corona pandemic in our country and the world over. In fact, the killing and hurting of women has typified the social fabric of our country for a long time now, that it becomes impossible for comment on current affairs without referring to it. I think we'll all recall that in September 2019, journalists Michael Cohen and Paul Vesciato revealed a gruesome picture in their article titled "Horror of Gender-Based Violence Revealed in South African Report," wherein they recorded police data which showed that 443,387 rapes were logged over the past 10 years in South Africa. Still in 2020, we see placards screaming to the conscience of all South African males, this is femicide epidemic, but it's time to fight back and stop killing of women. So ladies and gentlemen, gender-based violence has become a pandemic and an unpalatable culture for society. It is said to be the highest in South Africa than other parts of the world, although the whole world continues to experience the brutal treatment of women in various ways. As the human race, we continue to watch in horror different permutations of hateful acts that are meted against women and girls, such as the rape by friend or relative and those nearby turning a blind eye, children stolen by one disgruntled parent and getting killed, disposed of like a piece of an inanimate object, and the horrendous acts of subtle violence from the hand of society, the state, the community, or the male provider of economic sustenance, which forces the victim, often a woman, to bow in submission as there is no other option left but to bow in forced acquiescence. So the case of brutalized women in South Africa calls for remembrance of the orphan child of Victorian England, who became a symbol of suffering and abuse at the burgeoning of industrial revolution and child labor. Today, we look at our society in terms of what happens in the streets and corners of the small grocery shops in the villages. The orphan child is hovering around without direction, without base, and without home. What has happened to the home is to be a pillar of existence to the child and the woman. The members of this nucleus are roaming the streets of our cities and towns today without shelter, without clothing, and without food. This, I must argue, is violence against humanity. But at some point, we have to stop cataloging what we see around us and begin to engage with the problem and move forward with the kind of process that seeks a solution. So the critical question that I want us all to ponder about is why? Why are the women subject to these inhumane atrocities? For us all to find a solution to this social pandemic, it becomes important to explore the reasons behind this upturning of the societal way of life, as we have known it for generations and for centuries. So as domestic violence escalates, we also note that there is a rise to homelessness in our society. It is important that we study the connection between these two so as to help heal the society, to ensure a balanced eradication of some of the causes of homelessness, which is also a ravaging part of human society. Having just emerging and finding ourselves in a situation where the past, which was colonialism, and recently apartheid, as African society, we've not had the time to heal and regain our internal strength to face the challenges of the 21st century. The African society still stands as an uprooted entity with a loose social compass. It solely lacks a common identity of nationhood. It is fragmented, and the code of the survival of the fittest seems to be the order of the day. Ours is a society without anchor, without hope, and without dreams. When there is no common cord binding a community, callousness toward one another finds an easy host in such community. Harnessing those you perceive as not a part of you becomes easy. So the attributes prevalent in men of our society are cruelty and callousness. But we cannot live as if we are in the jungle and carry on like a people without laws, without humanist principles. We need to remember that gender-based violence and sexual harassment are a critical rights violation committed against fellow humans. Usually, the perpetrator carries out such heinous acts against those whose gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation are different from those of his or her own. It is important to note that gender-based violence itself is a symptom of oppression, which is often used as a tool to dominate and reinforce gendered inequalities among and across groups. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must realize that gender-based violence has been used to control and stop women from surging ahead with their careers, and even students from succeeding in their studies. So, succumbing to this pressure, the victim of gender-based violence often suffers the consequences of career stagnation, poverty, social exclusion, and inequality. It is crime against humanity. It has to be eradicated like all other crimes. So, still on the path of finding a solution, I need to ask again, why have women become the prime target of male rage in this country of the 21st century, more than ever before? One's reasoning is that it is a matter of perception, inhumane perception of the other. Like slavery, colonialism, and racism, gender abuse is based on the wrong social construct that perceives women as something other than men, something different and even lower than men. It is a lens that places women in the zone of non-being and men in the zone of being, just as racists and colonialists do with humans who don't belong to their own cluster. History and experience have shown us that humans like to divide and categorize one another into classes, clubs, genders, races, and so on. Just think about it for a moment. If women were a race, men will go down in history as having unleashed the most heinous act of genocide against fellow human beings. That is, the women. Men have declared war against women. The crime of women is not known except that this target is of a different race to the race of those called men. This is an unhealthy mindset, and it needs to be healed, completely healed. If the male mind was a computer, one will advocate for a total emptying of the hard drive and an uploading of the much more humane software of replacement. We recall that in the 16th century, the European expansion to various parts of the world prompted Europeans to categorize the other that they encountered into savages or cannibals, while they identified themselves as civilized and human. We cannot help but read a parallel narrative here, where men and women are concerned. Otherwise, there is no justification for this wanton brutality against women in the hands of men. So sharing the same function with the idea of race, gender difference is conveniently used as a tool to differentiate, to exclude, or to privilege certain groups of people. Therefore, issues of gender, like culture, can be investigated with the understanding that they are often implicitly and yet profoundly connected to the idea of categorizing people for domination. Women who are also victims of racism thus suffer a double portion of oppression in patriarchal societies: racism and misogyny. So misogyny is an old disease in human society. Let me share a few examples from human history so that we can understand this from across the world. Prince Hamlet of Denmark, echoing patriarchal view of women, once said of his own mother, Gertrude, "Frailty is the name as woman." Now, the Nguni talk of Amanina, while Basotho talk of Sisadi, that is woman-like behavior to insinuate weakness. In fact, many of our African proverbs do reflect the woman in bed light, while males take the limelight. I don't have the time to present these binaries of idiomatic expressions here, but let me say it is safe to say that hordes of research by women activists in our universities have shown a dedicated focus on exposing this cultural linguistic bias against women. This mindset is ascribing all things wicked, weak and feeble to womanhood. This mindset is ascribing all things wicked, weak and feeble to womanhood. But this mind has to change. It must change because human history shows us time and again that women are much more powerful than we wish to make them in our talk and deed. A few kingdoms reflect a rare caliber of women who survived abuse, who survived horrid patriarchy and other forces of subjugation in the world dominated by male power. I just want to take a very quick look at this. Nivzet, the mother of King David, a bold voice of silence. For 28 years, she waited in the margins, watching her son, the youngest of 8 sons, suffer rejection and humiliation. David's father, Yishai, or Jesse, was the grandson of Boaz and Ruth. His wife, Nivzet, conceived David without Yeshai's full knowledge. But Nivzet was protecting a family legacy, legitimacy of her children by blocking her husband from sleeping with the maid servant. She suffered the severest blunt of rejection and abuse from Jesse, her husband. But Nivzet stood by her vows and begot us King David, the psalmist. Now there's Zipporah, the black rose of contention. Zipporah was a Sudanese woman chosen by Moses for a wife. You'll find that in Numbers 12, verses 1 to 6. We hear about Miriam and Aaron complaining bitterly about Moses' wife because she was a foreigner, a Cushite, Sudanese, an African woman, and a foreigner of a very dark skin. So the complaint was that she was too black. Her husband stood by her, and God stood by her husband. Gender-based violence in families is influenced by such things as these: non-acceptance of your family bride and turning everyone against her. Let me tell you, we must say it is none of your business, but God's and the husband's in this instance. We know of the story of Mkabayi Kajama, the marshal of great kings in the Zulu kingdom of the 19th century. Living between 1750 and 1843, Princess Mkabayi Zulu is credited for bringing stability in the nation and ensuring the continuation of that Zulu line and the monarchy. The great Princess Mkabayi ran the estate of her father, King Jama, installing and dethroning kings in the Zulu kingdom. She commanded her own army and had her own royal house. We know of Queen Nzinga of pre-colonial Angola. She's known as Nzinga. This woman of Africa South is the great national figure of pre-colonial Angola. The extraordinary scholar John Henry Clark referenced her as the greatest military strategist that ever confronted the armed forces of Portugal. Nzinga is remembered for her unmatched brilliance. The fact that she was a woman was not an impediment to her ability to lead. Toward the middle of her life, she became increasingly aggressive in her desire to maintain the power and dignity of the people of Central Africa. Indeed, her military campaigns kept the Portuguese in Africa at bay for more than 4 decades. Her goal was the final and complete eradication of the complete Portuguese capture and enslavement of the African people. Nzinga sent ambassadors and representatives throughout West and Central Africa with the goal of building a massive coalition of Africans to eject the Portuguese colonialists. Nzinga died fighting for her people in 1663 at the ripe age of 81. We know of Queen Labotsibeni Mdluli from Swaziland. She was the wife of King Mbazeni and grandmother of King Sobhuza II. This queen fought back the colonialists and presided over the office of kingship as regent for her grandson, King Sobhuza II, for 22 years. Now, Labotsibeni and her council also protested vigorously against the terms of the land partition, which was proclaimed in 1907. In refusing colonial rule over eMaswati, she also became active in South African National Congress in 1912. We know that she supported Pixliga Isakasem, her lawyer, with funds to institute and sustain the first ANC newspaper, Abantu Butu, which gave the African voice in the political affairs of the region besieged by colonialists. At her death at the age of 66, Queen Victoria even commented, Southern Africa has lost a great stateswoman. When her husband inadvertently sold the country to colonial forces, this queen spent the rest of her life getting it back. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to argue that the women of this continent have been queens, they've been merchants, they've been educators and mothers of great significance in history. They have stood in the coldest of relationships, and they've groomed to maturity men, a boy and child, in terms of either a boy or a girl. Many have supported the men to realize their dreams. Therefore, the notion of frailty, thy name is woman, is a lie. The problem lies not in the woman, but usually in the evil heart and mind of man that only deals with own failures by attacking the baby, the girl, and the woman closest to him. It is an act of self-mutilation that harms the family and the community irreparably. So, ladies and gentlemen, now our challenges that are facing human society are many and have not been removed. We are still battling poverty, unemployment, substance abuse, access to resources. Equity and equality remain a mirage on the horizon of our existence. But should we give up? No. We can either give up or die, nor can we destroy one another to assuage our pains of internal despair. Given the long history of great women in our land, our region and continent, it is our duty to make a positive use of this legacy and forge ahead with a protracted and growing humanity that is not only comprised of strong women, but also of a humanity that consists of healthy and free women, free girls, free boys, and all. So our best investment is the youth. We ought to teach specific salient lessons of survival to our young people, both boys and girls. One cannot exhaust the myriad of lessons in this talk, but some of those that stand out are given just very briefly. First, it is self-worth. Our young men and women should appreciate their worth as humans and their value within their own families first and society second. Taking this appreciation further, to see the same value in the next person who mirrors their own position in life. Belittling and destroying that person should be difficult when you see them as a mirror of yourself. That is, I am because you are. The appreciation of self-worth invariably extends to holding the home, the neighborhood, and the bigger community in high esteem. The second one is self-reliance. Our youth should be dissuaded from thinking that support must come from some rich old man or a bank or a rich man's business coffers. The principle of earning one's living should be taught so that young men will not feel the burden of being providers to their lovers. Before they all mature, young girls must also know that they own what they've earned. The peer pressure of being sponsored or becoming a good blesser, as we know of today, is a social cancer and it is breeding violence when not managed properly. The youth ought to be weaned off the culture of economic dependency, and the state should seriously manage the issue of economic support to the growing population of our country and our continent. The third point is responsible parent figure. Sometimes, as a community of elders, we contribute to the polarization of genders in our society. Non-divisive youth development programs is critical. In our zeal to uplift women, we commit the error of marginalizing the male. The youth should be taken as a whole in developmental programs to quell the practice of setting them into one another. E.g., the common practice of take a girl child to work. We should guard against fanning the flames of division amongst the male and female children that we are parenting and grooming for the future. The youth in its entirety is in dire need of exposure to knowledge, to skills, and to practice irrespective of gender, creed, or religion. In this vein, we can explore the programs such as the South African Women in Dialogue, which has been around now from 2009, that focused mainly on especially socio-economic development program, when it started implementing a psychosocial poverty eradication program that started with just training 81 men and women in 3 different provinces as social auxiliary workers. These were then employed to enter identified indigent families with a basket of services in partnership with their local municipalities. These are good social healing programs that we need to emulate across the country, across our continent. Secondly, the parent as mentor. The idea of the zone of proximal development in learning, canvassed by Vygoff's zone, is not all new on our continent, and women and children in society. This is the view that children learn best when they are in close proximity with a teacher or mentor. Our youth should learn from their mothers, from their fathers, from their leaders and teachers around them. Hence my invoking of the heroes of the past, because it is from these good citizens of our continent that we can learn good ways of behavior and of facing the odds that confront us daily. They did, but they never caved in and resorted to violent behavior that was harmful to fellow humans. As a people seeking a solution to the challenge of gender-based violence, we actually find good reason to extol the work of such greats as South Africa's Patrick Shy, the founder of the men's social movement called Kulumandon. This social movement that confronts men and urges them to face up to their inner challenges, which makes them hate their partners, is encouraging men to talk out about ways of tackling gender-based violence in communities. That way, men are empowered to fight against gender-based violence. Partnering with such structures as the Department of Justice, this movement visits prisons to rehabilitate and educate perpetrators of gender-based violence. Let me say, I'm impressed with the work that you are doing as you are gathered today. For me, it is commendable because we are then saying we are taking on this challenge in a frontal manner and we are tackling it from all angles. Now, I want us to work towards building a healthy community for a healthy continent in terms of our vision 2063. A significant member in terms of our country being part of this great continent, as a country, let's take the lead in leading a committed people in the context of building this very safe and wonderful environment where living is going to be part and parcel of what is espoused in our own Agenda 2063. So expressed through several aspirations, this commitment is enjoining all of us to work towards silencing guns on the continent, creating stability, economic growth, and upholding of human rights as we walk our 50-year journey to 2063. But of particular importance is aspiration number 6, which aims for an Africa where development is people-driven, relying particularly on the potential of women and youth. So centralizing these rights of women and children, this code is stating something that is fundamental, where it talks about gender equality in all spheres of life. Africa in 2063 will be a continent where the critical role of women in Africa's transformation is recognized and their skills proactively harnessed. By that year, all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls will have been eliminated and they will fully enjoy all their human rights. This means an end to all harmful social practices and that all barriers to access to quality health and education for women and girls will be non-existent. How powerful that as a continent we're committing ourselves to this. So the current direction of our society, I must argue, is diametrically opposite to these noble aspirations of our continent member states, where South Africa is a signatory and carries the current chairmanship. So, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no country or continent to speak of if there are no humans living in a society. Hence, an Africa anchored on a strong cultural identity, common values and ethics guarantees this continent's future. Africa's people are a cohesive society that can flourish with no threat of guns and violence, a people that have a means to eradicate hunger and advance all forms of development, both locally and globally. It starts with you and me in our private homes. That is why I liked what our program director said right in his opening remarks. We should strive to eradicate patriarchy and gender-based violence, and we shall be truly harbingers of liberation to both ourselves as men and to the women we call mothers, women we call sisters, and women we call our daughters and granddaughters. Women have been the vanguard of the society for ages and in all societies. Their impact in the economy, education, and governance cannot be denied. Let's remember, our 50-year goal is to be a strong and influential global player and partner. So if our women and youth have been killed or maimed, Africa shall not see the realization of a glorious dreams. So I just want to say this. Diagnosing the causes of gender-based violence is not enough. It is not only the beginning of our journey towards a lasting solution. Complaining about gender-based violence on all its platforms is good, but it is just a fraction. We need to re-engineer the mind of the male. We need to socialize the youth about self-identity. We need to make available systems of economic engagement for all the youth and focus on supporting and protecting and growing our community, our country, and our continent. Because we are Africans and we are African. Yes, the woman, the girl, the boy, and the man are the branches of the tree called Africa, the tree called humanity. All branches carry a premium. It must be stated, therefore, that no organization can attain optimal excellence and success if one of its branches is ailing, is wilted, or rotten. A healthy organization is a reflection of the good health of its subunit, be it a corporate entity, be it a university, be it a village, be it a township, be it a country. Hence, we need to collectively agree that the perpetrator of gender-based violence is a slave to a powerful mental slave master, self-hate. He or she needs to be liberated from this yoke of slavery. We, like Harriet Tubman of the 19th century, should aspire to say, quote, I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have saved 1,000 more if only they knew that they were slaves, unquote. I call on all of us and say we ought to accord someone this mental freedom that seems to elude all of us. Program Director, thank you so much for the
Prof, thank you so much. We really appreciate your words of wisdom. You've spoken like a father. I don't know whether to call you a bishop, because you've also quoted a lot of scriptures that really brought us to our senses. You know, there's a saying that when an old man dies, it's like a library is on fire. What you've shared with us, it's so deep and so broad. You've challenged our thinking. You know, you were pouring oil on our heads. That was liberating our minds. And for that, we want to say thank you so much. And from the team, we thank you so much. Can we give Prof a big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. We know that you have other commitments, so we want to release you, but thank you so much. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and to all the participants. Dr. Mlapo, I'm off because I'm rushing to the other.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Moving forward, if you have your cell phone, please put it on silent so that it does not disturb the processions. And if you want to use the restrooms, when you go out of that main door, just straight to your left, then you will see them on the left side as you go through that passage. And Doctor, do you want to appreciate this time that you're offering us as men? And I'll speak about that later, but right now we are going to play a video. It's a National Center for Fathering video. Can we play that video right now?
Today, in the richest, the most powerful country in the world, we have a crisis. It's a fathering crisis. Believe it or not, tonight, 25 million children will go to bed without their biological father in the home. Hello, I'm Kerry Casey, CEO of the National Center for Fathering. I would like to introduce to you a great father, Dustin Colquitt of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I've seen firsthand the difference a father makes. In my time in the NFL, I've witnessed great athletes living with the scars and effects of a fathering void. Every child needs an involved father, grandfather, or just a father figure in their lives. There is no greater calling than being a father.
Please meet another father and friend, Bernie Siros.
This is the biggest problem our world faces today, and it's not limited to any race or economic group.
I tell people all the time that there are no perfect fathers. And some of us fathers, we didn't start out well, but the National Center for Fathering is here to help.
We are calling all men worldwide to join us and become championship fathers.
To love, coach, and model for their children, and to enlist other fathers to this championship fathering movement.
There are 65 million fathers in America. Our vision is to get to 10% of the 65. So what does that look like? 6.5 million fathers, shoulder to shoulder, from Boston Harbor to the beaches of San Diego, California.
Start your championship fathering commitment today at fathers.com/go.
Thank you so much. Dr. D will explain further about the National Center for Fathering, which is part of what we are here for. And I want you to relax. I want you to forget about what you've left at home, in your business, whatever. Just be here. Allow your mind to be here and be as much relaxed as possible. You know, I had a story of a guy whom the wife passed on. And on the day of the funeral, you know, when they left the church, a building like this one, there was a pillar in between the doors, and the casket bumped against one of the pillars. And the woman sneezed, and the pastor said, "It's like I've heard something. Can we please open the coffin and see what's happening in here?" When they opened, the woman resurrected, came back to life. And the food for the funeral was the food for party. 5 years later, the same woman died, back to the same church. When they left the church this time, the husband went to the pallbearers and said, "Be careful of the pillar there." So my question is very simple. Are you enjoying your marriage, or are you enduring? That's my simple question. And please don't answer me because it's a personal question. But what the professor has said has really challenged me. He said some powerful things. And some of the things that he said, you know, is like we should appreciate our wives, appreciate women. Because of all of us sitting here, the first school that you attended was taught by a woman, which was your mother. All of us, when we were born, we could not walk, we could not talk, we could not even see, we could not even eat. It was a woman who taught us. And the greatest thing, or the simplest thing that we can do, is to say thank you to them by reciprocating, by treating them well. Because while we were still fragile, they were the ones taking care of us. So the easiest thing to do is to say to them thank you by treating them well and not abusing them. But we also need fathers. And I'm going to give you a simple acronym of a father and just explain it briefly before I call Dr. D. The F on fathering is to be a friend as a father. Be a friend to your children. Be a friend to your wife. You know, just be a friend and be faithful, because it's a calling. For all of us, it's a calling. And the A is be authentic. What does that mean? Being authentic is, you know, in the Garden of Eden, the Bible tells us that the snake came in. The husband and the wife were sitting, and the snake offered the wife food. You know, you are sitting in your house and a snake crawls in. What are you going to do, Dr. D? You kill the snake. But here's a man sitting, looking at the snake feeding his wife. And that is what is happening today. Today we're talking about effective fathering in the 4IR. The cell phones of our children, the TV that our children are watching. You're sitting there as a father, and there's a negative program taking place, and you are sitting there. The snake has entered your house, and it's feeding your family, and you are just sitting there. That is why the children of Adam, they killed each other in the same house. The father was there, but he was passive. So as a father, be authentic and be present. Just be there for your children and your wife. Teachable, be teachable. That's the T. Learn to be teachable. You cannot teach your children unless you get inside of their own world and find out what is happening in there. And once you know exactly what is happening in their world, you'll be able to teach. So as a father, learn to be teachable, but once you are teachable, learn also to teach. The age, be honest. If you can't make it to the soccer match, just be honest. My child, I won't be there. I have a challenge. Don't lie to your children, because they will see you as a liar, and they will see God the Father as a liar too, because they think fathers are liars. So be honest as a father. The E, learn to encourage your children. Encouragement is like oxygen. My uncle's son committed suicide in their own house. They went to work, coming back, they opened the garage, the son was just hanging there because the son was depressed. There's a lot of pressure, peer pressure happening. And as fathers, scripture tells us we should not provoke our own children, but encourage them. But how many of us do we encourage our children? Or we just speak negative on top of the pressure they are going through? So learn to be the CEO in your house. Even if you're a sweeper at work, but at home, be the CEO, the chief encouraging officer of your family. Lastly, be a father who's relational and also recreational. Because of most of us as fathers, when you come home, the kids, they run to their rooms. The lion has arrived. The Lion of Judah, the lion of your house has arrived. Let's learn to be recreational. When your kids see you, let them know that time for laughing has arrived, so that they are comfortable in your space. I'm saying these things because I raised 3 boys, and I had a challenge raising my own children. I knew nothing about fathering. Most of us are raised by single women who were angry at our fathers, and their anger went into our hearts, and we ended up being an angry people, an angry nation. They say men are angry, men are hurt. Pain that is not properly attended to, it ferments into anger. And that's why we have a lot of road rages. You are angry at us. And now when you see a lot of road rages, it's because of 2 men who did not get good sex at home, and they are fighting on the road. So what are we saying as men? Let's learn to grow and develop. Let's learn to mature. This thing of fathering, it's a calling. Let's take it serious. And with those words, I want to welcome Dr. David Molapo on the stage. Dr. Molapo is one of the most selfless people I've come across in my journey of life. All his life, he gave it to develop other people. I don't know the list of people you have developed, marriages you have saved. I don't know. We cannot count. Some they were online, some through CDs, word of mouth, preachings. God has been using you so mightily for all these years. And that's what we call legacy. Legacy is not the money you leave for your children, but the lives of the people you have impacted, and they are better people today, not bitter people. And I want us to put hands together for Dr. David Molapo as he comes to the stage.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Daniel Dida Mokoena. Now, what you do not know is he's actually a former mobster, a former car hijacker. The key word is former. Don't go for your keys. A former. But look what God can do when a man is being empowered, enabled, and skilled. So our wish is when we see people like Brother Dan, from a nobody to becoming a somebody, now impacting literally the whole world as part of the ICANN team. Again, let's give Brother Dan a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Brother Mbuyiselo and Brother Enoch to please come and join me on stage. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. Siyakanta siyabua. Sise majele amajita khona simamele so ziyabuya lapha. Papa, if you can just turn it around, that's fine. And we are going to be amajita. First of all, let me thank the partners, Dr. Enoch, Papa, Springbok, for supporting us. We love and appreciate you. Some of these things you will not see the return on investment, but it's good that you are here, and I'm going to be talking to you about that. And today, Tegra Clint, thank you so much, my brother. We're going to be talking about cybersecurity, so that some of these guys, after lunch, they must not leave. We're going to deal with this thing of porn, that is killing our men. And some of them, they start, with child porn and end up going all these things. So how can cybersecurity be a blessing to us? And obviously we're business people. The cybersecurity, they need it not only on their phone, on their computers and stuff like that. So we're looking forward to your talk. And then Lifestyle Destiny. This program not only is on Facebook, it's all over the world through Lifestyle Destiny TV. Let's give all of our partners a wonderful round of applause. Thank you. Now, Prof said a lot of things, so I'm not going to be sharing because I've got some couple of videos I need to share with you. Today, we are launching the I Can of Fathering. I Can of Fathering. ICAN, in conjunction with the National Center for Fathering. What does that mean? We're creating awareness programs for Amachita, awareness programs for Abo Mama, awareness programs for Amachita and Abo Mama Nabantuana, and then we come back to Amachita, train the trainer program, which is 3 days, and then we've got a full year program. And you will see what we're going to be covering during this full year. Please repeat after me. As Amachita.
As Amachita.
We are not paid.
We are not paid.
Not according to our bills.
Not according to our bills.
Mara. We are paid.
We are paid
according to our skills.
According to our skills.
Because this is what I'm finding out, that we need skills. Because there is no fathering school, there is no parenting skills. So this program, our contribution as far as the fighting the gender-based violence scourge is to empower, to give skills to fathers, so that a father, whether you're single, married, available, the application form, whatever, it doesn't matter. Young man with skills, so that you can be able to be a better father, a better husband, a better single father, a better divorced father, and this can go on and on. How to treat your son, how to treat your daughter, how to treat other Amajita. So that's exactly what it is. Practical stuff. So are you ready for something like that? Awesome. So before I start, please, Bafwetuman, avoid these 3 kinds of women. What kind of women? Because these guys can take the skills away from you. Number 1 is a material woman. What kind of woman?
Material woman.
Yabona lo my sister lo ufuna izaga yakho batla mbasha ya gago. When they look at you, they look at money. Give me. My name is Jimmy. Ubatla zaga. Abatli wena. And uyibona lo wena in the mirror, when you look at the mirror, afowethu iskobo bona nko yakho akari modimo iparile. Bona indlebe zami ngathi like a DSTV dish. Amara umakale ukrele medi ejisanga ubatla zaga. Be careful. The second kind of woman is a drama queen. What kind of a woman?
Drama queen.
Be careful of this woman. You don't have time to develop your skill. When you're with her, there's always drama. If there's no drama, she creates the drama. If she does not create the drama, she becomes the drama. When are you going to finish episode 1, season 1? What getting out? Then the third one, a control freak. What kind of woman?
A control freak.
She controls you. Ubupi nabo Leslie Sidibe ithi ngikhulume naye. Where are you? I'm with Clint. Let me say hello to Clint. Where are you? I'm in the toilet. Flash, let me be here in the toilet. Mama Jita. Even right now, where are you? Not Dr. Mlapo. Tati's told me after this selfie. What report? Out. Nabo mbuyisela border. Uborder we gender base. I'm full. Oh sure. Nah, it's true Scott. Hey, before you say abuya la ngapha. I've now arrived. Where are you, Enoch Matebula? Wait a minute. Enoch Matebula is from Palabora. You said you are going to join. No, he's here. I know him. Let me see his picture. But also at the same time, guys, charity begins at home.
Yeah.
I want us to watch this tape. There are 7 guys their women need to avoid. Watch this tape and we'll go back into these interviews. Watch this tape. Because, gentlemen, there are 7 kinds of men. How many kinds? 7 kinds of men. Number 1, repeat after me, please. The chicken man. The chicken man is a guy who is always avoiding dealing with issues, PDAs. There are issues you are always chickening out because you do not have the guts and the courage to deal with those issues. You are a chicken man. Number 2, repeat after me please, a mystery man. What kind of a man? Mystery man. You ask this guy, where do you come from? He say, work.
What were you doing? Working. What are you saying? A mystery man is vague. No peace, but you're always disjointed in your mind. Number 3, you have this guy that I call the volcano man. What kind of a man? You bottle up your feelings, you bottle up your anger, and one day you explode. And that is a problem in South Africa today. Abuse. How can you call yourself a man of God? How can you say that you know God? You have an intimate relationship, and yet still you clap, you kick, you beat, you batter your woman, you batter your children, and yet you call yourself a man of God. What kind of a relationship do you have with a father who cares for you, who loves you, and yet you cannot display and exhibit that love to your family? Paul says that I may know him. And for you to know him, you cannot be a volcano man. Most of us as guys, that's our problem. You bottle this stuff inside. And one day when you explode, you become a volcano man. And then you've got this 4th kind of man. The 4th kind of man is what I call the commando man. What kind of a man? He always orders everybody around. I command you to bring me tea. I command you to bring pap and morocco. I command you. You're always commanding. You're ordering people around. Number 5, you've got this kind of man, the vanishing man. What kind of a man? The brother disappears. You know, he's down, it just disappears. Number 6, you've got the invisible man. What kind of a man? An invisible man withdraws into silence. You are present in your absence. Invisible. And then the last one is what we call the secret man. What kind of a man? A secret man works for the Scorpions or for the NPA, the National Prosecution Authority. They are always secretive. Your woman does not know what's happening. Your brothers and sisters don't know what's happening with your life. Even when the cell phone rings, it's a no-go area. It's like a Baghdad bomb. You don't touch that thing. The poor woman must always go like this. Who's calling today? You know, trying to check who's calling there. Secret man. Guys, I'm excited to have 2 brothers. I'm going to start from the other side, give him some couple of interviews. Come this side, and then we're going to open and have a discussion. On Sprat. Again, it's a conversation. My brother, thank you so much, my brother. First of all, I'm not going to ask where you're from. I ask a guy, where are you from? Say, from my mother's womb, you know. So I'm not going to ask where you're from. But where do you hail? You know, say, where do you hail? Which one guy, Papa?
Doc, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And good morning to Majita. Today, I think we are Majita and Gogol. Doc, I'm from Palabora. And I believe I said yesterday, Palabora is in Limpopo. It's not in overseas.
Limpopo. Car sometimes I know who like about Majita. But Limpopo.
I see Limpopo. I see Limpopo. Okay. Yes. Equal Palabora. And then it's a hot place. It's a small town, but beautiful. So keep on thinking about that. And it's my home.
And you went to school there, and you also started a business there. Just share some couple of things with us.
Yeah, I Majita School Palabora, and I started my business there. But before that, and then Mudimi blessed me with 1 wife and 3 kids. Okay, my daughter, she's 22 years now. And my last born, she's 13 years now. I mean, she's 10 years. The boy is 13 years. So, kids in school, and I started my business there in Palabora. Okay.
And what kind of business are you involved in?
I'm in mining. I'm in mining. But I didn't start from mining. As I said yesterday, Kitomile fast. The business I started from when I was doing grade 6, standard 4 by then, by taking the pictures. Okay, starting taking the pictures. But, you know, the one who taught me to take the picture was my neighbor who had a camera. I raised by a woman. My father was not there to raise me, and it was very much difficult. So the man saw the poverty next door, And he said to me, when you go to school trip, come to me, I'll give you a camera, you can take some pictures. So indeed, my first trip was going to Mpumalanga Eco Caves, those who know Strandabels and Eco Caves. And he borrowed me the camera, I went and took some pictures. But I was not a professional photographer by then. And some pictures were not nice, cut, some head was cut, and it was just a mess up. But at least I managed to get a little bit of scent there. Yes, like Tamil. So, Kitomile developer, the interest of being an entrepreneur, there, from standard 6, from grade 6. Mudimu, woods. God is good always. And God blessed me with a bicycle. As I told you yesterday, there was a competition I entered to the Score supermarket by then. Then I won the bicycle. At least now I had an asset. I called it my asset because I have to look after my bicycle to drive around to take some pictures there. And I expand being an entrepreneur.
And then you end up getting into mining.
I end up getting to the mining. But let me tell you how they get up into mining. I didn't start by being, to be in mining. I started by cleaning, spillage cleaning in JCI in Grablot. But you know where it started? I decided I don't want to work for anybody, all right? Because I was working by then. I was putting nice tie, as I told you yesterday, that we always look nice as a Majita with the ties, but our bank account does not look like us.
So the bank account do not have ties?
No. You're looking you're sitting in the office, putting a nice tie and a nice computer and everything, all right? And then month end comes. Your account doesn't look like you. That things touch me and said, no man, I always look smart, but there are people who are always doing a dirty job, always doing a dirty job. But the account looks very smart, but they're doing a dirty job. So I said, no man, I want to go and do a dirty job. I took a decision that I don't want to put a tie anymore, except that yesterday you asked me to put a tie. Okay, you asked me to put a tie yesterday. I don't put a tie.
And you look like a billionaire yesterday. I would another time for you.
Thank you very much.
You should have seen the shoes. I told him he must sell the shoes and give money to the poor, I
don't put a tie, Doc. I really like to be in PPE and I have to wear my shorts and my, I don't like putting tie. But Majita, money is not in the tie. If you want to be successful, you must just go and do a dirty job. And I've seen that. You can see today in our country, who are the people who are doing farming? How many black people are in farming? How many black people are doing in mining? It's challenging there. So I started by doing splage cleaning. I put a tie, Doc, take a wheelbarrow, start in the plant, cleaning, splage cleaning from the conveyor belt. I had a team of 5 people by then. That's where the interest of mining started to develop. And my visions drove me to where I am today. Because I started to build my visions and my goals. And I'll repeat these things again. I'm so proud with that because my vision and my goals are the most important asset that I have today. That's what made me who I am today. Because without a goal, you need a goal in your positions in order for you to score, Majita. You cannot run and say you're going to score without a ball in your positions, you see. So what drives me and what makes me who I am today, that's my vision. But however, I started to develop from over photographer when I was doing grade 6.
And you're a successful man. 2 more questions and then we'll get into it.
Yes,
question number 1, which other businesses do you have? Because there are people watching this program,
yes,
they want to support. So make and dry clean and all this stuff because we're still going to be playing your DVD. So what other businesses do you have?
Right, we have a company called Springbok Group. Springbok Group is the majority shareholder of Springbok Super Cleaners. Springbok Super Cleaners, Majita, we specialize on dry clean. But not just in dry clean. We do industrial cleaning as well. We also wash the overall of the mines. Some people might think washing of overall, it's a simple thing that I can just go to the mine and say, mine, give me a tender, I can wash the overall. It's not like that. There's a compliance that you have to follow in terms of regulation of DMR. Okay. And how do you wash an overall? Washing an overall, Majita, overall, it's made of fiber. And in order to open The fiber, you need to boil the water from 70 to 90 degrees hot water. Remember, in the mine, there's radiations there in underground there. And there's spillages in the overall ever. Okay. So in order for you to clean everything there, you need to boil the water 70 to 90 degrees, hot water. To open the fiber, clean the overall. So we have a Springbok dry clean. It's a very big dry clean in Limpopo, I believe so. And equipped to the resources as well. And also PMC assisted us under supply development to buy more equipment so that we can able to service hotels, lodges, mines as well, and people in public as well, right? That is the part of Springbok Group. Then underneath we've got the Springbok Mining and Suppliers. Then mining and suppliers there. The key business, we specialize on admixture, concrete admixture, where we do mixed design of the concretes. And we give the guys to mix, I mean the guys who are doing what do you call it? The guys who are supplying with the concrete, all right? Or when we are doing the buildings, big building or bridges, we do a mixed design for you, okay? And we make sure we taste the concrete as well. It's according to the spec of the engineer. I will talk about 45 MP, 70 MP. When you make big buildings, bridges and the flats, you need somebody who will do a mixed design there and come and taste the concretes for you, make sure it's done according to the spec as well. But Bora Mining Services, it's a mother, it's a pillar of the Springbok Group, because here we specialize on mining development, underground rehabilitations, and support. Okay, and we also sink a shaft. If you were to mine a greenfield open land, we can come and do a sinking shaft or do declines there.
Awesome.
Yes.
Now back to the effective fathering in the fourth industrial revolution. One question, and we go to it. You're a successful businessman, you're a father, you're a philanthropist, generous man. How do you balance family and business?
I like that question, Doc. You know, Majita, being an entrepreneur is not an easy thing. You need a good woman behind you to support you, not just a woman, a wise woman to support you. And I'm not ashamed, Morena. Guys, I'm sitting here in front of you, and I'm talking to you with confidence so that God has blessed me with a good woman. If it was not my wife supported me, I would not be where I am today. I will not be sitting here, because she played a very, very, very big role to me and to support me. So what I'm doing currently right now to pay back to her is to give her a quality time, to make sure that she must not cry, because she had been there with me. When the business was not doing good, she was there. I remember when I was busy paying some school fees in the business, and I had a little bit of money, my money was finished. And then she went to the bank and loaned money to give to me. Not once, several times. And it took some years to build our business to be where I am. So I always said to my wife, now it's your time for you to relax now. My wife she's a nurse. It's time for you to relax. Let me do my part. So that is a blessing. There are so many women outside, but the quality and the good women, there are few.
Actually, while you're saying that, some other person say, yo, that's not my portion. I'm going through, this morning I woke up, looked at the woman, I said, is there a refund? Hey, matata. You know, so at least it's encouraging. No, people are listening. It's encouraging that there are some good women who will support, because some other women are there, material women, when things are tough. So you're blessed. Continue to do that so that you encourage us that there are still women like that, you know. Yes. So your balancing time is now, because she invested in you, now as one who balancing, even in your busy schedule as an entrepreneur, you're giving back to her, to her children. That's what you're saying.
I make sure that she get everything she needs with my kids. I create times, because quality time is very much important. I know I've got a problem of sleeping. I don't sleep. I mean, and it's a challenge to me. I don't remember sleeping 8 hours. Like in other guys, the doctor said you must sleep 8 hours. I don't remember sleeping 8 hours. I can't sleep 8 hours. But I make sure that I create a quality time where I spend with the whole, my boy and my wife as well. You understand? But it's not easy. Even now, she supports me. Said, okay, she'll make sure that I look smart. She'll prepare the clothes for me. I ke hlatswetse ke auntie diaparo tsa ka. My wife, she packs my bag, not auntie. So she plays her role. So I look smart because of her. Wakusha dog.
Are you saying that because of my mates, because you know she's watching you on the Zoom, or is that
I'm not sure. She was from work now. She was working night shift. I'm not sure she's because
No,
she's
I know
going
it's
back.
weekend, because if some people are watching this later, it's
Yeah.
weekend, so
Yeah.
maybe we're not sure he's saying this because he doesn't want to sleep in the garage today, but no problem. But let's give
Thank
that
you.
Enoch Mateo a wonderful round of applause. I applaud you because you speak well of your wife in her absence. It's becoming more and more difficult during these days, but thank you so much for that. We're going to come back to it.
Thank you, Doc.
Tate Buiselo,
That.
now we go 25, 30 years ago. Some people do not know you. Some people have seen you on television. Some people think you are tall. Some people think you are short. So just stand up so they see how tall you are. Let's see it, you know.
Good.
Yeah,
Let me support him.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay, la mona kene. Yeah. Thank you,
thank you.
Just share a little bit. Who is Ntate Mbuyiselo Botha? Because when you say Botha, my white brother says, is he part of PEC Botha, Peter Botha? So please explain that.
Well, Mbuyiselo Botha, thank you, Dr. Mulapo. And by the way, Bafwetu, we come a long way when ICANN Foundation started. But also when I started the Men's Forum. A lot of people, but a demand was Alama, King Men's Forum, King. So, Mbuyiselo Botha, ki hlaha ko Vaal, ko Sharpeville, stayed, ko Sebokeng, moved, I'm in Pretoria now. Mbuyiselo, in 1986, on the 15th of September, I got shot by police in the head. The bullet went through, got lodged here. It paralyzed the side by hemiplegia. I must have been 26 years old. I was part of what they call the Sharpeville Civic Association. Got shot, but when David, what is very important for me to share, how we are preoccupied, ka 4-5. Yeah, but I mean, the one thing, the one thing that happened is that one guy came to me, a psychologist, and said, like, Mbuyiselo, you're going to be paralyzed. But that was least of my worry. The first thing was that it was Panadid. And then whilst I was sleeping there, whilst I was sleeping there, thinking of my past, didn't you know? Jehovah, unsoli mudimu. Jehovah. Jehovah, unsoli mudimu. So when he said quality time, in my mind was running wild. Already, man, even on stamina was sharper. So, but I don't know his age. I don't know his age. I mean, at my age, I'll be 60 soon. So, I'm going to sharp up 1.5 round. Yeah. Out about a full round, like that's really, yeah. So David, and then I work now for started the Men's Forum, Bongani Kumaro and other people.
Papa, don't rush there because, Brur, I know people give me credit and the ICANN team, but you are one of the pioneers. You see, the problem is we don't appreciate if a black man starts something. No, with due respect. You know, example, Clint, you probably did not know that we were the first guys who filled up the stadium, Loftus Stadium, with men. You know, but people don't know that. You were one of the pioneers of the Men's Forum. Obviously, people thought you smoked something because Majida, you know. So share with us, and I know you, don't worry, I'm controlling time here. But, you know, how did God give you the vision, you know, to start a Men's Forum? Because there was nothing like that. You know, churches are not doing it, faith-based organizations are not doing, NGOs are not doing, men are called dogs, whatever. You know, what was that thing that triggered you to start the Men's Forum?
Well, thanks, David. I think you're right. One of the things we think is humility, but we don't do it quite often as black people because you think that you are punching above your weight. I think it started where I began to make a connection between our own fighting for freedom in this country. And I said, look, I was part of the Sharpeville Civic Association, got shot, and I could not sit down and lament continuous non-stop. But now, David, what happened, Bruruaka, was that I began to make a connection with how come that the majority of the citizens of this country are still, violated. When you grow up in Sharpeville, very violent society. I've never met my father. I was raised by a single woman. I mean, an amazing woman. Yeah, an amazing woman. Raised us 7 of us. And I've never known what is poverty. And I mean, she uneducated, but she would always be arrested. And I met, I mean, the evils of apartheid at an early age where I would have to go and negotiate her release. So David, what for me was, there was this connection, but how come that this violence continues? And here's a woman, when I look at my mother, I mean, I had never seen, look, I've never seen in my life GBV. In fact, my mother, I've seen her beating up men. My mother, I mean, people, I mean, she brew, and then when I mean, I remember one day she had this man, I mean, she was throttling. I mean, I'd never seen a woman Akiyan size 9. That's how tall my mother was. So when David Brurak, and and I then began to make a connection with, but that single mother who was always in and out of jail, pure and simply because her family must survive. I didn't understand this thing. And I did not know what feminism is, what GBV is, what femicide is, what misogyny is. I did not know them. But now, reflecting back, I was raised by a feminist. There was no way to characterize her actions as feminism, but she was a feminist. Because also, when David, she did things that men would not want women to do. My mother, she smoked. She drank. I mean, you know, and all of these things, she was raising Banaba 7, single-handedly, uneducated. She worked as a domestic worker, come back. I mean, at an early age, before I got shot, I knew who was Mbamba. I knew Regadi Pasel. So, and my journey was that I then made a connection that there must be something fundamentally wrong. If this society allows women to be violated and we do nothing about it. And together like with Bongani Kumalo, then he worked at ESCOM and said, look, Mbuselo, there is this concept. And I looked back and said, but this concept engaging men. And like you said, David, I think I got into a space where, I mean, I was laughed at, I was ridiculed. I mean, some people even made fun of my disability. I remember one guy said, look, Mbuselo, I mean, you must do what you do because how because how about because you are normal. You know, I mean, I remember one young man at the University of Pretoria, but for you to encourage us to cry, and that's way back, before it became fashionable to have a men's movement, you know, it's way back. I remember some of the longest periods of my life was when I took Julius Malema to the Equality Court, then gender justice. Then Julius was at the height of his political power. Then was the Secretary General of the ANC, Gwede Mantashe, called me to his office, that is 31st May. Mbuyiselo, Gwede Mantashe, I want us to come and talk about the Julius matter, Malema matter. I went to the Lutuli house, went to his office, met with him, but the longest period in my life was how I was ostracized. My kids were, I mean, under attack. There was a time where then who was my wife, my ex-wife now, I mean, some people who were Christians, who were born again, spirit-filled, they said to her, look, whatever came up water, we will not come to your house anymore to pray with you. Look at what your husband is doing. He's fighting all over with Julius Malema. And should anything happen to your house while you are in, look, we will not come there. And these are the people you would expect them to support her, to encourage her, to pray with her, to pray for her, to intercede. But all of those things they didn't do. I mean, I remember my last born, Sponganjalo, who was born on the 25th September 1994. Bonga, one day I was on the phone. It was a Friday, we were from court during the trial. There was a call and said, look, we know where you stay. We're going to deal with you. And we know that you don't have a car, you use a taxi, but we'll deal with you. And I went through moments that were seminal in my life. But I felt like, look, it was a principle. By the way, I went to the Equality Court because Julius Malema had said about a woman that former President Zuma was accused of raping. He said, Julius, then that, look, uphiwe lo muntu lona. You can't ask money from your woman, from your rapist. You can't ask for food. And things that I felt then, they were on a principle. He was wrong. Even the judgment were vindicated. So I went through all of those very painful periods in my life. And one day when I chronicled my life, one of the chapters would be a lonely season. When David, there was this call, this guy, and Bonga was here. So as I shifted, so that I protect Bonganjalo, but she came back to me and said, Papa, you know what, it comes with the territory. I know what you're going through. My other daughter, Latiwe, who was born on the 19th of Feb, 1990, Latiwe was at school at the University of the Northwest. Some young men came running to her and said, what's up, King? We love your father, but he can't touch the president. They meant Julius Malema. And they said, look, unless you warn him to stop this, we'll deal with you. So I had those with my ex-wife, with her, with my two daughters, my son, who was, and that will tell you, whilst my wife and I had a son whilst we were at school. So when David ka 79, the second but I did not know. We had a child way back 1979. He was born on the 29th of September. My son. That means all the children.
You're an amazing man. I don't remember dates and stuff. You're amazing. You're an amazing man.
Yeah.
You know, guys don't know dates and birthdays, whatever. Yeah.
But because David, and deliberate, by the way, for me, it's intentional because I've never met my father. So I made it a point that these kids I would know. Well, I would not be there when they were born because Kitsabamadi. But I made sure that, look, I would know when they were born, what time they were born. And so the only person who really supported me physically was my son. Because he's also huge, man. He's huge when David, you could tell that he took after my mom. And then probably the father I did not know. I always ask him, he must be size 11, 12. And they say there's a connection between the size of the shoe and the penis. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Every time when I say this, people hide their shoes. Hey, they don't know. I'm not sure. It may be a myth, and I believe it's a myth. Because I know people, so it doesn't matter the size you have, What matters is what you do with what you have. Absolutely. Because I know people must read AK, but they misfire. But I also know people must read the pistol, but they know where to go. So don't worry wherever you are sitting, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whether you muchaka doesn't matter.
So for right now, because of your faithfulness, just like that day Enoch, you started small, but you were faithful because of your faithfulness, even under these circumstances, having an absent father being raised into God has blessed your work, bro. Share with us right now the commission that you're in, and then there's one question, and then let's get ready because we're going to be opening the questions here and some of them online. Well, so right now, currently, what are you doing now?
Currently, Dr. Molapo, and thank you for the question, and this is part of what this democracy is about. There is what you call Chapter 9 institutions. Chapter 9 institutions, your Auditor General, your Commission for Gender Equality. I come from the Commission for Gender Equality, your Human Rights Commission, your CRL, you have the Auditor General, and we have just lost an amazing man, Kibi Makwetu, may his soul rest in peace. You also have the Independent Electoral Commission. Now, Dr. Molapo, I'm mentioning the chapter 9 so that we must begin to appreciate where we are with this democracy, and how when people who laid their lives, that we are where we are mainly and primarily because of them. So I am now a commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality. We focus on 3 things. We do litigation, we do education, we do research. I mean, the litigation is that we recently now, we took a municipality. There was a municipality in Natal that said that when you are not a virgin as a young girl, you will not get a bursary from the municipality. We took them to court, primarily because here's a municipality that does something that is unconstitutional, because all the municipalities, their revenue is as a result of taxpayers. So you can't discriminate. It would be unconstitutional. So what the CGE does is to do mainly litigation. Other than, and if like the public protector, Auditor General, if you have a problem with Chapter 9 institutions' judgments, you should do what they call judicial review. I mean, Advocate Sidibe would know. If you can't implement our recommendations, you must go to court and for review. Now, recently, the commission is seized with a report. The Department of Health, there is what they call false sterilization, where women who are HIV positive were forced to sterilize. And we did a research and investigations, and as I speak now, this week the commission met with the DG from the Department of Health to say that, look, you either implement these recommendations, or if you don't implement them, take us to court. So that's what we are involved in now. But when Dr. Molapo, I came in, I think I was appointed, because all of us in Chapter 9, you are appointed by the President. They always establish what they call ad hoc committee from Parliament. That ad hoc committee, it calls out for nominations, and then people get nominated and then shortlisted. But the final say comes from the President. So I was appointed in 2014 January by then President Jacob Zuma. I started 2014 1st of Jan, and it ended. My term ended on the 31st of December 2019. But then I was also again reappointed last year for the next 5 years, final 5 years. You can only do 2 terms. Public protector, you do 7 non-renewable. I was appointed on the 1st of August by President Ramaphosa for the next 5 years as a commissioner. And I came in there with working with men and boys, because I have not known any other thing in my life. So when you always yourself, Abner, David did something which I must share, probably has forgotten. He had friends in America. My kids were attending a school called Val Christian School. It's in Val. You know what David did? And he's probably forgotten this. And that's what you said about him. He organized the entire library. I mean, there was I don't even know who in America, his friends, they funded. I wonder why the entire big library called Val Christian. I mean, we had books delivered. He had books delivered in that. That's Val Christian School. All because of him. And I mean, I've never seen all because of him. I've never heard him mention this in his life. I've never mentioned this. That's why I'm convinced he has even forgotten. Val Christian Way, it's out in the Tabo, in the Sasolburg area. I mean, we had furnished everything. And when they said, we said, look, how did you meet David? I can't even remember how I met him. I can't remember. All I knew was that, and my kids would say, hey, you love that man. So the point I'm making with that example is that some of us, when you said he has developed a lot of people, I took a lot of lessons from him without him knowing. I mean, today I talk about I call them the 4 Ps, because he has always been guided by him. I talk about patriarchy, politics of the penis. I talk about power. I talk about privilege. I mean, that women are faced with. So I just want to say that what you have, the impact, and what, without you talking about it openly and publicly, these are things that you have done. There are men and women from Val Triangle who were in Val Christian. Some of them are occupying senior positions in our country because of what you did. Without you saying, no publicity, nothing. I mean, when the Val Christian management said, so what happened? I said, no, I don't know, I could say, you know, you'd have to ask him. But I don't remember him remembering that, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, my brother. Again, thanks for those kind words. Now, let's go back to the people now. The politics of the pennies. Okay, any questions or comments to Ntate Matebula? Emmanuel, you had a question there. Just raise your hands there. And then another one. Question to either of them. Now get to end up with the politics of the pennies. I'm going to deal with that. And that's number 2. Go ahead, Emmanuel. Please introduce yourself, where you're from, and then shoot the question.
I'm from my mother's womb.
Yeah.
All right. So the question that I had for Ubaba Matebula was, I've seen across the board, when you look at successful black men, they want to go and ride in Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Maseratis, and in terms of legacy, I wanted just to find out from Ubaba Matebula, Ukuti, do you have a Lamborghini or a Ferrari? And if you do, why?
What is his name? Pat? Emmanuel. Okay. Baba Manuel, thanks very much. It is a good question. And I'll be honest with you. Right. To Majita. This is the biggest problem of the young entrepreneur. Firstly, before you can go and buy a car, I believe you must do your own introspection, my brother. Do you really need this vehicle? Ask yourself, do you really need it? Will you be able to drive that car of yours? What is the point of buying all of these fancy cars, park them in your yard, and you won't even drive it? Why do you buy all those cars? That's the question. Because the moment you start getting a little bit of money, you buy all these fancy cars, then you attract. And as a Majita gets or Majita sometime, we need to have this nice car so that you want to level. And they will look at you and to Lamborghini. The intention is to kill you. Nowadays, it's no longer a lion a hunter, an impala a hunter a lion. Because of those who show off that we have. Before you can go and buy a Lamborghini, do you really need it? I mean, ask yourself, do you really need it? I have a car myself. I don't have a Lamborghini. I drive Mercedes-Benz. And I love Mercedes-Benz. But I make sure that I bought one for my wife as a present for what she did. There's nothing wrong with it. She deserves it. She worked hard. She takes care of my children. I'm not here now. She's there at home in Palabora. So, Majita, before you buy cars, my question is, why do you have to invest again in a cars? Doc, I'm glad because some of the guys who mentored me, they taught me how to invest as a young man. I've got a farm. Then you invest in the farm. When I'm old, when I retire, prepare myself to retire. But I'm still young, I'm 47. When I retire, I'll go and stay in the farm. I won't pay even levy there. So instead of buying a Lamborghini, why don't go and buy a farm? Because it's an investment. Lamborghini is not an investment. And then I also going to drive a Lamborghini. And what's the point? And the vehicle depreciate. Don't invest on vehicles. Rather look at something property or on the farm that you can, tomorrow, when, remember, let me say this thing. Guys, tendering is not a business. Don't lie to yourself that when I'm busy tendering, I'm doing business. It's not a business. To me, it's a stepping stone to the business. Because you wait for somebody to decide for you, do I pay Enoch today or I don't pay Enoch? Do I give him this tender or not? And then you might be so lucky for a period of 3 years of that tender, and then come 15 years don't have that tender, and there's no income, and no regular Lamborghini. You can't even pay Lamborghini. I mean, I've heard this, or actually I've seen this thing in one of the provinces when things start to change. Guys were driving all these fancy cars. When things changed, the cars were repossessed. So you see, if maybe invest in the property or in the farm, at least you're able to sell it and then and go back into the business and do something. So don't lie to yourself when you are in an entrepreneur tendering, said, I'm doing a business. I mean, even the bank, when they weigh somebody who got a spouse making a little bit of money every month, banking maybe 1,000 every month, you are getting millions in 2 days. But I value that, you know, a person like in Springbok Group, I love my dry clean. I said dry clean is my gold mine. And I will never ever neglect my dry clean. You know why? Because that is a business. As long as the people are still alive, I'm still going to wash the clothes there. And I'm still going to make money. Tendering tomorrow, they can decide, you know, can't give you the job tomorrow. And what next? And I've got a Lamborghini. So don't go and buy a Lamborghini just for show off. No. You must have a reason. Do introspection first. Do you really need it? Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful advice. Yes, sir. You don't have to stand with this is Friday, man. It's all my jita, man. That's fine, my brother. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we've been colonized and colonized, now the colonized and colonized. Just 2 days, relax, my brother. Okay, go for it, sir. Okay. Tell us your name, where you're from. And I know you're from my mother's womb, but a question also.
Okay, my name is Njabulo. I've got a question for Mr. Boiselo. Actually, sizing up what you encountered and surmounted, izinto ondlule kuzo zibuhlungu, because you spoke about being criticized, you know, being ostracized and many things. So I want to know if you felt the urge to give up, and if you did, why didn't you give up? That's my question.
Good question.
Thanks, Jabulo. Look, I don't want to lie and give an impression that I was brave or what. One of the things that about me is that even before I got shot, I don't know boy in English. Boy, abna, boy. Yeah, not afraid in Tower Kibantwizi, but afraid afraid good. But I mean, loosely translated is that, I mean, look, during the trial, Julius Malema, Kitamaka takes. One of the bad things that happened was that from the magistrate court to, fortunate for me, then I was still staying in Gosbukeng. From the magistrate court, sometimes my son, Rapagisa Hayo, how am I this man behind you, he reminded me of my son. That's how big my son is, just like him. This morning when we were having coffee, I actually nearly mistaken him. Probably you saw me smiling and what. I nearly said, so just like him. Yeah.
Is it possible that maybe it might be one of your sons? Can you do a DNA test?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So when Njabulo was that from, I mean, going from the magistrate court, if you know Joburg, to Spokane, Texas, it's a short distance, but I was afraid to go there. I mean, there was a time where I had to go, the taxi was firing go Orange Farm. And one guy from the Youth League recognized me in a text, said, we know what you're doing, you know, and we know that you are being used by white forces. And the tax guy, incidentally, was there to protect me and what. So there was an edge when I put one to give up. But for me, there was a bigger, and I still believe that, and like when I called, when they were contemplating firing Julius Malema, I called, because now I had his cell phone, I called then Minister of Mineral Health, Mineral Resources now, Gwede Mantashe. I called him, he did not answer, because I wanted to remind him that personalities, they come and go, but principles, they stand. That we don't do things when Njabulo for expediency. We don't do things for expediency. I mean, I know people who came into the sector and said, work with men, there's money, but they failed. because it's about principle, staying the cause. It's also believing, I think that when we are liberated as Majita, it's going to be easy to liberate others. So I wanted to give up. I don't want to lie. I wanted to give up. The kids were threatened. My ex-wife was threatened. I mean, everybody. I mean, I remember there was one guy I'm going to talk about. You probably know him, Vusimona. Vusimona was amazing. I mean, there was a time where I was a persona non grata. No one in government then wanted to invite me to speak. And Men's Forum, I was alone. I did not have a salary. So you can imagine. And they were, they were told that, look, don't touch him. Here's one guy. You know what Vusi did one day before it too. And this is when you talk about men caring. Vusi Mona, he said to me, let's go to Macro. Then we go into Macro. Kimukapile. Njabulu Harfita Macro. Then Booth buys, there are these 2 trolleys. I said, look, he's an editor at the City Press. He's got, I mean, he earns lots of money. So these are 2 trolleys. Kanti the other trolley was my trolley that he was buying grocery for me without me knowing. This is how, I mean, up until now, I tell him now, and he says, but I'm telling you, when I said Ntonaga. And I went home, everybody was shocked. The trolley was full and what, and they knew because of my disability how now we can shika. So I was afraid when the long and short thing, I wanted to give up, but I couldn't give up because I still believe that, and the work that David is doing, we must support it, all of us. I mean, what Abner does, what Masisa does, on an engagement, we must work together. No competition here. We must work together because the cake is big. We really have to, because he has these amazing skills I don't have. Yes. All I can do is to support him. When he said to me now, I want you to come here, he did not tell me, he said, I want you to come here. But I said, look, tell me what time must I be there? And here I am. So the point I'm making that I was afraid, I wanted to give up, but I was driven by, but there's a principle here. There's a bigger thing here. And the bigger thing is the liberation of men.
Yeah. Thank you. Can we just have the last round? And then afterwards, Ntate Leslie, Ntate Khobokwe, you're going to be mic'd after this. And then Abna, I see that Abna Marie stand up. He's just one of our speakers. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause there. Ntate Masiza Uteng Safitili. Or not yet. Great stuff. So can we just have last questions? And that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, these 3 are 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 question. We'll be short and sweet, and then we'll go for little music, and then we'll come back again. So let's start from that side. Yes, sir. Your question?
Okay, my name is Levi, and I want to ask Ntate Bota a few questions. The first one, how does your scope of work stretches to as a commissioner for gender-based violence, for Gender Equality Commission? Number 2, I heard you saying you are Chapter 9 institution. My question is, your reports, are they binding, the same as the public protector? And then the last one is, what's the turnaround time for when you do investigation? What is your turnaround time? And if maybe as an individual, because I'm a pastor in a church, if I want to get in touch with you, either to assist me personally and assist other people that I know that might benefit from your office, how does one get hold of you? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be short and sweet. It's like Aqua Fresh, 3 in 1.
Yeah. Number 1, we in all the 9 provinces, we have offices. Our head office is at the Constitutional Hill, the Constitutional Court. That's where you have the CGE there. Turnaround time is, within 7 days, we must report to the complainant. Thirdly, you cannot not implement our report. So all the chapter 9s, and then we're helped, by the way, let me again go back, we're helped by the EFF taking President Jacob Zuma to the to the Constitutional Court. And there was a final, and that judgment affected all of us as chapter 9s. So you have to implement. If you don't, judicial review. So those Aquafresh, those three. Here's my number. That can you write my number? And everybody can write the number. It's 082 082 518 1177. 082 518 1177. This man said I was on social media. That one, an amazing man. But no, I'm not on. I can see just WhatsApp. Yeah, I'm on WhatsApp. I like social media, Leona. That's. But also the CGE. Here's the website: www.cge.org.za. www.cge.org.za.
Wonderful. And Tate Matiwa will be playing, after lunch, we'll be playing the video. You'll also get his details. But guys, the numbers now, these are his professional numbers. What kind of numbers? Professional. Now, what we are launching today, the ICAN, I-C-A-N. I, fathers must be involved. C, they must be committed. A, fathers must assume responsibility. And fathers must be nurturers, whatever. He is part of our team. Yes. Let's be clear, there's a demarcation. That is not his professional stuff, okay? So when you come into ICAN, it's the softer side, okay? Yeah. So the other CGE stuff of his work, so two sides. Are we together there, okay? So again, this is a benefit because I didn't even think it will go that route. So Muruti, thank you so much for that, because again, professionally, he'll be here. So again, make sure you get in touch with him there, okay? But he's one of our facilitators as we launch this ICAN. Remember, he spoke about the 4 things. I'm going to ask one, the politics of the
penis.
Okay, the next one. The next question here before we wrap up this session. Yes, sir.
Ndate Molapo o refa invitation ke leboe le distinguished guests tsa hao mono. Ndate Pota ke Daniel Khatebe wa motseba itswa Unisa and ndatona ba bua unfortunately a khona hore a dulenyana because I'm funded for tabatsaka sa di men's forum. That's why we ke tla mmotsa ntho tseno ya no bona o ile a tsamaya ke nana re tla mmona mo physical. This is my VC.
Oh, sure, Tate Makai.
Tate Makai.
Okay.
That probably for Batwal already want to involve themselves in this gender-based violence space. To be a gender activist most of the time carries this sort of this cap ya feminist. Then probably utlaba mnati na kungwe because ke space lo rona le nako mo sona. Or refer sort of the characters still already ba teng tse di presentang as somebody that wants to be in that space as a male, because remember you are also seen as a perpetrator if you spend more space in say when you encourage both young boys and men to participate more space in sort of this non-violent men who are into positive masculinity. Or how do you then present the characters still or right or be approachable in your own community and also to young boys? What are some of these characters to be a good ambassador ya positive masculinity?
Wonderful. Before he answers that, can we have the last question here? Okay, sir. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Mine is more on the...
You'll be the last one. Let's just say, the gentleman there, sir. You look like TD Jakes with that beard. That's TD Jakes. Go ahead, sir.
And you're right, yeah.
Thank you very much. I have 2 things to raise with your panel.
Go ahead, sir.
The first one is a comment, and the last one will be a question. Okay. Their stories are moving stories. And there are people who make fortune by such stories. They make fortune by telling us their background to where they are. And one of the problems of us as blacks, such stories are not penned down. When they disappear, such moving stories disappear with them. I don't know what Dr. Molapo can do or can I request to you that those two gentlemen seated with you should not disappear with their stories. Such stories can encourage a lot of young people. I don't want to command you, as you said, many are commanders. I want to request to you that those two gentlemen, their stories should not disappear. Somebody must find his life or her life through the stories of those two gentlemen, either by a book or by a video. Then my question is for both of them, and it's an honest question that desire an honest answer from them. What is their greatest fear in life?
Thank you, sir. We'll come to that. And then the last question here, as we wrap up this session, go ahead.
Right. Mine is in relation with effective parenting. I've had my son, he's only 8 years old. So he goes to school and he came back to me one day and he says, Daddy, my friend Jaden goes to school with 100 rand. And I give him 20 rand in a lunchbox, right? Because that's what I can afford. I can give him 100, but for the purpose of me training him as a child, that he needs still to understand that money mustn't just be received easy. You know, you must have a desire to work your own money. So the question that I have for the gentleman on the floor is, in terms of raising your children, what strategies have you implemented so that ultimately they grow up to be responsible children that can then fend for themselves, rather than just to know that daddy is rich, and if I say I want a flat screen TV in my bedroom, daddy can just go and get and pin one on the wall. So what strategies have you implemented that actually assist you in raising children that can stand on their own?
Okay. Thank you. If we can leave that one for after lunch, because there's a video on the 10 biggest mistakes that we as fathers are making. One of them is that financial stuff. If we have not answered it, I'll still ask them to do that. So don't forget. So after lunch, there is a video on the 10 mistakes that we make as fathers. One of them is that financial piece. Let me answer that one. That the beautiful part is, we thank God for the 4th Industrial Revolution. We have not been with these guys, so this is the reconnection, because the problems, particularly with Africans, is that if the lions do not tell their stories, their hunters will always give us their version. So people like us now, with all these wonderful TV stuff, trust me, we have archives, not necessarily for ourselves, for all the legacy pieces, for all the men, and particularly the African men. One of them is Professor Makaya. I mean, that guy is deep, but no one has done a documentary on him. So I agree with you, you're not commanding us, we're exactly doing that. Later on, when we're with Dr. Abner Mariri, he will be telling you the same thing. We're now putting something in the substance abuse things, whatever, so that we record it, not for prosperity, but for posterity. Different thing. Prosperity is you prospering, posterity is prospering for the next generation. So thank you so much, sir. Okay, my brother, let's start then with you with the first question.
Well, Daniel, and I just want to say again, I can't ask him to stand up, Dr. Molapo, and I can't say, but they must stand up. But because of him, I am with 3 people who are from Vlakfontein Men's Forum. Now, I want to ask Moz and Ben to stand up, and Dan to stand up, so that all because of what you did to contribute and wanehela for them to be here. I just want them to stand up so that they know they come from an area of violence. So this is practical, and I was asking Dr. Molapo that we must go to Vlakfontein. face of violence. So this is like more like an invited space for us as men. So we should guard against taking over. So I'm just saying that I used to think I can be a feminist. And with hindsight, I can't be a feminist. I can only be an ally of feminists because I don't know the pain of women. I've never been raped. So Dr. Mulapo, so one of the characteristics when then is to always acknowledge that the leaders for this struggle must be women. So what do we do always? We must always hear them out and find out what are the issues that they deal with women, as women. But also must to add, as I end, Dr. Mulapo, I want to explain this thing. Gentlemen, when women say men are trash, it may be misconstrued. But here's how the epistemology of this men are trash is that women are saying that they're talking about the structural violence. They are not talking about us as individuals. When they say men are trash, they are talking about, you see, if they say 1 in 3 women in this country in her lifetime will be raped. But you and I, if we go out here at 9 in the evening, at 7 in the evening, our fear is that we may be mugged, we may be hijacked. But none of us fear to be raped. So, but they say 1 in 3 women in their lifetime in South Africa will be raped. So when they say men are trash, we must stand back and say they are not talking about us as individuals. They are talking about us as beneficiaries of a system that continues, that we benefit from. So if we have that understanding, it's going to debunk the myth that women are out to attack men. It may be that how it's packaged, how a lot of, and without explanation, Dr. Mulapo, a lot of men who'd have their backs against the wall to say, oh, they say we are trash, when in fact they're talking about a system that privileges men, but also a system where we remain oblivious to our benefits, to our privileges. I just thought that when Daniel, I should say this to say, one of the characteristics is that when you talk about gender, about feminism, about misogyny, all of them, Dr. Mulapo, is that women must continue to lead the struggle. We must continue ourselves to be allies. But we can only be allies when Leslie and I and Abner and Enoch, we begin to get involved in these difficult conversations. And these conversations are not easy, before it. I mean, what makes them not easy is that they are unconventional. No one has raised us to talk about, I mean, imagine you get into a place full of men like today. I mean, it would be a shock when you say to men, hey, before it, you know what, my penis, I have sexual dysfunction. I mean, men will say, we said, heal Manjelo. And these things were, but women, what they do, I mean, when I was married, I knew that my wife would share with me that in our street, I knew women would talk about the different sexual positions that they enjoyed. So I knew Tamala Koniman or Yellow Ratagamurao or I knew those things, and they did not know those men that I knew. But imagine those things, men, you'd never even go to. I mean, you can't talk about them. I mean, that's the first. I mean, I wonder, I must ask Abna one day. I mean, I doubt Abna would even tell me, instead to work about you see, you're 47. You're 47. I'll trouble him for now. Enjoy whilst it lasts. Who told it as 7 years of hunger? You're going to go through what you're going to put your hands and say, Nkulunkulu, you're still God.
The last question, and then we are done with it.
Let me
the greatest fear. No, that's one. The greatest fear. That was.
Oh no, that it is to lose my children. To lose them both at a spiritual level, at an emotional level. That's why one of the things that when we parted with my ex was I prayed that Banabaka, they should never remain, or they should not become ex-children. They should remain in my life. And they up until today, they are my friends. I mean, last week, they visited the two girls with my grandson, which he did Lireko, he's about 6. I mean, we're playing football. Can you imagine with my disability? I mean, there was a point I nearly tripped myself, and there was going to be a possibility now I was going to be injured and walk like a kangaroo now, you know. So I don't know why this man is laughing. He has a mental picture of how kangaroos walk like. Yeah. So that is my fear, and that to lose them. That's why I said, look, of all things in the world, I pride them. I pride myself with my relationship with them.
The last question to you, Tate, what is your greatest fear, Tate? Then we are done with this session.
Thanks very much, Doc. You know, ukile wa bona ntate aba mosotho a lekgotho a senya go bua ba re ke eng tate Mathebula re ke la ka lewe ka ra tshaba bole don't tshaba bole fe se you've answered the greatest fear to lose my family. That's all. I won't say a lot. What you said is correct. That's my greatest fear, to lose my family. I love my kids. But however, Tate Daniel, I don't spoil my kids. It's no go area there. My son is 13 years now, and my daughter is 10 years. I'll talk about this too, because the first daughter, she said, it's cool now in Joburg. They know that every Friday after school, they go to dry clean. And I taught them to respect the overall, yagwa dry clean. Car overall yagwa dry clean, ki yone ba rekela borotho ka gae. E ba shabela shinkwa, ischangana. Masisi sa baba. Na malakeng la maete lodge ya hlantswaka, ya ba shabela shinkwa. Kararuna, the laundry that we're washing for the lodges, they must respect it. They go, even my drivers, I ask them, they will, after school, 12 o'clock Friday usually, they'll go to the dry clean on Saturday to go and work and assist those people there. I've got them some pictures that they must work. I don't just give them money. And I told them, you work from now, then you get your money in December when you go to holidays. So I don't spoil them. So I teach them. But there was one day I had a sad moment with them. In 2018, I was sick, very much sick. Actually, I have a problem with my left arm. And it was almost 2 years having that problem. And I was afraid to go to the hospital and then to go and do for operation. Actually, I have a problem of my C4, C5 in the spine. And then when you talk about quality time, I was sitting with them. The 12 years, the 10 years was 8 years, and the boy watching a movie. I like watching a movie with my kids. I don't watch TVs, because I said to TVs for lazy people. I don't watch TV. There's nothing wrong if you watch Generation from changing channel up to 8 o'clock. But I said, Mathebula Enoch, I can watch a movie from 8 or 9 is finished, that movie's done. I don't have to go every day, leave my office, rush to watch a movie. So I was watching a movie with my kids, relaxing. And what's amazing, the little girl, it was 8 years, she asked me a question, Daddy, what is going to happen about you when you die in your business? Huh? But then, I'm sick. She's asking that question. She said, this girl. Why is she asking this question? And then I was sad a little bit. I kept quiet. I didn't answer it immediately. I said, what's happening? I'm going to die. Why is she asking this question? I said, no, don't worry, my girl. Everything's fine. It's in place. Okay, don't worry. So what do you mean in place? What about your bank account PIN code? I said, oh, man, precious, everything's there. It's in my phone. We'll get it in the phone. I wrote everything in the phone. She said, okay. The boy said, now, what about if you get an accident and you ban? What's going to happen? You know, the kids caught me off guard, and I kept quiet. Jesus, what's happening? And I said, okay, I'm coming. I went to the bathroom, and I cry. I come back. And I started asking myself, I'm going to die or what? And I'm afraid to go and do an operation, because my operation was for 4 hours operation at the back for C4, C5. And I called, yesterday we spoke about, I spoke about management. You asked me the questions, what make me feel like great I've been achieved. The greatest achievement in my business that make me proud is to have a good leadership, good management systems, and put everything in place. So I called she was my PA by then, Katie. I said, Katie, make sure everything that belonged to me is in order. Because by then I was lying. Nothing was in order. As an entrepreneur, you must make sure that everything's in order. Your will, your state, everything's in order. Your trust account is in order.
Your PIN codes must be in those.
Yes, yes.
And even your computer thing.
Yes.
Because you go, there's money, but they can't access it.
No.
So it must be in the will. And I'm going to ask an advocate in a couple of minutes. Yes.
So I told him, make sure everything's in place, please, because I can see something is not right here. Because after I've been interrogated by kids, and I make sure everything was done, then I go for an operation. So as a father, you must create a quality time and don't lie to kids. Tell them the truth. Teach them. Don't just give them a fish. Teach them how to catch the fish. So that when you are dead, the life must go on. And then the last thing, to Buntat, if you're a good father, you're a good leader, will judge you after your death, after you buried you. David was a good father, and they will see David after. Because if you're a good leader, you must make sure that you put everything in place. Your children, your family, your business. That will tell us he was a good leader. When he's dead, they will see by his own things that everything was, this guy, he knows exactly what he's doing. He put everything in place. Nobody must suffer. Because it's embarrassing. You see that the material is day to day. Tomorrow it's a chaos. 20 women coming to demand 1, 2, 3, 4. And everything is not in place. And then now the kids, they're used of this lifestyle, now they go back to zero. You frustrate the kids, you frustrate the whole family. So put your things in place that before you die. Thanks, Doc.
Thanks, Sean. Before we clap hands, we do have a package. Jab will talk about it. Responsible Engaged Fatherhood. I'm speaking to about 10,000 men. And also Just for Fathers. It's 2 in 1. I deal with some of those things. Also, we've got a book from the National Center for Fathering, how to, in terms of change, how to do the fathering thing. But we're going to talk about it now live. Tate Mbuyiselo, Tate Enoch, let's put our hands together for these great guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Tate Sidibe and Brother Treasure, please, if you can just get, come on, do better than, give them a wonderful round of applause. Shamibra. At this time, I'm going to call Unif to come in and just give us 2 songs whilst we're getting ready. Let's put our hands together for these young guys. Come on, Majita.
Lagu Choni Langa Peshe Yako Lwanle Ooh. Ngihamba ngizula ngifuna ngihamba ngizula ngifuna ndakufumana
ndakuzula zula ifunana nawe tisetandisenyuka wena uphina oh yeah oh baby
ndakufumana lakutshonilanga
Ndihamba ndizula ndifuna ndihamba ndizula ndifuna ndakufumana lakutshonilanga Ndihamba ndizula ndifuna ndihamba ndizula ndifuna ndakufumana lakutshonilanga
phesheya kolwandle ngifuna wena sasa ngifuna onjengawe ongafani nabanye ngisho wena baby ndakufumana. Make that call on him. He's waiting on you, yeah, just to make that call. Make that call. Busy. Call on Jesus. Busy. He's waiting on you to make that call. Please make that call. Just make that call. Busy. Call on Jesus. Busy. He's waiting on you, yeah. Busy. Just to make that call. Emadolweni mbize ezingeni zakho mbize kuzo zonke mbize yenu yamamela kodwa mbize. To make that call, please make that call. Get to make that call. Bize Jehovah. Bize ezingeni zakho boy. Bize kukubhekene nakho yeah. Emadolweni mbize kwizinkinga zakho mbize kukho konke mbize yenu yamamela
on you to make that call. Please make that call.
He can stop the rain when the seas are roaring. When you're end of the road, just make that call. Stretch that hand. He can show you what to do. Oh, no. Everyone in Christ is a new creature. Please make that call. Please make the call. He can stop the rain when the seas are roaring. When you're end of the road, make that call. Yeah. Just stretch that hand. He can show you what to do. Everyone in Christ is a new call.
Please make that
Please
call.
make. Awulula isandla sakho. Awubize Jehova. Bize every day. Noma yini inkinga yakho bhekene nayo. Bize njalo.
Bize Jehova esathola.
Bize Jehova.
Jehova esathola.
Everyone in Christ
to make that call. Please make that call.
Here's the day. Awulula isandla sakho. Bize Jehova. Whether your problem is in your pocket, whether it's happening inside your heart, yeah. Trust in Jesus. Yeah. Trust Him every day. Oh, everyone in Christ
to make
waiting for you to
make that call.
Yeah. He can stop the rain when the seas are roaring. When you're end of the road, make that call, yeah. Outstretch that hand, yeah. He can show you what to do. Oh, no. Everyone in Christ,
He's a new creature. Please make that call.
Oh, everyone in
Christ, He's a new creature. Please make that call.
Please make that call. Everyone in
Christ, He's a new creature. Please make that call.
Wonderful round of applause. Advocate Leslie, you joining me first here. I want to encourage you guys, when you continue to support I Can. Spencer, you've been with us for how long now, you guys, traveling with me? From 2003. Awesome. These guys are incredible. So when we do this, they are facilitators, qualified facilitators. They speak, but we go to schools, to prisons, to corporates, whatever. So again, when you support people like us, these are kind of things that we do. We travel to places where very few people go to. So again, if you want them for your gig, for Christmas gig or whatever, please come in, come talk to us. But as part of that I Can fathering, they'll be wearing different hats. Yes, they sing, they give inspirational music, but they are actually full-time facilitators. And after break, they'll also be giving some couple of things for us there, okay? Yes. Dr. Treasure, you can come and join here, because I'm going to be starting with the interview here, interview there, then we open it for the people there. Advocate Dr. Leslie Sidibe.
My brother, how are you?
Sharp. A lot of people know CEO ya Safa. Explain that, my brother.
Yeah, no, I suffered, my brother. But there's a bright side to this, right? I have a far better relationship with God because of the suffering I went through. When I read scripture and I read Job saying, though he slay me, yet shall I trust him. And David says, my Redeemer liveth. And Jeremiah says, great is thy faithfulness. I know what it means. When David says, I have been young and I've been old, but I've never seen the righteous forsaken by the Lord, nor their children begging for bread. That scripture has a personal meaning to me. And when I read it, it makes a lot more sense. It's no longer an academic or theological exercise. It has a personal significance to me. And that's because I suffered.
I heard that, my brother. We're going to get straight into the matter. As part of this one-year program, you are one of our master trainers. There are two areas that you'll be adding value, the legal side, and we'll end up with that legal side.
But the other things that will be helping men during Train the Trainer, the thousands of people live, like right now online, is this thing of mental safety. The mask, the masks are for public safety, but really our mind, the mental safety is not there. It is true that COVID is a health pandemic, but amongst Majita, it's actually a mental health pandemic. So I want you to spend time and share with us, how are you going to add value and give us some little glimpse so that when we attend these workshops, your modules, through the I Can Fathering, this thing of mental illness. Talk to us about it.
Well, maybe let me start off with this. Through COVID, we're now wearing masks, and I haven't seen a lot of masks in the room. And I think we need to address that. We need to put on our mask, guys. There's a reality out there. We have an enemy that is unseen. And let's not take it for granted. Some people who are... this has been a very difficult year. 2020 has been a difficult year, and no one is spared of this trouble. And no one is going to escape trouble in this life, including prophets, even those that are trying to escape. But here's the thing, right?
Just to answer that one, Tate Leslie, fortunately with ICANN we have partnered with CASPR, C-A-S-P-R.
Yes.
So as we speak, this whole room
yes.
is sanitized as we speak. You see, you hear that air
yes.
conditioning.
Yes.
So if people get, it's C-A-S-P-R, CASPR. Just Google it, you'll see what we have. But mine is the
yeah,
you must lead by example.
So a mask
yeah.
is like a condom, right? If you don't use it, it's of no value. Just put it on. Put on your mask.
Sure.
But
go ahead, sir.
I had the condom. Well, the condom broke. Anyway, so I want us to have a different conversation, and I'm glad that you've had phenomenal speakers before myself and Prof here. And that is to say, I have to say this much, that I am tired. I'm tired. I'm 47 years old and I'm tired. So I was born in a family, there were 6 of us. 4 of my brothers have passed away. The beginning of this year, my mother passed away on the 16th of Jan. On the 28th of February, my brother was stabbed on the banks of Jackskay River in Alexandra. And come March, it was, we went into lockdown. So this is the issue that I want to raise. When I say I'm tired because we don't have meaningful conversations. We mask our problems. We are not honest with ourselves. It's so refreshing. This morning I'm light. I'm light because I walked into a room and had a conversation with men who are honest about their masculinity. And Buisele is right. We have to address this toxic masculinity, misogyny, patriarchy. We have to get to a point as men where we can be honest and say, I'm not okay. I'm not okay, my brother. And I'm not trying to minimize what people are going through. People are going through a lot. And sometimes we use religion to try and anesthetize the pain of life. But sometimes you get hurt even in church. That's how rough it is out there. That some people often believe that it is better to be in a company of sinners than hypocrites inside the church. Because places that are supposed to be safe, like a church, have really become a place where a lot of people live there very wounded and deeply wounded. And I just want us to be human for a moment and understand the fact that we all go through issues and we go through stuff. It's good to find men who are honest enough to say, I have gone through a divorce. I don't think anyone in their right mind, they say, by the time I'm 40, I want to make sure that I'm divorced. Nobody does that. But the fact the fact of the matter is that there will come a time when life will throw questions at you for which you have no answers. And we have to find ourselves in a position where we can create a safe space to have a meaningful dialogue and a conversation amongst ourselves, to learn to be kind to one another, to learn to know the value and the power of friendship. I mean, here's the thing, right? I've been through stuff. But I've kept quiet. And the reason I kept quiet is because my integrity told me that if I open my mouth, I will ruin the reputation of other people, and that would exclude my ex-wife. For me, don't expect me to say anything negative about my ex-wife. She's the mother of my children. It was through her womb that I was blessed with the most phenomenal children. And I will never say a single word against her, because I have children with her. And my integrity tells me that if I tell them my side of the story, how does it benefit me? Yeah, you can lash out. But at the end of the day, when you sit back and you reflect on what you have done, what do you see in the mirror? And what reflection comes through? The fact of the matter is that, and the one positive about COVID is that everybody has gone through something one way or the other. And you know, sometimes when you go through a difficult time and other people are not, and that can create a serious crisis of faith. Because God is blessing other people, and you're the only one who's not blessed. And you begin to wonder, what kind of prayers are these people praying that I'm not praying? What is it that they're doing that I'm not doing? I've given my tithes and offerings. I've prayed, I've fasted, and God still has not responded to my prayer. There are people who go through stuff, depression. There are all sorts of mental illness. Depression is the most commonly known form of mental illness. There are people who go through PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. There are people who go through anxiety attacks. 2020 has shown a lot of us flames. And we need to find a platform and a conversation, and I'm grateful, and I'm going to single them out. They don't know that I'm going to say this. If it had not been for a brother like Abner Mariri, had not me for you, David Molapo, I would have committed suicide. I thought about it many times. I did. I thought about it so many times. I wanted to end it all, because it was painful. It was just so much pain. And I kept on asking God, why? Why am I thus? What have I done to piss you off? And when are you going to come to my defense? And this is the thing about it, was that I went through stuff that, and even the accusations. I was accused of having an extramarital affair with a very beautiful girl. If only Negishaili, it was something else. But it didn't happen, you know. And I would say to God, how can you allow my marriage to go down? Actually, I had her. And it's such a beautiful girl, guys. I gotta tell you this. I get accused of things. So only later someone will rock up and say, here's an affidavit, Mr. Sidibe, that laptop that Safa said you didn't return, you gave it to me. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers them. We must get to a point where we learn not to judge people, because we don't know it all. Even some of the prophets who prophesy. You see, this morning I read a scripture, Ezekiel 37. I do read the Bible. It might shock a lot of you, but I do read the Bible. Ezekiel 37, verse 1 to 14. And I could relate to this because the prophet talks about the value of dry bones. And I could relate to that in this value of the dry bones, he says they were so dry, you can't even, it was so dry that you didn't even, the smell, the stench of death is even gone from it. But God would say to the prophet, prophesy, will these bones ever live again? And I can tell you, and I want to assure you, and this is what the prophet says. He says, I did as I was commanded. And he was commanded to prophesy over these dry bones. And there are many people who pretend to be in happy marriages. But, you know, there are many people who pretend that things are okay, including those who drive Lamborghinis. What we do is we use material things to anesthetize the pain. There are things you'll go through in life, and I can tell you this much, you know, that there is no prosthetic for a wounded soul. They don't make it. If you break your leg, they will make a prosthetic for you. There is no catheter for a soul that has been ambushed by the pain of life, where you've worked so hard to build an empire, a business, and someone comes and robs you of a deal. You know, we talk about rape in a physical sense, and my brother, you are so right. Many men would not list amongst their fears the issue of rape. But metaphorically, a lot of men have been raped. You've been raped on the job. You've been raped, even in society, you've been stripped of your dignity. And we don't talk about these things, and one of the greatest challenges that confronts us in society is the lack of fathers. The lack of fathers. That many of us, we don't have proper modeling. So when my brother says, you are 47, 4-5 years, I have a friend who is a urologist, and the kind of stuff he tells me. So about a month ago, I was just selling up now. I went for medical tests. I went for urinary PSA and cholesterol. So my results came back. My cholesterol was high, and my PSA is still under 1. So let me just help you. So if it ranges from 1 to 4, yeah, I am at 7 in that day. There are many people today, and I mean, you look at young men like Kimima Kwetu. I know so many young people who are dying of cancer. There are many of us are going through stuff. We went through working, you know, he's like an evangelist, we are disciples, working, co-creating this platform where we believe we can offer value to our people. The greatest investment for us, coming up here and telling our stories and being honest and being naked in front of you, is not because we want your sympathy. We come here because we know that someone else, we were in the clutches of hell, and someone pulled us out of hell. And if I can help you, my brother, you've seen my being publicly humiliated. And I'm still here, and I can tell you that, like Job, man, I don't, you know, I hear you talk about one wife. The Bible says Job was blessed and he had twice of whatever he had before. So I'm believing God to bless me twice what I had. You know, if it's 4 wives, so be it. But that's beside the point. The point here is that we have to be the type of people that will be able to generate hope in society. And we have to be the kind of of men who would not be ashamed to walk up to another man and say, I'm not okay. But also equally important is we need to begin to develop a different type of language. You see, one of the advantages that women have over men is that women are endowed with the power of language. And so when a man is going through a difficult time, we would typically say he's depressed. But you probably find that you are actually not depressed, you are grieving. You have to be able to tell the difference between grief, sadness, depression, and different forms of emotions. This is what we typically do. And I read the story about two friends who went on a camping trip. They had a few bottles of wine, and in the middle of the night, one of them, he nudges his friends and he says, look up in the sky and tell me what you see. And the guy replies, he says, I see millions of stars. And what does that tell you? And the friend ponders on this and he responds, he says, astronomically, it tells me that there are millions of galaxies and potentially billions of planets. Astrologically, I believe that Saturn is in Leo. Horologically, I deduce that the time is approximately 3:15. Theologically, I can see that God is all-powerful and that we are small and insignificant. Meteorologically, I suspect that we'll have a beautiful day tomorrow. And he says, turns around to his friend and he says, what does it tell you? And the friend turns around and says to him, he kept quiet and he turns around and says to him, Watson, my friend, you idiot. Someone has stolen our tent while we were sleeping. We have to move beyond this fantasia, this fancy language, and be able to say, Mulapo ake shapo man. You know, I didn't quite understand it when someone said to me, I stood in front of the toilet and nothing will come out. But your bladder says it's full. And then you stand up in front of that thing. If you've never had that experience, my friend, one of these days it will come to you. But when it comes, don't be surprised. We've been there. And there's hope. And you see, sometimes one of the worst things you can do is to misdiagnose yourself. Because you've had these horror stories about a guy who stood in front of the toilet and nothing came out, and you think that's the end of you. Like I said, I was beginning to think, hey man, things are difficult now. And I took my results came out, and the doctor said to me, he's a urologist, he's 60 years old, he says to me, Leslie, if I had your results, if you had your results, I'd be celebrating. Because I'm sitting on 1, and he says, do you want to know what mine is? He's on 7. And this guy is academically accomplished. But what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and to lose himself? Let us not lose ourselves. And so we really want to find ourselves, Dr. Molapo, in a space where we can begin to see each other and create this brotherhood, where we can begin to lean on each other. And someone mentioned something about, so it's Professor Makaya spoke about blessers. And I know that someone is going to talk about mentorship. So here's my take, right? I think you need both. I think you need a mentor and you need a sponsor. And I'll tell you why you need a sponsor. And I'm not talking about blessers, yeah. You need a sponsor because if you read the book of Luke, the Bible says of Jesus that he found favor with both God and man. You have to be, a sponsor is someone who will speak well of you in your absence. Because there are many people who've spoken evil of you in your absence. And in your presence, they speak so well of you. And you know who I'm talking about. Don't look at them. And mentorship then is something that I think one of the speakers is going to talk about. There is issues around, so what do we do when we go through difficult times? And this is why the issue of mental health is something that must be addressed. It must be addressed because, so if you look at depression, for example, as a case in point, there are more women who are depressed than there are men. Might surprise you. But most men die out of depression than women. And the reason that it is so, it is because women talk. Women verbalize what they go through. We don't. We internalize the pain, and in the end, and most men die very violent deaths out of depression. There's a video clip that is circulating on social media. By the way, I don't judge anybody who's on social media. It's just not for me. The best form of social media for me is WhatsApp. And the reason that is so is because Twitter will give you whiplash. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's not for all of us. For me, it's about guarding my heart. I guard my heart because out of it comes the issues of life. You know, go Twitter, you'll just send a simple thing. Like right now, you could be sitting here, you tweet, great to be amongst great kings, like Dr. David Mulapo. Hey, the next thing, the tweet that will come from there. The next thing, you are trending, my brother. Or you'll comment on society, on issues like about... Yeah, you know, you just make an innocent comment, or you just even comment about you know, so I had I want to do, because most of you are black in this audience, don't worry if you're white, you're safe. Because when you deal with the issue of white privilege, so I had the privilege of having dinner with white people. They do invite me from time to time. I've got white friends, some of you might be shocked. So we had dinner. And in a typical South African way, we then started talking about how messed up South Africa is and how Julius Malema is messing up this country. And I said, can we just for a moment park Julius Malema and just leave him outside the room? Can we talk about the land issue? And I tell you, that makes people uncomfortable. Now, the discomfort that you have on the land issue is the same discomfort that women have when it talks about gender-based violence. Because there is a certain privilege about being a man. You may not recognize it. There's a privilege about being a man. You live in a society where, and this is where my conversation with Johan, almost, you know, the dinner collapsed, and I could see the alcohol evaporating in him. So I said to Johan, Johan, do you find it equitable that men should earn more money than women? Johan was like, yeah, women cannot be, you know how it is with women. Just now they fall pregnant, and by that time, Johan's wife was out of the room. When she came back and she listened to this conversation, I don't think Johan slept well that night. But it's because we need to decolonize this thinking about toxic masculinity. We need to confront issues in a very responsible way. We have to learn to tell the truth and teach this truth to our sons and our daughters. We need to father our children properly and look after them. And we have to be there for our children. So one of the questions asked earlier, what is the greatest fear you have? And most men spoke about their children. So the reason my divorce got ugly was because of my children. I was never going to allow another man to raise my children while I'm still alive. It was non-negotiable. That's one point. Number two, I was never going to allow a situation where my children don't know me as a father. I've been through so much in my own life that I need to deposit into my own children. I was never going to be an absentee father. And that if my daughter has to understand what she must look out for in a man, it must be based on how her father treated her. And so we are going to be on this journey together as men. And we're going to have conversation and meaningful conversations. And let's stop talking this, and I'm sorry if you're a Kaizer Chiefs fan, it must be a most difficult conversation at this time. Or a Manchester United fan. Even Barcelona goes through difficult times. There are seasons. Don't worry. There will always be peace and love in the world if you're a Kaizer Chiefs fan. But I think we need to talk about something else. I don't diminish the fact that you enjoy talking about football. But I think the time for us to reconstruct our souls and to have meaningful conversations and talk about what confronts us. We do talk, but there's a lot of global warming because the kind of stuff we talk about has very little significance and relevance to the essence of who we are.
Let's put our hands together for Dr. Advocate Leslie. Also, the second part, not today, is don't forget he's an attorney. So maybe during the lunch break, if there's some personal things as far as legal opinion, some of you are in organizations, please get a hold of him during lunchtime. Or Brewer, are you free to share your numbers for legal stuff, not for the ICANN fathering? Remember, the guys are professional stuff, and then the other one is ministry part. So on the professional side, if people want to get a hold of you, for your, obviously the guys understand they pay because they understand every voice, there's an invoice there, So where can they get a hold of you?
You spoke like a doctor and very profound. Every voice, every invoice has a voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every voice has an invoice.
Yeah, every voice has an invoice.
Yeah.
I don't, and this is one limitation about being an attorney. We sell time and our craft, which is our understanding of the law.
Sure.
So this is what I do typically on Fridays. My Fridays is about giving back to society. I do a lot of pro bono work. But I still have to pay the rent. I mentioned earlier on that people are going through a difficult time. Just this week alone, I'm working on about 3 or 4 liquidation applications. People's cars are being repossessed. As I was sitting in there, I got an email. Someone's issued against somebody who drives one of these Vorpas, and there's about 3 of them, and the bank wants them back. So it's rough, right? So I do pro bono work, but please try not to overburden me with more pro bono work.
No,
my number is 082.
Oh, that's it. 082
648
648
1158.
1158. Like I said, I'll recommend him.
So here's the thing, right? I'm saying that yes, I want to be able to help, but please understand also that this is actually my first love. For me, the greatest calling about being a lawyer, it's about access to justice, because I think the vast majority of our people, I said something to my children this week, and I'm still. If there is any pastor, please pray for me in tongues on this one, because I said to my children that God is not fair, but God is just. For me, it's about justice. I believe that God is a God of justice, right? And so the question of access to justice for me is a big issue. And so yes, I do align myself with the need to offer quality service to our people, right? But so yeah, look forward to working with you, to assisting you. David is my friend, so I'll never bill him. I'll never send him an invoice. I generate an invoice and I write it off, but it doesn't apply to the rest of you.
God's favor is not fair, but it is fabulous. So again, let's give Brother Leslie a wonderful round of applause. Again, during this ICANN fathering, you'll be giving notices. You will be paying. Some of you online, you guys watching online, you will download the notes and you'll be dealing with a mental illness. Before I allow him to sit down, I would like for Dr. Treasure Khobokwe is a pastor, he's a leader. Your contribution to the ICANN of fathering is in the area of leadership, particularly in the area of wisdom. Can you just share a little bit on, during this time, as you empower and enable Amajita men, what is it that you'll be touching, and touch a little bit on the pillars of wisdom?
Thank you, Dr. Dave, and greetings to all here and those watching us online. Let me start it here, Dr. Dave, that one of the struggles I had in my own personal life growing up was low self-esteem issues. And there are a number of contributory factors that led me into that space. Number one, I've never met my father. The only time I saw him, I didn't even know who he was. He came to my grandmother's place where we were living.
Just as a joke, is he short or tall? Just.
Or me.
Yeah. So one funny, is your father short or tall, and how sure you are that you're the tall brother?
Okay.
Would you hear him say about the kaku? I am. So,
no, I'm not wearing size 11 yet, and I don't think I'm gonna make it there. Anyway, I was still very young when I saw him. I think I was about 15 or 16 when he came to my grandmother's place. And I didn't know who he was. It was only after he had left that I was informed that that's your father. And unfortunately, I was with my twin brother, then we didn't pay much attention to how he looked like because we didn't know who the man was. And if I had met him a day later, I wouldn't even recognize him again. That's one of the issues that led to that. And the reason why lack of a father in my life contributed to low self-esteem issues was the fact that you would be playing, street soccer, and then the fellow boys, friends you're playing with, they suddenly run away. Oh, but they run to meet him either from a bus or coming with a car. And I never had the privilege of experiencing that. And, one of the things that led to this one is a bit funny, but that led to my low self-esteem issues was I was usually taller than my peers, and it was seen to be a negative. Why are you so tall when you are so young? And the other one was I couldn't play soccer very well, even though I dreamed, playing for Kaizer Chiefs back in the day. Unfortunately, I realized very soon that I was not going to make it. I was not as talented or gifted as much as my peers were. Yeah. We all make mistakes. We dream beyond our abilities sometimes. Anyway, those are a number of other things. I was not a grade A student. Most of especially at the beginnings of my studies. I never repeated a grade, but I was never a grade A student. Interestingly, when I began to grow up and mature a little bit, I began to be a little more intelligent than when I was young. Also many contributory factors right there. But all of these things, low self-esteem issues led to de-evaluating myself and who I could become, my God-given gifts and talents. I kind of despised everything about myself. And for this, Dr. Dave, I will forever be grateful to the Lord, because for me, being born again was much more than just the forgiveness of my sins. When I came to realize that I was created in the image and the likeness of God, and David says, I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. The impact of that, I was about 18 years of age when the reality of that, I got to understand it. I was about 18 years of age, struggling with identity, that identity crisis stage. And that helped me a great deal to turn my life around. So today, when somebody says you are so tall, they are praising me. That's how I take it, you know. They're acknowledging me for who I am. When they say any other thing that I felt like was negative before, today I take it as a compliment. If you say I'm tall, that's what I am. I'm above average in height, and I'm thankful for that. I never asked anybody to help me pick up some stuff at the top. I help many, but I hardly ever need help in that space. So one of the things, again, that challenged me when I lost low self-esteem issues, and God, by His grace, you know, helped me to conquer those, I began to dream big. One of the things that challenged me was, you know, how do great people become great? How do successful people become successful? How do highly educated people get to that point in their lives? So as I would be reading the Bible, I was very quick to notice people who are significantly successful, great and otherwise. And one of those people was Solomon, coming to the issue of wisdom. And a few years ago, actually more than 10 years ago, one time the Holy Spirit led me to read the book of Proverbs and Ecclesiastes more than 30 times in 1 month. Any little time I got, I would go to the Bible and read the book of Proverbs. From chapter 1 to the last one, and Ecclesiastes, the same thing, repeatedly more than 30 times in 1 month, all the 2 books together. And I have always, I think for more than 15 years now, I've always made it a habit that even though I do the best I can to try to read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation once every year, the whole Bible through in 1 year. Sometimes I don't succeed at that, but I never fail to go to the book of Proverbs to read that book from chapter 1 to the last one. And then I began to be interested in this thing called wisdom. I read that book, much of it. For some reason, I got used to reading the Bible in the King James Version of the Bible. I do read, NIV and Message sometimes, but I always revert back to the King James Version of the Bible. And I read, and one time I said, God, there is something here, and somehow I am not getting through to it. And then I began to pray for the understanding of the book of Proverbs and much of what Solomon says in the book. And then about 5-6 years ago, the Lord opened my eyes. Then I realized, one of the things that I realized was that God did not give Solomon the gift of wisdom. In actual fact, it started with the issue of realizing that Solomon never asked God for wisdom, which is what I was raised up, and I know it's shocking to some of you who are wondering which Bible is he reading. Because we have been taught that Solomon asked God for wisdom. And I read the book, and I realized Solomon never asked God for wisdom. You go and read it again. He asked God for a heart of understanding on how to lead God's people. God did say to him, I will add, wisdom and whatever, but he never asked for it. And secondly, what I found very, very interesting is Solomon, if he had received wisdom as a gift, why would he tell us to sell everything and buy understanding and wisdom? Because the way you receive something, if you want to help people to receive the similar thing or the same thing, you have to teach them how you got it and what they can do to get it. But nowhere does Solomon ever advise us to say, make an offering during the day, and at night, sleep and expect God to come and ask you a question. What can I do for you? And then in the dream, respond in this particular way. He never advises us to do that. And that's what bothered me, to say, why say buy wisdom and understanding when you got it in a dream? Until I realized that Solomon never asked God for wisdom. So I began to understand that That's why Solomon also says in the book of Proverbs, wisdom is the principal thing, which means wisdom is the main thing. This is the main thing. But sell everything you have to get understanding. So in other words, understanding is the key, actually the last stage to wisdom. So anybody can be wise. That's the point. Anybody can be wise if only they can bring themselves to understanding what they know. The problem is that many people know certain things, but they never bring themselves to understanding it. That's why they lack wisdom. It's lack of God's grace to provide wisdom and other things. It's because we know, but we never bring ourselves to a point of understanding what we know. And when I say understanding, I'm really referring to what Elon Musk calls, the foundational principles, where you understand the thing behind the thing. What makes this thing to be what it is? And you go all the way to the very bare basics so that you can recreate, you can redesign, you can change this whole thing without changing the foundational principles that governs its existence or its functioning. So with that, Dr. Dave, the Lord graced me, as you know. I ultimately managed to write a book that is just recently published, and just to teach, to try to share this understanding of how one can acquire wisdom, not as a gift, but as a byproduct of the effort you've placed on yourself and the challenge you called on yourself to bring yourself to understanding what you know that will bring you to an area or element of a platform of wisdom.
Because of time, because I see Max and Brian and them are there, we need to get them in also here quickly. Can you maybe, out of the things that you'll be teaching us, getting that understanding, can you just give the guys just some glimpse on what those sevens are, the 7 pointers there, on those pillars?
Two things, Dr. Dave. We are part of the study that I've done on wisdom brought me to what Solomon calls the 7 pillars of wisdom. And there's benevolence, there is impact, there's relationships. Most of you know that it is said that you are the average of the 5 people you relate to closely. So relationships about life and wisdom is extremely important. And then you've got a teachable spirit, you've got the ability to receive correction, and then, of course, the fear of the Lord as well in the mix. Now, 2 things very quickly. Number 1, marriages are very tough and very, very challenging because marriage is about relationships. And I have been married for quite a while, and I know the challenges and the difficulties I've gone through, especially that I grew up raised by a single mother, never had an experience of a father in the family. That also brought its own challenges, and marriages and relationships are very, very challenging at all different levels of relationships. None is very challenging. But here is because I had to seek answers from God the Creator, because after listening to love songs, after reading True Love magazine, I was buying that magazine at one time, every month. I never found answers. And ultimately, I came to the knowledge and understanding that God is love. And I said, if He is love and He created us, He should be knowing something about what this love issue is all about. And making a long story short, Dr. Dave, I have come to this conclusion, and in agreement with God Himself, that my people perish for lack of knowledge. So the essence of our challenges, including myself, concerning relationships, is if my knowledge of how to do relationships is outnumbered in terms of the number of things I know and understand, it's outnumbered by what I don't know that I should have been knowing, then I don't get a breakthrough in my relationships. So what I'm trying to say is that the limiting factor is our knowledge and the principles and foundational principles that governs relationships. And that's why the Bible says, as a husband, love your wife as Christ loved the church. Now, what I never had been taught, and God opened my eyes to this thing one time, was how did Jesus love his bride? And that changed everything for me when I got to understand it. I've got the book on that as well, Dr. Dave, just queuing for publication very soon. But the last thing, Dr. Dave, correction as one of the pillars. Most people get lost because we never seek correction and we never seek advice. And we die inwardly because we never open up. When we should have understood that being corrected is one of the ways God helps us and builds us and gives us victory over things. In other words, here is something. Wisdom is knowing that some of the answers you are looking for are not with you. They are with somebody else. If you can just be wise enough to know that some of the answers you're looking for are not going to come from you. They're going to come through somebody else. That's an element of wisdom in itself. But correction, the challenge with correction is this, Dr. Dave, is that your attitude is what determines whether correction is correction or criticism. Because somebody may be correcting you, but your attitude says you are criticizing me, I don't want to hear from you anymore. Or I will block you off out of my communication systems. Simply because your attitude says the correction is you take it as a criticism. And Solomon says, correct a wise man and he will love you. But try to correct a foolish person and they will hate you. And the difference is not the correction, but the attitude of the person receiving correction. So, and we need to grow up and bring us to a point where we realize that God can use anything and anybody to correct you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Treasure Khobokwe. So are you understanding that this thing is loaded? This icon of Father is loaded stuff, eh? Because of time, we're going to thank them. Brother Max and Brian, please come this side. Can we give them the mics because they need to be interviewed and then singing here? Is Brian here already? Yeah, if Brian and Max can come up here. Colin, you're part of the family. You'll come later, that's fine. Yeah. Just bring in that.
So in Donald Trump terms, we fired.
No, you're not fired. Hold on. Not fired. We're thanking you. We're just thanking. So, are some of you guys excited to have Advocate to be one of their leaders here? Give him a good shout there. Thank you. Dr. T, thank you so much, my brother. Sharp. Yeah, just give them roving mics here. Shalama Jiti Zanga. Before I introduce the guys, just want to say publicly thank you to Colin. Colin, stand up, let the people see you. This is Colin Damans. Give him a wonderful round of applause. Colin just finished a bachelor's degree through us, Logos University. And then, just give him a good round of applause there. So, artists, but this guy's you know. So, thank you so much. And it's through Brother Collins where I reconnected with the brothers and the South Africans in the US. It was a privilege for me to drive you and honor you guys there, man. Invoice, you know. Mike's it's going to be short and sweet. Thanks so much. I know you guys are busy, but you know, we are launching this icon of fathering. What does fathering look like to you, Max?
It's been a very interesting journey for me. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here.
Anytime.
So I've got 3 children. I've got a 16-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 3-year-old. When my 16-year-old, So I'm actually coming to that. So when my firstborn child arrived, right? I remember that day, Nignale Buma 5 rand, you know, and I got a call, or your son was born. You need to bring in Maleri, bring in this, that, you know. And at the time, I had a fallout with my father, who didn't want me to pursue this music thing. So when I moved to Joburg, he was like, Andinanyana usakautin. And because Lena Borebele Bunalotoa, I was like, well, then I guess I can time. Can't take a you know. And I remember having to go to friends and ask them for chele tenyana or chance kopaza khonopalama ke ko lesedi clinic, you know. Over the years, you know, I thought I will never get over that, you know, and true to the mercies of God, that as my son is growing, he actually raised me to be a responsible person, and I thank his mother as well for not being a pain in the ass, you know, and understanding that I'm really trying this thing out, you know. And so over years, man, it's been a very interesting learning curve. As a result, when then I got married obviously years later, and we had my second son, right? And that journey has become much easier because I could say it was a practice I was born, you know, and I knew what not to do, what to do. I still hate the fact that I can't be with my son on a daily basis, you know, due to the fact that obviously me and his mother never ended up together. Mara, Rishapo, I'm grateful that I'm able to take care of him, take him to school. I see him every week. His mother even made a plan or about to go south and go live in Pretoria so they can be close to me in Midrand, you know. So yeah, fatherhood, it's actually been great. I'm enjoying it now. I used to dread it a lot.
No, but that is why Mudimar connectile, because people like us quietly, not publicly, those are kind of things we need to coach and mentor you guys now. Yeah. Now before Ovaya, Toropela Pina A1. COVID litabo some for you, man. There are CEOs watching. How can they get a hold of you? But where do they get a hold of you?
So the email address is bookingmakloba@gmail.com. Booking Makloba, it's booking the English one. Yeah. And then MAXHOBA.
Okay.
Booking booking. Yeah. MAXHOBA @gmail.com. Okay. And then I'm available obviously on the social medias.
What's the social media stuff?
Max-HOBA, Max Hoba on Facebook, Max_Hoba on Instagram and Twitter.
Already? Yeah, me bra. Yeah. Time is money for you. Yeah.
What's up, my selector?
What's your friends about so?
Oh yeah. There you go. So the name of the song is Grateful. I hope you guys enjoy it. Can you give me more music? Back when nights were cold and life would show no mercy on me, I picked up my load, I left my home for Josie City lights. Yeah, I was hoping they would shine on me. You see, I followed in the light that they provide. The road was winding, but to my surprise, they burned too bright, almost blinding me from the man that I was meant to be. Lord, you know I'm so grateful. Yeah, truly grateful. Yeah. See now. I'm grateful. Listen. I almost sold my very soul in return for something. I was trying to hold that foolish gold, but it turned to nothing real. Oh, it was nothing real. I couldn't feel it. No, I couldn't feel it. My faith was far too weak to hear you speak. You tried to show me how to live my truth. I needed proof for I changed my ways. Now I'm on to better days. This is why today I am. Oh Lord, you know I am. I'm never gonna let you down. No. No, yeah, yeah. Grateful, yes, I am so grateful. I'm truly no, yeah. The pain I caused, the Lord forgive me. I'm sorry, and yes, I'm grateful for the pain I caused. Father, please forgive me. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord, and yes, I'm grateful. Lord, you kept me, you shielded me with your love, love from home that I am. Oh, I'm true, yeah. Oh, my dear Lord, I'm saved. No, yeah. Thank you so much.
Lord, I'm grateful.
Thank you, sir.
Last question. I remember marketing. Yes. So because of COVID prices, can they bring you backtrack, or must you always come with a band?
I think
Give us flexibility.
I think I'm more enjoyable with a 3-piece band, but I mean, price is price, you know.
Sure.
So we can do a backtrack price, but I'll bring you a semi-live set.
Awesome.
Yeah.
One more time again, those two things, your contact details.
The email is booking maxhoba, booking maxhoba @gmail.com. Find me on social media, or another thing, they are Google man. MAX-HOBA. Just Google Max over, then we all good.
Brother Max, we love and appreciate you, and we're looking forward. And thanks so much again for your time. Don't leave yet.
Thank you.
Come to your brother on the left. Brother Brian, you forgot to invite me, Chief, man. Yeah?
Hey, sorry. By the way, okay, thank you for having me, first of all.
Sure.
But I have to voice this out. My very first professional performance, he actually booked me. And this was in 1995. Yeah, at Gallagher Estate.
That's why I wanted to call it thrice. You never know.
I live a whole man.
So this gentleman actually started this, Saw a Dream. It was my first time. I had never performed in front of serious people. You know, Gallagher Estate, there's serious people there, money people, and he gave
some
me
of
the
the white
opportunity.
brothers, but you don't know, these are good Christian guys. some, So we covered here. And Bobra Leslie, Monica. But we're both Sama Bobra Leslie. But Brian, we love and appreciate you. Thanks for those kind words. Lay up now, as you know, keep Pichaka for many years.
Yes, sir.
Brian, fatherhood to you, what does it look like?
That's a tricky question. Well, it would have been tricky, I think, about 15 years ago. So I grew up with a father that was at home but was never there to be a father, you know. So you literally get raised by the streets. You literally get raised by maginza, akukasi, you know. You see them, you envy them, you want to be like them. The reassurance that you get is from the streets, where if they see you with different girls on different days, you're a G, you know. You're a good person, or they respect you. So that's the only kind of upbringing that I knew, even still with a father in the house, you know. And this is why I always say that fathers need to be really present in their children's lives in terms of knowing what they're doing, being interested in what they're doing in their lives. So our fathers, and I don't blame them. I blamed my father for the longest time because I didn't get that opportunity to spend time with him and to be a man, to understand what being a man is about, you know, as far as also, you know, having a partner, and all we knew was cheating on, you know, on our girls, and it was okay. You know, you're a G if you do that. So fast forward to when I had my daughter, you know, who is in London at the moment. And I've always said that if I have children, I would want my children to grow up with me, you know. Unfortunately, I wasn't with her mother. She's 15 now. I keep contact, but she's in London. She's not here, so I don't really have a hand to raise her and to be present in her life as much as I would want to. One thing that I've learned is that I needed to give. I have 2 children now, you know. I needed to give my children the time that I never got, you know, from my parents and whatever, for whatever reason. Now I understand I cannot blame them because they had their own issues. They could raise us as best as they could. And sometimes we blame them because we don't understand. You know, my dad said one time when I was blaming him and I was hard on him, and he said, you know what, you'll grow up and you'll understand what life is about. It's easy for me to say, yeah, you cheated on my mom, I don't like you, and what, and curse him. I didn't understand what growing up is. It's trickier than the 15-year-old me thought it was, you know. It's way trickier. But for me now, I make sure that I spend, luckily with my wife, we have a child, and I'm happy to see her grow up in front of me. And that's what I've always wanted. That's the most important thing. I've wanted my firstborn to grow up like that too, but it didn't happen that way. But I make sure that I'm present in her life.
That's deep, my brother. I know we're going to be sharing about these things. Remember Collins? Collins is part of the ICANN of Fathering 1 Year program. Collins is responsible for all these artists, male artists. And I'm going to say it, and I know sometimes I feel controversial, but I don't apologize. We need to pay these brothers just like we're paying the overseas guys. Can I have an amen at least?
Hallelujah.
Yes. Abner is here, as you know. Abner does international stuff in the app. We need, as you know, to take care of our own brothers so that we can continue the message of fathering. We cannot talk about being spiritual fathers and mentors and then give you South African prices while they're, you know. So there's also a transformation that is happening, you know, up there. Brian, I know you're also going to be giving a song, but now this is crazy. Tell them what this song, I mean, this is crazy. No, Max, this is crazy. Guess what this song is going to be?
Very crazy. So
yes.
Can somebody guess what song I'm going to sing? The name of the song. There you go. I mean, so I think it's the theme. This is what we're doing. We're being grateful, you know, and even being in this kind of space with the people that we're in the space in. It's an opportunity, and we're grateful for that. And I just think grateful is a relevant subject, and it's a relevant word that we need to say just for being here.
And like I said, grateful, yes, you made some mistakes. Max mentioned his mistake, your mistake, but we learn. Yeah. You know, we're paying school fees. A lot of young guys here, people in prison watching us, people all over the world. Right. You know, ICANN Leadership Institute, Facebook, as we speak now. Just Google ICANN Leadership Institute, Facebook. We are there live. Yeah. So please, Brian, obviously when you come back, I'm also going to ask you that question. If people want to get a hold of you, like your COVID prices, you know, how can they get a hold of you, my brother?
You can book me through info@briantembaworld.co.za.
Now the Temba, because in Alaba Sotho and Afrikaners and English, Temba ki T-E or ki T-H?
T-E-M-B-A.
Temba lapha yabona wena une H lapho so umzulu ke lapha wena una Temba.
Ungamfaku H. So
Okay,
it's
go for
info@briantembaworld.co.za.
WORLD world like
World, yeah, as in, you know. And social media, it's Brian Temba, BRIANTEMBA on every platform.
Just like I asked Max, if people now want you backtrack, I know you guys prefer to have things. Are you also flexible, depending on the budget?
I'm very flexible. The funny thing is that during the COVID season, I've been doing live shows, you know, on Instagram and stuff, and it's been backtrack. And we are not limited by how we can perform. I think we're performers. We can just perform.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hit it for Brian as he gives us the song Grateful.
I'm using Max's mic, yeah? All right, here we go. So here's Grateful. I wrote the song because I was saying, you know, I'm thankful to fans and people that have supported, people like Brady here. Thank you. You started this, so thank you. Let's go. I never felt a love like this. Even though I've hurt you, you still love me. How do I explain this kind of love? Oh, your love never wavered. Oh, I will be forever grateful for the love you've given me. I am grateful. You stood by me when I was low. You listened when I needed a friend. I am grateful. Yeah. I'm grateful for your never-changing love. I'm thankful that I can call you a friend. Against everything, you never left my side. All I want to say is I am grateful, yeah. How do I repay what you've done for me? You laid your life on the line so I can love again, yeah. Through life I've seen so many people, but your love never ever changes. I am grateful. Oh, I'm giving all of me. Everything I am is yours. I'm grateful. Said I'm grateful for your never. I'm thankful that I can call you a friend. Against everything, everything, you never left my side. See, all I want to say, all I want to say, I am grateful. Oh, said I'm grateful. Oh, for everything, for being a friend. I am grateful.
against everything. You never left my side. Said I want to say, oh, all I want to say, I'm grateful. Said I am grateful. Changing love, oh, that I can call you against everything. You never left my side. All I want to say, oh, I am grateful. I'm grateful for your never. I'm thankful that I can call you a friend against everything. Yeah. You never left my side. Oh, all I want to say is, I am grateful. Yeah. Grateful for your never changing love. I'm thankful that I can call you a friend against everything. You never left my side, no. All I want to say is I am grateful.
Thank you so much, guys. That's powerful stuff. Both grateful squared. So again, Brother Brian, how do they get a hold of you?
They can send an email to info@briantembaworld.co.za. Temba doesn't have an H. So BRIANTEMBA. And on my social medias, it's Brian Temba on all of them. BRIANTEMBA.
Thank you. Let's give them again another round of applause. Abna and Smooth, I just want to share with the people what we're going to be talking about after lunch. If you can come up here quickly. Abna, yeah. Lebras, thank you. But you want to stay for lunch because some people must give you their cards here. Okay. Don't forget me in your kingdom when you make my 10%. Smooth, come in. Oh, my goodness, how could I? Please stand up, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Masisa. Just come up here quickly, Baba. Masisa, come up here. You're hiding yourself up there, man. Yes. Don't worry, guys. We're going for lunch, and unfortunately, all of you guys online, we've got a wonderful theme because this session after lunch is going to be done by Dan. So I'm just giving you a glimpse of what's going to happen. Who am I, Caesar? Sharp, my Brahman. Love this young man with my lungs, malamukhodi dikila, and everything that is within me. Any word of encouragement? Just 1 minute, any encouragement? Talk about empower or something. Please, come on. Yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. You have a word of
No. Remember, people are online. Yeah, EmpowerX, whatever. Come on, bro. Let's use this opportunity.
No, EmpowerX, it's an events and communication company, and I'm happy that Tigenale that the Tapelo that leads our digital unit. Thank you, Tate Mlapo, for inviting us. That's awesome. What I can say.
Well, we love and appreciate you, and thank you. Empowerment. Did you bring the other stuff there?
No, we didn't bring the empowerment, marketing material. But if you want to learn more about empowerment, you can go to empowerment.co.za. And we are not Empower Dex. We are Empower Works.
Works. Yeah. Because Dex get the PE stuff. Yeah.
It's WORX.co.za.
No worries. We will make sure, guys, we'll make sure we put that on the screen up there. Listen, we love and appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for your support. So Tapelo, again, is collaboration. Collaboration. When we come back, Brother Dan will be interviewing you guys because unfortunately lunch is ready for us. Smooth, what will your topic? Because Brother Dan will be sitting here. So what are you going to be talking about after lunch? Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for having me here.
Sure.
I'll be talking about the importance of mentoring the next generation of fathers, which
Are you saying
serves-
silahlile Sbu? That's what silahlile thina.
basically, I wouldn't say silahlile,
Ungathi
but I
professional
think-
ngishaya straight ngikhrotbani yakho silahlile Sbu.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi silahlile, but ngiyacabanga ukuthi we do have conversations that can amend that. Uma ngithi silahlile, we are putting a stamp on it, ukuthi isiphelile. But rather, we do have conversation that we can spark. I remember it was Dr. Johnny Mark who said, we are what we are today because of yesterday. And if we want to change yesterday, we need to have necessary confrontation with yesterday. Unless we do so, our tomorrows will forever be the same.
Hayi uDen uzosibamba mina ngizama ngihle lapha ngibe student kushaya. One of the only men that Ukai Leslie, I've put this man at Matebula, that when the Lord takes me, he's responsible for everything. He's been a great prophet to me. Through ups, through my downs. People know Dr. Malapo, but this man knows me when I'm broken, stressed, anxiety and depression. In public, I want to say, I love you, my brother. Tell them how many years do you know me, bro?
I've known David when possibly over 50 years.
50 years.
55 years, actually.
Yeah.
To be exact.
Yeah.
You know, I know David when literally we were little kiddies. I used to eat at his house, sleep at his house. Tema, if you know Kwatema, khona lezi ndlu zamatreni. Yakabo mlapho bekuyiyokqala nje 3-4 bedroom, and Abu Sharon nje bakhula phambi kwami, Abu Sis Rose, the sisters that we looked up to. But yeah, I've been through thick and thin with this man.
He buried my mom, he buried my dad. And you know, he's more than a brother to me. Let me focus on you.
David is beyond a brother for me. He's ungilobolele. Wangilandela unkosikazi, came to see me in rehab when I was in rehab fighting addiction. And that will be my subject after lunch.
Yeah, just share with that. What are you going to be talking to us now?
I'll be talking about my journey with addiction. He's asked in the program that I talk about substance abuse. I'm a proudly recovering addict.
For how many years now, Baba?
On the 5th of May this year, I celebrated 11 years clean time.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
So I'll be taking you through that journey in terms of what it is that I have encountered, how I got into it, and by the grace of God, how I came out of it. A lot don't come out of it, and I'm a living, walking testimony. If you truly want to see a miracle, this is it. And I'm truly grateful to my God that even today I'm still standing. So we'll go through that journey.
And also with as part of that, I Can Fathering,
Yes.
what you're going to be sharing with us?
We'll be sharing in terms of, just in terms of the material that we have, Train the Trainer program, the books that we are coming up with. You know, I never thought in my wildest dreams I'll be talking about drugs. And actually, please pray. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I got a call because at least once every or twice every week, I get fresh calls from parents who are struggling with their kids who are addicted to some sort of substance abuse, whether it be cat or coke or crack or whatever the case might be. But this particular couple called me because their child is in ICU, overdosed, and is on life support. And drugs and alcohol have encroached our society. Unless we are careful, we will lose the next generation. So I'd like to address some of those issues when we come back, but how we can actually empower each other to be able to break the silence and to be able to create a climate conducive for us to engage. You know, I've been through hell and back, you know, and I speak it, I tell it like it is, and through fathers I've written a book. The last chapter of my book actually took 2.5 years because I processed some of the stuff that I will share with you in terms of what I had to process in rehab in relation to my father, my own personal father, who passed away. By the way, the name that I have called Mariri is actually not my name. It's not my last name. It was just 3 years before my father passed away that I knew what his exact last name was. And he hid it from us. He was actually an adopted child, but he kept it away from us. So I'll share about some of those dynamics and the fact that today I value tremendously, I value counseling. I'm happy to sit in front of a counselor and weep my heart out. And most men don't do that. And I think it's time that we break the silence, we break the barriers. Last year I buried a friend who, MBA, committed suicide because his life was coming to an end, but didn't even have the guts to even tell me as a friend to say, I'm struggling. And I think through sessions like this and what we do as men, we need to break down those walls and be able to reach out to each other and say, gents, I'm struggling, I'm hurting. I was in church, inside the church, in the front pew, and nobody knew that I was using drugs. Not a single soul. I was undetectable and I flew under the radar, and nobody could pick it up. And when we come back, we'll share some of those things. I'm standing because of other men. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. If it wasn't for David, Leslie, and a couple of guys who were in here, Masiza, and Deborah, and quite a few, Bongani and Ngomani from social development, I wouldn't be standing here today. It's just by the grace of God that I'm standing. And if God can do it for me, he can do it for all of us.
So don't leave it up. So guys, please, after lunch, Spoo will start first with the importance of mentorship. And Abna, as part of our one-year program, serious stuff, he'll be sharing his journey, drug addiction, so speaking in tongues, doing all those things, it can happen. How it impacted his family, his marriage. Then now from here, after lunch, can we sing maybe lunch after lunch? So Brother Colin will be singing, and then Brother Dan, you'll be handling the situation here. And for some of you, please, online, while we are suffering for the Lord, having lunch, we do have a clip from Miles Monroe on how to become an effective leader. In fact, after Arnold, and then after we've done that, you guys will put it there. Guys, please, because we want to finish by 3 o'clock, at the most 3:15, because we start on time, want to finish on time. If we can have 40 minutes for lunch, is that okay? 40 minutes for lunch, is that okay? Jabza upete lamtana baba. Yin lamta baba.
Sanbonan madoda. Mangiti madoda uthi ndoda, madoda. Madoda. There's something that you have to understand before I carry on. You carry the most powerful name which was given to you by God himself, the name Father. You are the driver. You are the supporter. You are the protector. Singayilahli madoda. Ndoda. Amadoda ahlakaniphile ayafunda, because every time we have to empower ourselves. I have what you call a USB here, which contains about 10 books of Dr. David Molapo, about 3 CDs and 2 DVDs, 1 extra from John Maxwell, and I don't want much. I only want $500 for that. And here for Amachita only, I have a combo, but only for today. I will give this to you. The CD is actually 2-in-1, responsible, engaged fatherhood. It's easy to be a responsible father, but you're disengaged. Here we teach you how to be responsible and still be engaged. It's a 2-in-1, and it says just for men. Both of them, I will give it to you for $100. School of Money. Amachita, let's speak the truth. Inyugu is affect most of the time. We leave our families because of money. We become depressed, we become stressed because of money. Now this book here teaches you how to make, multiply, and manage your money. It comes with a CD and a DVD.
Politics of money. If there's no money, it's okay.
I call this one a 3-in-1. Choose to change. It speaks to your personal, it speaks to your relationship, and it speaks to your business. Take charge in times of challenge. There is no need to run away from challenges, but for you to face them, deal with them, and take charge. Growing without limits. This one will help you with your spiritual growth. The last one will be I Can Cancel. We have left our women, we have left our mothers and our wives to take care, to counsel our children. It is high time that we do it ourselves. The book is here to help you out. Thank you.
Jabu, you're on the right. Mabaketa go lunch on the right. You'll meet Jabu there, okay?
And I am not allergic to cash. Please bring your cash with you. Thank you.
And it's also good to see you, Dr. Shongwe. Please stand up, Baba. This is the boss of all the Seventh-day Adventists in Southern Africa. Give him a wonderful round of applause. Thanks so much, Baba. But then, pray short prayer for food, and then when we come back, the program is yours. I'll be sitting there learning. Al Chaplain Braden, a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you for the food that you're about to receive in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you for joining us for another power-packed message provided by Monroe Global Incorporated and MonroeGlobal.com. We transform followers into leaders and leaders into agents of change. We hope that this message is a blessing to you as you advance your life and discover your purpose. Now, let's go into the message.
On discovering the principles of effective fathering. What is effective fathering? I believe over the past 6 weeks of this series, the women have probably begun to understand the value of fathers. Because they know now that they're going to eventually end up marrying one of them. And if the father they get was not properly fathered, they married a problem. I want to begin this session, but in the context of God's desire to build a kingdom community on earth, and remind you that God's original purpose for mankind was to extend his heavenly country to earth. Very simple and practical plan. Secondly, his original vision was to colonize earth with the kingdom of heaven so that the culture of heaven could come to earth. Very simple idea, one that most of us in this region understand. Thirdly, God's original goal was to establish a community of heavenly citizens on earth. That's the ultimate goal of colonization. Colonization's goal is to transplant its culture, its values, standards, lifestyle to a distant territory. And that was and still is God's plan. He wanted his country that's invisible to be transplanted to earth, which is visible. So God's goal can be summarized in a statement that he made to Moses. And I want to read it with you. Genesis chapter 28. Let's go there. Some of your Bibles don't have a good translation of this verse. But in the Hebrew, here is how it's written. Genesis chapter 28 verse 3 says, "May God Almighty bless you." How? By making you fruitful by increasing your numbers. Why? Not to bring you to heaven, but to cause you to become a community of people. That's his goal. God doesn't need to populate heaven. Heaven is full of millions of angels, a lot of activity. It's exciting in heaven. God didn't kill your grandmother because he wanted another rose in his garden. God has no garden in heaven. His passion, his excitement is to build a prototype of heaven on earth so that earth becomes a community of heaven. Now, I want to quickly remind you of how communities are built and why they are important. Heaven is a country. A country has a nation. A nation is the people. The country is the property. The nation is the people. You can have a good country with bad people. That means that a nation is only as good as the people. The Bahamas has a beautiful country. There are no oceans more beautiful than the Bahamas. The sand is so pure. Coconut trees and lobster, clear crystal waters. But if the people are corrupt, the ocean is still beautiful. Don't confuse the country with the nation. The word people in this verse means nation, a community of people. A nation is the product of communities. So please write this down. Community produces the individual. All of us are product of some community. Secondly, community protects the individual. Thirdly, the community develops the individual. Do you know that a gang that perpetrates antisocial behavior is a community? And if your young boy who went to school is encouraged to join a gang behind the school, he has entered a community. And that community goes to work immediately to develop that kid to think like it. Fourthly, community cultivates the individual. So you can never be better than the community you are in. So if you want to change your life, you must change your community. That means get out of one and join another one. Because as long as you stay in a community, that community cultivates you. And number 5, community preserves the individual. The community actually will protect the individual in it. I've heard people say, I lost my child to that gang. Why? The gang is protecting your child from you. They tell your child not to go home. Why? The community will find a base house for him. It protects. Number 6, community contaminates the individual. You can be a nice person with good values, but you end up in the wrong company. And you'll be sitting down years later wondering, how did I get here? How many times have I spoken to a prisoner who would look at me and say, Dr. Monroe, we used to go to school together. And I sit in the prison hall and watch you on TV and I cry because we were in the same class. And I say to myself, how did he get there and I ended up here? And the prisoner would say, because we had different company. The power of community. Number 7, community disciplines the individual. Perhaps this is why a lot of people don't want to stay with communities. Because many communities won't allow you to get away with things you desire. Many reasons why people change churches is because some churches are so liberal, you can do anything and still be a member. Other church communities would say, you don't do that here. So they would switch to the community that allows it, because they don't want discipline. Number 8, community is the source of life. Community is what? The source of your life. Your life is what your community made it. Now, I want to introduce you to the first community. God's first community is not the country. The first community of God is the family. You were supposed to begin in the family. The greater community was supposed to benefit from the products of the family. Which means that our countries are only as good as the nation in it. And the nation is only as good as the people the families gave us. That leads me to point number 2. God's foundation for the family is the male. You know, God created the human family. There are 6.7 billion members of that family today on this planet. The planet is the country, and 6.7 billion of his products are the nation. And God built that family on a male. Let me prove that. There are 6.7 billion people on earth right now, and they say over 299,000 or so was born last night. It's the average a day. And do you know that God only made one? He only made one human from the soil. He never went back to the soil. Now what is he doing? He's building a human community. And he begins with one and only one. And he never created another one from the soil. Never went back. Only one. When you are building something, the most important part of it is the foundation. You never build a roof first. You never build a window first. You never lay a wall first. You first must lay the foundation, because you got to build everything on it. So God's strategy is perfect. I'm going to build the human community, my family, and I'm going to lay the foundation. And the foundation was this male creature. Then God went inside the male and began to pull out stuff. He put him to sleep, opened up his body, went inside, and he pulled out a female. Women did not come from the soil. Women came out of the male. When something comes out of something, then the something that it came out of is called the source. Write that word down, source. The male, therefore, became the source of all humanity. The male. The word source is critical because it's the word in Hebrew, Abba. Abba. Everybody say Abba. That's exactly what the word means. It means source and sustainer. Abba. We translate the word Abba, which is source, as father. So father is the foundation of the human family. Father, the source. And God happened to have decided to make the male the source. So the most important component in building the human family has to be the source, which is the male. So write this down. Fatherhood is the most important part of human community development. Fatherhood. One of the most important instructions God ever gave us is honor your father. Now, over the past 6 weeks, I've been sharing with you about this concept, because according to God, he said if you don't honor your father, a curse will be upon the country, the land. And then he says, obey your father and it will go well with you. Over 90% of all prisoners will tell you today that they are angry, upset, or disappointed with their fathers. According to God's disposition, crime is a fatherhood problem. If your land seems to be cursed, it's because something's wrong with fathering. And so let me kick into what we want to see as God's imperative. Exodus 20, God says, honor your father and your mother so that you may live long in the earth. He ties honoring father and mother to long life. That means if the homicide rate is high, if death to AIDS in your community is high, if death to drug abuse in your community is high, then God says it's tied to dishonoring fathers and mothers. In other words, the prevalence of death in a country is tied directly to what's happening with the fathers and the mothers, and the father is always first. A woman can never be any better than a man. I know you think I made a mistake. The woman came out of the man. Do you know what makes a woman sick? A bad man. Do you know what frustrates a female? Cannot find a good man. They're not looking for money. They don't want jewelry, even though that might help. They just want, not just a man, a good man. And this is why recently, in the last 50 years, most women have decided two things. One, either to live without them, or two, try and substitute another woman. The father is tied to life. Here's a verse you probably forgot. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 2. Honor your father and your mother, which is the first command with promise, that it may go well with you and that you may enjoy life on earth. I'm reading the Constitution. Look at the whole sentence. That means if something goes wrong with your father and mother's responsibility in your life on earth will be miserable. And it always begins with father. Girls, let me tell you something. Thank God you got a good daddy. Not every woman in this room has a good father. I won't talk about the men, it's worse. Most men have never seen a good daddy. And they are married. Let me just say something very deep, okay? Listen carefully. The male is the first one who had a baby. Now, I told you it's deep, okay? So, it's deeper than I'm saying it. God went inside Adam, pulled out a male, and built it into a female. He gave her breasts. They are called in the Bible paps. They reserve nutrients for offspring. Then he gave her a womb. That is the incubation capacity that makes her a female. The only two things that make a woman a woman. It's not lungs and hearts and pancreas and brain. Males got that. What they got that the male ain't got that makes them a female is two things. They got milk. Now some men take home milk, but they ain't got no milk. And a womb. Now you could cut your hair, put earrings in every part of your nose and ears, paint your fingernails pink, put on a false bra and walk around with your wrist broken, moving cool. My first question is, do you have a womb? You can cut your penis off and allow them to patch up a little slit in there, fool around your prostate, and call that an imitation vagina. I am still looking for a womb. Now I rest my case. Okay, God took the woman out of the man. That means the woman is the man's baby. This is why every male in every country, every culture has an inherent capacity to naturally call a woman baby. Every country. Why? Because in his DNA, in his psyche, there is inherent contraption, combumulation, which makes him eventually end up calling her, hey baby, because she is. Now if she's your baby, you're supposed to supply, protect, counsel, build, dress, help. Hey. This is why a woman will marry you, have her job, make more money than you, and still tell you, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is mine, because you were born to take care of me. I'm your baby. It's built in. It's built in. So a woman is not looking for a lover. She's not looking even for a husband. She's looking for a father. She wants to marry a father. We keep giving the woman a sex machine. She wants a father. This is why historically, all the way as far back as Noah, Abraham, even as far back as Adam, when a woman takes a man, the father brings the woman up the aisle to the man, and usually halfway in the aisle, the man who was taking the woman from that father would march down to meet the bride. But it ain't the bride he is meeting. He's meeting the father. And the father's holding on to his daughter. And brother, if he doesn't let her go, this is very important, you will never be married. Marriage is a transfer from one father to another father. So the father is saying, this is as far as I can bring her. You take her the rest of the way. I gave her BA, you give her a master's degree. I give her $1,000, you give her $1 million. This is why the Bible always says, a man, when he takes a woman never leaves her father. Let me read what it says. Genesis chapter 2. For this cause should a man, not the woman, woman never leaves. The man should leave his father and his mother, not the woman, and cleave to his wife. That means marriage is a woman changing fathers. What is father? Abba. What is Abba? Source. Oh my God. That means when that woman walks away from her first father and it's the life of this new father, that new father is her source. her sustainer. So if you can't pay for it, leave it alone. Oh dear. She is not supposed to sustain you. You were supposed to sustain her. So don't you count on her money that she getting, because she ain't counting on it either for you to get. Now, I know you want to negotiate, you know, we're going to work together and we're going to put our money together. That's fine, but calculate hers out of it even while you're talking in your mind. Just say, you know, I ain't going to add that in because that is not permanent. Don't get out of it. You are her sustainer. The Father is the source. Now I want to show you something. How to define Father. The word Father means Abba, but here's the other words it means. It means nourisher, sustainer, protector, progenitor. It means founder. It means author and maker. That's what you are to a woman. Oh my God. You make her. If she comes to you broke, she's supposed to leave rich. She comes to you with dirty clothes, you buy a new set of clothes and you pay for it. She comes to you fat, you say, baby, let's go chug. She's supposed to improve because she is your wife. The Bible says Jesus was talking to husbands and he said, husbands, love your wife like I love my wife. Who's his wife? Ecclesia, beautiful girl. Her name is Ecclesia. We call her church. He said, now you love your wife like I love my wife. Now how does he described how he does it. He said, first of all, I lay my life down for my wife. So lay your life down for your wife. Now what is your life? Your life is all the things you want for you. Me, I, me, ooh, he, I, e, ooh, he, I. He said, get rid of that and do everything for her, 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 her. Now that's tough. Lady, I want to watch wrestling. Yeah, but I want to talk to you, baby. Yeah, but wrestling on, baby, and I love wrestling. Yeah, but I want to talk to you. You got to lay wrestling down. That's tough, eh? There's a Rotary meeting tonight. Yes, baby, but we need to talk. Yeah, but I'm the president. I don't care, baby. I got to talk. You got to lay Rotary down that night. That's laying your life down for your wife. Because after all, you don't sleep with them brothers with that thing on that lapel. You sleep with her. Don't get nervous, guys. And the Bible says he washes her with the water of the word. So ought a man to love his wife like Christ loved his wife. He washes her. That means a good father of a woman gives her the word constantly. He washes her with the water of the word. And then it says he removes every blemish. That means a woman will always come to you with blemish. Bow leg, buck teeth, nappy head, big hips, whatever you call a blemish. There's no perfect woman in the world. The reason why they come imperfectly to you is because your job is to perfect. The woman that you're looking for, guys, does not exist. Why? You were born to create her. So what God gives you is the raw material. Say, do something with that, son. And I give you 45 years. Now, he removes what? Every spot, every wrinkle. And then it says, when he moves that from his wife, the next verse says, he presents her not to her parents, you know, to himself. A radiant woman. If you are ashamed of your wife, you should be ashamed of yourself. If you are not proud to go out with her, and I know some men who don't even want people to see their wives. They pay them to stay home. They buy them big TVs and all kind of things. Just stay home. I don't want my friends to see how you look. The Bible says a good man presents his wife to himself. He said, look at that. Isn't that good? That's mine. That's what I created. Isn't she awesome? You should see her when I first met her. Her parents don't even know her anymore. Are you proud of the woman in your life? Or do you hide her? You're the sauce. You're supposed to make her, author her. You got to honor the fathers. Let's take a look at this. Fathering is a position and a function, not a title or a name. It's a function. Secondly, the position and function of fathers must be honored. It didn't say the person must be honored. The position. Your father may be a rotten guy, but the Bible says still honor him. You ain't got to like people you honor. You don't like your president, but you got to honor that position. Thirdly, fathers must earn the right and respect to be honored. So the man, you got to be careful here. If you want to be honored, you got to make sure that you are in the position. Are you living worthy of honor? Fourthly, to honor fathers imply fathers can be dishonored. Some kids are ashamed of their fathers. I was talking to a young guy one time. He said, when I was growing up, my father would take me to school. He was an alcoholic. Many times I would tell him, drop me right here, 1 block away from the school, so my friends don't see you. And he'd walk the rest of the way to school because he couldn't handle what his father was. Dishonor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to close this session on this, just a couple of items about the perfect father. Now, if you were not here the last 6 sessions, please get all the tapes, the CDs. They're available for you right after the session in the bookstore. Please get them. And if you're watching live all over the world, you need to get the rest of it, because this is critical to our national development in our countries. I gave you some stats last week from the research on fathers in the United States. And they said that the highest source of poverty in the U.S. is fatherlessness. Not lack of money, absentee fathers. That's the biggest source of poverty. Here's something to remember. The greatest crisis in man's life is they have no fathers to model after. And every male will tell you that in this room. Very few men had a father he wanted to emulate. Secondly, a man cannot deliver what he never had. And this is tough for the women. Most women want a good man, but the man was not produced by a good man, and so they can't get a good man. And this is why when you demand things from a man, he can't deliver it because he never got it from a father who's supposed to teach him that. And so we demand from men what they cannot deliver. And what you do not have to deliver causes frustration. So what do you do if your earthly father fails? The answer is very simple. Matthew 5 verse 48 says, Jesus speaking, he said, look, if your father failed on earth, then be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. So it's possible for you to be a good father even though your earthly father messed up. You can switch genetics, change families, change communities. Young man, I'm telling you, I know it's been tough and it's been rough, and for the women even worse, but I'm telling you, there's hope. And the hope is we have a model that can correct our countries. Now, I gave you a list of specific things last week that Jesus specifically said his father gave him. That's why he's the perfect father. Here they are. He gave his son identity. Write this down. Work ethic, sense of purpose, sense of heritage. He gave his son power, authority, legitimacy. Christ got from his father a sense of destiny. He got a family. That's why he calls him father. He got his message from his daddy. You're writing too slow. Now, this list is what your kid's supposed to get from you. That's a tough job. What is father? Abba. What is Abba? Sauce. Okay. I have in my hand right now a mango seed. Do you see it? Use your imagination. Okay, here's a mango seed. This is the sauce. I plant it. What comes out? Mango tree. And what comes on the tree? Mangoes. In other words, the identity is trapped in the sauce. You need to be a good man for the sake of your great, 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 great grandchild. You are a generational carrier. So, I'm going to show you a picture of Michael Jackson. Do you all mind? It's a good place to close on Mikey. I like Michael Jackson. Okay. I gave you 6 last week. This is number 7 that you're missing. The other 6. Fathers transfer credibility. What do fathers do? Transfer credibility to their sons. Fathers transfer their credibility and their reputation to their offspring. Listen to me. Father, let me give you proof right here. Can you trust your children with your name? Can you trust your children to make good decisions? Because you transferred your credibility to them. They learned it from you. Can you trust them? I gave my son, who's here today, I gave him my name. That's a dangerous thing. That means if I mess up, he's messed up for life. I gave him my name, so I have to live right. I appointed my son managing director of our family investment company. And then I wrote a letter to all the banks, all the insurance companies, all our folks we do business with. And the letter says, this is Dr. Monroe. I want to introduce you to my son. His name is Miles Monroe Jr. He is now authorized to do all business in my name. Signed, Miles Monroe. So they don't need to call me anymore. They don't need to send stuff to me anymore. All goes to him. Now I trust him to make good decisions. Why? I trained him. I am 54 years old. I took 54 years of credibility and gave it to him in 50 seconds. That's fathering. Read this verse. John 5:22. Christ says, moreover, the Father judges no one, but has entrusted all judgment to the Son. Are you a good father? You spent 50 years building a house, paying the mortgage, you paid it off, and now you tell your son, okay, you're my eldest son, I'm going to sign this over to you, I'm getting ready to die. Will that son turn that house into a drug house? Will he mortgage it to finance a drug habit? Will he waste what you have worked so hard for? Can you entrust to your children all judgment? Father. Look at verse 23. He says, so that all may honor who? The Son. I want everyone that I relate to, that I built relationships with over 30 years, I want to honor my Son. So the bankers now, they call my son. It took me 30 years to develop a relationship with a banker, and now the banker has to talk to my son in 30 seconds. That's a transfer of credibility. How many times you heard fathers say, boy, I can't give that son nothing. Everything I give him, he squanders it. I gave him my business down in Africa. He lost it. Gave the one in Freeport. He sold that to a girlfriend. Gave this one. He got his kids. In other words, I can't trust my children. Well, that's not their problem. That's your problem. You failed as a father. So that they may honor the Son just like they honor the Father. Can your kids be respected because you are respected? Oh, have you heard this lately? What's your name, boy? Oh, you's the Burroughs? Boy, who's your daddy? Then we can't give you no credit. Have you heard that before? Why? Your father's name is so bad in this community, we can't even do business with you. Your father could not sign a piece of paper for you to get a loan for your business because his name has no credibility. As a father, think about your children.
Two. Brothers, we can come and settle down so that we can continue with the program, so that we may keep time. The guys online, welcome back. Hope you've enjoyed the session with Dr. Miles. To the guys inside the hall, can we come and take our seats? Thank you so much. At this point in time, we're going to welcome our brother Colin, to come and to render a song for us. Can we put our hands together as he comes? Great stuff.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wow. Okay, we're going to do this song. The best thing you can do is clap your hands. I know you just had your liquor lunch and all that. Some are still digesting. I see a couple of people with toothpicks. That's okay. We understand. The name of the song is called I Believe. It was inspired by what we see happening around us. Young men being involved in drugs. And a lot of our people losing hope. But we're just saying, hey, look, you came into this world, you had a dream. Like Brakole and I once had a dream of standing on big stages, and today I'm standing in one. One, because I never lost hope in my dream, and I'm still here. And like Brian and Maxoba, I'm here to do my thing. Let's go. All you can do is just clap your hands, okay, ne? I know if a couple of ladies were in here, it's going to be more energetic and a little bit. Now here, now, I see you sitting all alone with your head down lower. Wipe the tears from your eyes and put your best smile on. Hey, that dream that you had, you can still achieve it, but all you got to do is believe in.
Sing along with me. Have faith that's unmovable. Have faith that's unshakable. All you gotta do is just believe. Sing and say, oh. Hey, sing, I believe. Yes, I believe. And now sing and say, yeah, 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 yes, I believe. Sing, I believe, I believe, I believe. You know that you dream about it, but you feel sometimes what you dream is impossible. But you gotta keep pushing. Everything that you need is all inside of you. I'm here to remind you that storms will come and go. Have faith that's unmovable. Have faith that's unshakable. All you gotta do is just believe. Sing and say, hey. Hey, sing, I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I believe. I believe. One more time, sing. Oh, hey, hey. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. Yes, oh, yeah. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. One more time, just clap your hands, it's okay. I see the other guy is a bit sleepy there. I know lunch tends to make us a bit sleepy, but don't worry. Let's get ready for the next session. We're going to have a great time. And all the guys go, hey, hey, hey. Now we take it home. Yeah, oh, yes. Hey, yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, yes. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. Sing, I believe. Yes, I believe. Sing, I believe. Yes, I believe. Yes, you believe. Sing, you believe. Yeah, you believe. Yeah, you believe. Together we believe. Yes, we believe. Yes, we believe. Yes, we believe. Oh, oh, I believe. Thank you, brother. Thank you. This is Bongi and Colin online on Instagram, Facebook, and everything. You just go Bongi and Colin. I sing with my wife. We play together, we sing together, we pray together, and we also do the other thing together. But just go online and check Bongi and Colin. Thank you so much.
Can you repeat that again, my brother? Colin, can you repeat that again for somebody who did not catch it well? How can people find you?
You just go online, go search Bongi and Colin, Bongiand, Colin, Collin. We are Bongi and Colin on socials. Must I also hold that one, if you want to get hold of us.
Sure, yes, sir.
info@bongiandcolin.com. info@bongiandcolin.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we put another round of applause for our brother Colin? We are also on live on Facebook, ICANN Leadership Institute Africa. Facebook, we are there. Please log in. You know, I'm looking at all the talent that has been singing since this morning, and I'm asking myself a question: are we really collaborating? Are we really helping our brothers? You know, the Jewish population, they are so few. I think they are only 5 or 10% of the whole population, but they are the richest because they support one another. 25, 30 years ago in Europe, on the public toilets, it was written, no Chinese and dogs allowed in these toilets because the Chinese were poor. Today, they're the second richest because they found a journey coming back to themselves. Until we start collaborating, we're just wasting our time, we're playing. There's a lot of gifts and talents in this country. But because of the disintegration that was caused by apartheid, it helped us to sabotage one another. Somebody said a statement to say, I think it's about Leslie who said, something that belongs to you might be locked up in somebody else. We function like a human body. Even if you see food, it doesn't matter how the food looks good and looks tasty, but if your hands won't help you to take the food and put it in your mouth, you'll still starve. So we function like a human body, and we need to appreciate that and start working together to help each other. All the speakers who went this morning, they gave us a lot to chew. Today, it's a challenging day. You can never forget today in a hurry. We've learned so much. I'm a constant learner. And I act upon knowledge. I learn from everybody. I learn from my children. One of my sons asked me a question. He said, do you know why actors are rich? I said, no. He said, because they act. Until you act on knowledge, you are deceived. You need to understand the importance of knowledge and the application. Wisdom is the collection and application of knowledge. Now, we are going to learn more about fathering. I have two gentlemen that I'm going to call to the front. We'll learn more about fathering and substance abuse. And one of the gentlemen will talk about the next generation of leaders, of fathering, next generation of fathering. In Hosea 4:6, the Bible says, my people are destroyed because they lack knowledge. And God continues to say, because of you have rejected knowledge, I'll also reject you. We see God equating himself with knowledge. So until you understand why you are here on earth, the only thing that limits you is knowledge. The day you get knowledge, you get liberation. Every man's mountain is his own ignorance. If you knew how to become rich, you'd be rich by now. If you knew how to be healthy, you'll be healthy. But the fact that you don't know, that's why you're still struggling in that particular area. And Tate Khoboka spoke on marriage to say, if you're struggling in marriage, it's not because of witches and wizards, it's because of lack of knowledge in that particular area. If you know 15% and you've put the best shot in marriage, the only result you'll get is 15%. And that's why we need coaches and mentors. Because whatever you do out of common sense, the best you can do is common. So I'm going to call Brother Apna and Brasvu to come and join me for the panel discussion here. We are just going to have fun. Can we put hands together as they come through? You can take the seat there. You have a mic. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming through to grace this occasion.
Thank you.
I just want us to have fun and just to be ourselves and just talk to the people out there and to talk to all these champions and entrepreneurs who are in this building, the fathers who are here in the building, and to everybody around the world, because of this thing is going live all over the world. People are watching this thing. Somebody's sitting out there, they're having a challenge as a father. They're having a challenge and they're asking themselves questions. Is it still worth it to be alive? What should I do? And here we are sitting here. I believe that God has brought us together because there's a reason and a purpose. And I want somebody to be helped out there through the stories that we're going to be sharing today. These are not just stories. We're not performing here. We're sharing life. So I'm going to start with my brother Spoo. Just take us through how are we supposed to prepare ourselves in terms of becoming the next generation fathers.
No, thank you. And I think the best way to start this conversation is actually to go a bit backwards, to rewind a bit about my life, because I think that's where the engine of fathering actually sparked. I was born in a family that was disorientated. As a matter of fact, my mom and dad separated even before I was born, out of a dispute that I was even his. So now, back in the days, the DNA was not really popular, and we didn't believe, especially Tinabantu Abamnyama, as we didn't really believe much in DNA, so we wanted to do things ritually. So now in Geswati, there is this thing, if you want to check if this child is ours, meaning belonging to the family, you would have to strip him naked. Well, that was the case when I was almost a year, taken into a hut in Dumba. And after them speaking to ancestors, lighting the incense and so forth, there was a belief that, well, I was accompanied with Imbuz, a goat, that after them talking to the ancestors, if that animal raised its ears, was an indication that he is ours.
My goodness. Teach us, my brother.
So technically, I'm a child of a goat.
Yeah.
Had it was it not for the goat,
To agree.
there was never going to be an agreement that he is ours. That was the first phase of my abuse,
Sure.
which actually hit me at the age of 10 because I became bitter that why would he impregnate mom and yet deny? And the only form of agreeing that I'm his was from a mere animal of some sort. And then the second phase of the abuse was when my mother had moved on with her life and found this gentleman who was then her boyfriend, actually abused her in front of me. I never got rid of the clapping sound, the slapping sound across her face till today. Till today, I detest a man who looks, touches, or does anything violently against a woman because of that. And the third part of the abuse was when I was molested by my own uncle. And till this day, not many people know about that because us as men, as my mentor once said, women are given like 24,000 words in a day, and us men, we have less than 6,500 words in a day. So we never speak about these issues. But I'm grateful for conversations as such because it was Dr. Johnny Mark who said, in order for us to change our yesterday, we need to have necessary confrontation. Until we do so, our tomorrows are forever going to be the same. So that gave me not only an understanding of how important fatherhood is, but of how important mentoring the next generation of fathers.
True. True.
Let this be open for not for argument, but for conversation. Most of my generation are raised by fathers who were not men. They were males, but not men. Easy to find males, but very difficult because men, true men, are a rare commodity. So when we understand this epidemic, when we understand the importance of mentoring the next generation, it's us founding the next generation on good grounds because the man is not the head because he is envisioned as being on top. He's the head basically because he's the foundation.
True.
The height of this building had to be measured by the strength of the foundation. If the foundation is not tested, the building has bigger chances, much bigger chances for it collapsing. So I think the most important conversations we need to have today is what do we need to do and what do we need to say to this generation going forward on mentoring fathers to come, because having a child is as quick as 5 seconds.
True. True.
I don't know how many men can relate to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Most talk about 2 minutes noodles, but
There are 5 seconds.
I'm glad because I don't know men in this room, so I'm not talking to anyone. So having a child is a matter of 5 seconds. No matter how long it takes, but being a father is a lifetime commitment. I really, really, really love what the gentleman spoke before us who said, the only thing I fear was not to have my children as my ex-children.
Wow. Yeah, that's deep, and we're learning.
Yes.
We're learning. And what is it that we can teach our young men who are out there in terms of fathering? What is it that we can, deposit in them so that even the day we leave this planet, because we are not here forever.
Yes.
What is it that we can live with them to say, from here onwards, this is how you are going to continue with this
Dr.
thing?
Dan, at the age of 13, I contemplated suicide 3 times. And all that was out of a question saying, what is fatherhood? I didn't get that from Ekhaya. I would wake up with women, my granny, mom, aunts, and sisters. And all my life, I never knew was to have a father figure. So the only break I got as to answering this question was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Mkwanazi, my maths teacher. I adored him because he was so tough, but really tender-hearted. So you could fall in love with him. I loved how he would handle us, tough but tender-hearted. That for me was, man, I longed for that. Where have you been all along? The second man I adored was Pastor Daniel in my former church, who actually modeled integrity, which integrity was something rare for me. Integrity was so absent to a point that the only thing I was very, very accustomed to was violence and objectinating women. That women are just object of no, mchitele lo muntu. Yeah, no, ngimshayile. Yeah, that was the conversation. And the more we had that conversation, the more manly we felt. But that man proved it wrong because he didn't teach. Because one thing about fatherhood is not taught. Fatherhood is caught. You model it and let them catch it. Let them see. This is what the world says. But no. Spoo does it differently. Dr. David does it differently. So I'm going to catch positivity from them. As a matter of fact, having to answer this question, what is fatherhood? I landed in my own discovery that a man needs to be a man 4 times.
Okay.
Until you're a man 4 times, you're still running the route of being a maid.
Sure.
A man 4 times is, well, I understood that I think about 6 years ago as part of my own discovery. That number 1, a man needs to be identified. And we need to identify ourselves in 2 folds. First fold, identity as a male.
Okay.
This is who I am. And I need to love myself. Secondly, identify yourself in your source. God is my source. The only place before having this conference that I could actually be vulnerable to was on my knees. That was the only source. So identify yourself as a male and identify yourself in God being your source. Secondly, a man is characterized by values, family values, that is. There is one man who said, if you don't have anyone whom you fear, you are to be feared. If you do not have anyone to account to, you ought to be feared. You are more like a supercar running without brakes. You are dangerous because you don't have someone to account to.
Sure.
So family values needs to be identified with you. And thirdly, you need to be aware of your community. What is your contribution to the community? You can't say you are a man and yet you don't think about those who are outside your own yard, your own surname, your own family. You have got to be conscious of that. And thirdly, which is what most people jump into without understanding their identity, their family values, and their community values, is being a man of God. Until today, I don't call myself a man of God. I have nothing against that. But I'm conscious of the fact that should I claim to be a man of God, I should check 3 boxes before. Am I a man identified in God? Okay. Am I a man identified with family values? Or am I a man identified with good contributions to my own community? Then I can start to say, I am a man of God.
Wow. Great stuff. Yeah, it's a good time to clap that right there. Brasbu,
yes, sir.
Help us in a situation that I'm abusing my wife. I'm speaking to somebody out there.
Yes.
Here's a guy is abusing his wife, maybe for different reasons that we don't know about.
Yes.
How can such a man get help, and what is it that he's supposed to do in order to become a changed man? Because of sometimes maybe he does not even like what he's doing.
Yes.
But how do you help such a person?
I really love that question. And I'm thankful to the information that we are given access to. As a matter of fact, point number 1, it's only hurting men who hurt.
Okay.
I really want that to sink in.
Yeah.
It is only hurting men who hurt. I'm acute to hurt because that's why I hurt people. And secondly, as soon as you understand that where you are from is bitter, accept, vuma, ukuthi ulimele. Because the only thing a dog does is to lick its own wound. Iyazifihla out of everyone else, goes under a bin somewhere and acknowledges, number one, I'm hurting ngilimele. So it's no use for me to hurt others ngilimele. I lick my own wounds. I accept I'm wounded. And secondly, I need to seek for help. And I thank Dr. David Mulapa for affording us this opportunity globally. Because for years, if not decades, we have been hidden from opportunities as such, where I can come in and voice out. I can just come in and be myself. I can come in and really be like David, who danced his robe off and something was dangling in between. That was him, right? Please don't have a picture. You can have a picture. You got this the same. We all have that. So, we do.
The politics of the penis.
Yeah, Dr. David will talk about that. So, no doubt that we do. However, I think the first thing is to acknowledge that hurting men are hurt themselves. True. Secondly, they need to acknowledge ngilimele, and they need to have a voice to cry. Because when you go to amusement parks, roller coaster, there are two types of roller coaster riders. There are those who are quiet, they implode. And most of those are those who vomit and faint in the process because they never voice out what they're experiencing in that moment. And there are those on the roller coaster ride who scream out their lungs. Be a man who's going to talk. Just talk. Just talk. Yeah. Just talk. Talking does more than what a counseling would do for you. Okay. Just talk. All right. When we get to understand that, that's the foundation of healing a wounded man. Khuluma ndoda. Yes.
Now, before I let you off, you've spoken about the next generation of fathers. You spoke about a hurting man.
Yes.
We spoke about an abusing man. Yes. What about a man who's confused? Grew up like in a family, there's no father figure, there's no uncle that he's looking up to. The guy is confused, he's married, and now he has to father his own children. Remember, you cannot give what you don't have.
Yes.
How do we help that man?
100%. I think I do agree with you that you can't give what you don't have. But it's not only what you don't have that you've never been exposed to. You have got to be exposed one way or the other. And it's the eagerness of wanting to know what father figure is that God is going to expose you to people and men who's going to model that integrity. True. I didn't have that.
Yep.
I did not. The only relationship I had was when schools are closed. When pack your bags, go see your dad. And without even them communicating, I would just land at my father's place. My mother is in the West Rand, my dad is in the East Rand. So I would just land and he would be amazed. And I would be there waiting for 5 hours rather, for him to come from work. And that was it. That was the only relationship. And the only way of communicating with my mom was me. So now, the most painful thing going through that, you know, they think they're punishing each other by punishing me.
Okay.
And they don't realize that the only thing they used to punish each other was getting more ruined than the other person feeling the pain.
Never saw it that way, my brother.
So, without even clean clothes, my dad would just wash them, murmuring.
Yeah.
But I was the one feeling the pain because I was left with that. I was left wondering, what did I do? Because when I go to school, Ubaba did this for me, and I have nothing to say. Till this day, I've never spent a day, Umama no Baba, just chilling. I don't know that.
Yeah.
But I have to make sure. So when you speak about the next generation, mind you, the next generation is from our loins.
True.
So when God says, I'll bless you, and those coming after you, is the generation coming after you.
Yeah.
So I had to make sure that I myself, by the way, I'm a result of 8 children from 7 different mothers. You can make your conclusions. Yeah, no, he got it very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a result of 8 children from 7 different mothers. So me coming from there, I need to set example to my daughter who's 2-year-old that she's not going to go through what I had gone through. I had to kill and overcome demons. My own father could not. For the sake of my one who is coming as the potential next generation from my own loins.
Yeah.
So the best of mentoring the next coming generation is to feed and nurture ones you have under your care.
What brought the healing? Because I can see you are passionate about this thing and you went through a lot of rough patches, but I also see a healed man.
Yes.
So what brought the healing, basically?
I need to thank God. It's a funny story, but most men can relate. At the age of 14, I decided to go to church. Well, I was invited to Gesundweni. So the only reason I went to church, I was invited by this pretty chick. Yeah, no, she was. No, she was hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Bishop, no, she was hot.
Yeah.
Yo, she was hairy, man. She was, yeah. No, I almost spoke in tongues. But so she was the reason why I went to church. It was on a Wednesday on the 14th of March.
Wow.
But nearly 7 days afterwards, I fell in love with God. Because there was a man who modeled fatherhood. And I wanted to know who is the God to that man.
Okay.
Who is his father? I fell in love with him. That changed everything. But I have got to stamp this. After God playing his part, I thank men who played their part that I can be a man and a father I am today. That's where the healing comes from. Because when we talk about God, we thank him. But when we testify about him, we thank others because or through him. So ngiyambonga uNkulunkulu for saving me. But I also thank Dr. David Mulap. I also thank Dr. TK. I also thank Dr. Dan. I also thank Baba Mkwanazi, my maths teacher, who was very harsh but very tender-hearted, and I fell in love with that. So that's where my healing comes from.
My brother, thank you so much. And before I let you off, yeah, that's a good time to clap. You know the importance of teachers. Teachers who are out there watching this program, we want to encourage you that you might not be an engineer, a pilot, all these marvelous things that your students has become. But here's an example of somebody who, through a teacher, saw a father in that teacher.
That's right.
So to the teachers out there, we appreciate you and we continue to say, do the good work. Because the only thing that God is going to reward you with is the legacy that you have left with your students. And I want us to clap hands for the teachers who are watching this program. So thank you so much, my brother. We really appreciate you. Last words from you before I go to Brother Abner. What is it that you can say to people out there?
One great and quite aged philosopher once said, facts you can't deny, but truth you can apply. It's a fact we are a wounded nation, we are a wounded generation. But the truth is, until God says it's over, it's not over. We can change. We can be the game changers. And I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you.
So thank you so much, my brother. We really appreciate you, man. Now, crossing over to my friend, my brother. We've traveled a lot, doing a lot of trainings. We've almost trained the whole of Botswana, the FNB Botswana. Yeah, doing customer service. And, we enjoyed each other's company. And I really appreciate you, Abner. And, I just want to, just help us to understand your journey in this thing called substance abuse. What happened? And
well, I owe a great debt of gratitude to David Molapo for just having me here to be with you guys this afternoon. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be able to share my journey and my testimony with you. It's been rough. There's a particular scriptural verse that says we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. And today, thank you so much. Thank you, Sbu, for what you just shared. I just want to share with you a poem that I keep all the time with me as I just, lay the foundation of what I'm going to share with you insofar as my particular journey is concerned, particularly when it relates to substance abuse. And it's a poem called My Name is Cocaine. It basically encapsulates the essence of what it is that I went through. It says, my name is Cocaine, call me Coke for short. I entered this country without a passport. Ever since then, I've made lots of scum rich. Some have been murdered and found in a ditch. I'm more valued than diamonds, more treasured than gold. Use me just one time and you too will be sold. I'll make a schoolboy forget his books. I'll make a beauty queen forget her looks. I'll take a renowned speaker and make him a bore. I'll take your mother and make her a whore. I'll make a school teacher forget how to teach. I'll make a preacher not want to preach. I'll take your rent money and you'll get evicted. I'll murder your babies or they'll be born addicted. I'll make you rob, steal, and kill. When you're under my power, you have no will. Remember, my friend, my name is Big C. If you try me just one time, you may never be free. I've destroyed actors, politicians, and many a hero. I've decreased bank accounts from millions to zero. I make shooting and stabbing a common affair. Once I take charge, you won't have a prayer. Now that you know me, what will you do? You'll have to decide. It's all up to you. The day you agree to sit in my saddle, the decision is one that no one can straddle. Listen to me and please listen to me well. When you ride with cocaine, when you ride with cat, when you ride with nyaupe, you're headed for hell. Okay. My drug of choice was crack cocaine. At the height of my addiction, I combined quite a number of drugs. It was crack cocaine, ecstasy, and alcohol. And I became incredibly suicidal. I checked into a hotel in the East Rand, bought 3,000 rands worth of cocaine, wrote a suicide note with the view to end it all. Had it been not for the grace of God, I don't think I should be standing here or sitting here addressing you before you. I never thought in my wildest dreams I'll be an addict nor talk about addiction. I grew up in church. I knew what was right and what was wrong. And yes, I followed the precepts. I was there full time. I was in leadership. I functioned effectively in bringing and opening the doors for many to come into the house of the Lord. I became a community builder, community worker. I brought in people to come and share their testimonies about drugs and drug addiction. Bless his soul, I worked with Brahuma Sikela, Lebo M, the list is long. Some of the people that I worked in to bring into the church to share with young people, little did I know that one day I will be going through that. It is true when the Bible says pride goes before the fall. Because when I was in church, I really was supposed to come into church when God opened doors. Because I grew up in the township like many of us, come from a very poor family, always wanted my life to become better, to become someone. And when I came back, I spent about 13 years overseas. When I came back, instead of giving God the glory for the open doors and opportunities, I was in manufacturing. Karl Marx says we need to control the means of production. So that was my disposition, and my heart and my hunger was to flow in that field of manufacturing. And when God opened the doors, instead of coming into the house of the Lord and giving him the praise and the thanks, because he is the one who opens the doors, I started to take credit for myself. And he's a jealous God. Okay, you sort it out yourself. I developed a knack for drinking alcohol. Started with a little bit of sweet wine, graduated and moved to red wine. Before long, I was in Johnny Walker. You see, festive season, Britain. Be careful. Be careful how you when you drink that, because the real one is looking that direction. The fake one is looking the opposite direction. So be careful, Majita. So I developed a knack for that, knack for cigars. Just to cut long stories short, before long, I lost a son who was murdered. Found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time. I had gone to speak, and after I finished, it's all in my book, I was invited to a house, and as I was about to leave, I was a bit tipsy. I went into a room and found about 10, 15 guys in there with about 4 or 5 ladies who were butt naked or half naked. And can I talk?
Yeah.
Can I say it like it is? So
No,
their
no.
titties were kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got seriously attracted by Braden. They locked the door, and there was every drug imaginable that you can find on the table. I was offered something that looked like a cigarette. It was crack cocaine. And they showed me how to do it. It's basically a gauze. It's a pipe, and there's a gauze in the front, and you basically light up that little rock, and you inhale it very slowly. And I did it 3-4 times. I coughed, and I decided I'm going home. This is not for me. Got in the car. When I got on the M2, that drug started to kick in. It was like a new world was opened up for me. I parked on the side. I savored the moment. The way I describe crack cocaine for myself is you take your sexual encounter that you've had, the best that you've had. When you're on crack cocaine, multiply it 10 times. Ubiza wako uyavuka kalali uhlala njalo umi njalo uthi attention, and you can bet as many women as you possibly could. So for me, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was born because I knew the principles of what it meant to be a Christian, a godly man, and I started a war internally and inside of me. So I was one thing at the church, and I was another thing somewhere else. I became a master pretender. Should have been given a best performing award for best performance because I perfected the art of pretense. I was a hypocrite by every stretch of the imagination. And I for the first 3 years of my life, drugs didn't really do anything for me. But the last year, that's when I took a nosedive. I said with the utmost of humility, I pawned everything that there is to pawn in my house. And I said with the utmost of humility, God knows my heart. I had shares everywhere. I had made some money. I was doing exceptionally well. Had a couple of cars. I had businesses going. I had a house literally next to David in 4 ways that I built for cash and sold it for $2.5 million, and I smoked it. I had a house in Wendywood. I smoked it. I had shares, various places, cashed them. I'll never forget it. One day, my balance in the account, when my wife came, it said 0.00. There's no strip club I've not been in Gauteng. Tongue-talking, God-fearing Christian man, Marasha Karaboro Siondoro Bereshe. But I was in the strip joint. And I was chilling. I tell you, every strip joint, it was there just to go and get high. I became decadent. I became hypocritical. I became self-absorbed. I was arrogant. I was full of grandiosity and pride. It was my way or the highway. I love my children like you would not believe. My son, who is now 17, was suffering basically asthma. And I remember one day he got admitted in hospital because I'd actually smoked so much crack in the garage that the actual smoke went into the house and it affected his lungs and he couldn't breathe. And as I was leaving my garage into the house around 2 in the morning, he was coming through the passage, and there my son was. I got a fright of my life, and all he was looking for was his pump so he can be able to breathe. I pushed him back, sent him back to his room. He collapsed, and he was admitted to hospital. I tried to go and see him. When I got to rehab, they said 1 is too many, 1,000 never enough. I tried to go and see him. I parked on the outside, and I said, let me take a little bit of crack. I took crack. I couldn't drum up the energy to go see him. while he was in ICU for 4 days. I literally became an absentee father. I brought drugs into my home. I'd opened the door, and Brahu, bless his heart, and Lebo M sent me to my first rehab, which was in Sentin. I relapsed while I was inside, came out, went to another rehab. I relapsed. Eventually, I went to a rehab in South Coast Recovery Center, and that's where I recovered my life for 8 months. I began to understand that my drug of choice, which was crack cocaine, at the height of my addiction, much as you can bet as many women as you can, at the height of my addiction, and I speak specifically about drugs, nothing more, but at the height of my addiction, I couldn't even desire a woman. I had something called a demon encounter, if you will, but an outside, a metaphysical experience, if we may call it that. And when I got to rehab, I understood that I was actually having a sex with a demon. And my drug of choice, which was crack cocaine, had a demon associated with it called incubus and succubus, male demon and female demon. And for me, at the height of my addiction, no more desire for a woman, but I could ejaculate with something that was holding me. When I looked around, there was absolutely nothing. Okay? So I went, I came back. Now you have to understand, especially in the context of fathering. I blew everything, gents, literally. I literally blew everything. I blew money. And you must know, I mean, there's so much to share. You must know that I have taken marriage vows, married. I'm a father who's supposed to be a mentor, mentoring his children. I've got a little boy who's looking up to me. And I opened the window and allowed the enemy to encroach into my home. And he was truly destructive in a true sense of the word. My life became chaotic. Everything that I built was gone. I hit rock bottom. I know what it means for the sheriff to come in and knock on your door and repossess everything and take everything. I became a friend of the sheriff, you know. And in hindsight, I believe that everything works together for good to them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. I became a friend of the sheriff, and the sheriff will come to me and say, hey man, sort out this thing, sort out this thing. There's so much to tell around that issue, but I became his friend. Eventually my staff was certain things, lights were off, my kids were thrown out of private schools, and I literally had to start from scratch. And when I went to rehab, and I thank God for that particular rehab, because that's when I never used to believe in deliverance until I went to that particular environment and understand the nature of my addiction, that I suffer from a disease called addiction. And if it's not treated, it is progressive, it is hereditary, and it can be fatal. I processed a lot of things when I was in rehab. One of the things that I processed was about my dad. You know, my dad worked for a company called Van Leer, and when I was really little, C7 Ekas, Kulelokshini, when I was very little, my father used to take me to go and drink with his buddies. And this particular time, we came back late at night. And it's in my book. Nobody knows about this story, but this is what some of the things I processed in rehab. But we met Amapoisa and Lele Namapon. And they beat up my father so badly that after they beat up my father, we actually delayed going home because he couldn't show my mother and my sisters and my other siblings that this is what had happened. So eventually what my father did, Sangena Gwenyindle next door, was telling Amanzi, Wenza Shoguti, the wounds cannot tell. I think I was about 6 or 7. And he made me to swear that I must never disclose this incident to anybody. And that a man never cries, especially in front of women. So I grew up with this bitterness. And Dr. Mulapo knows my family exceptionally well. I mean, he knows my mother, knows my father, my sisters, my relatives, every single one of them, he knows them. But I grew up with this thing that I held in my heart for so long that I couldn't share with anybody. And it made me to close up. And the image that I had, that there are certain things that you tell women, there are certain things that you don't share with women. So I grew up with that concept of saying a man agakali, a man does not show his weaknesses. And when I grew up, even when I was going through the pain that I was going through, yes, I had a lot of men around me, but I was closed up. Because a man never shows his weaknesses to another man. It was until I went to that particular rehab and I came back. And when I came back from rehab, believe it or not, my father had died and I couldn't process it. And it was my brother, my late brother, who came and told me, I said, Chief, lesibonge esisiphethe akusisibongo sethu. Le time leli lisifihlele ukuthi kahle kahle thina singabobani. The only person I could confront was my mother, who was also sworn to secrecy. Okay, let me back up. It's in my book, and you'll pick it up. When my dad go drinking, he also had a side bench. I'm sure if you stand a side bench.
Yeah, side dish.
So that's what I understood as a man, that in as much as you are married, you must also have side benches. I took my son, just fast track, took my son to go and speak somewhere. And when he heard me share my testimony, they came for rehab and they processed their pain because I used to hide drugs in my daughter's pockets. And when she goes to school, Aziwa, they harbored a lot of pain. They processed it with counselors, but never processed it with me. And for me, I thought that we are all good. Little did I know that there was still that soul. So when I shared that testimony, I think it was last year, and I took him with me. He kept quiet, got in the car, we left. It was at a men's conference. And when we got home, late at night, I was just, I like to watch CNN at night and just catch up on what's happening in America. He came, he says, Dad, I just want to tell you how much I hate you. And he was literally shivering. And I didn't understand. But one of the tools that I took from rehab was that your listening skills must be much more accentuated than your speaking skills. So I listened to him, he shared his pain. I phoned my counselor, I phoned my sponsor, told him about the situation. He said it's okay. And he came and we processed that information, me and my counselor. And about 2 weeks later, my son came, said, I really didn't mean that. But what you shared and what you have done makes me to be ashamed to be called your son. It broke me for quite an extended amount of time. But be that as it may, I was grateful to God that my son could be able to share with me how he felt. Because I never got an opportunity to share with my dad how I felt. And I pray to God that as men gathered here together the way we are, that we can really share our pain and our hurt, our struggles, our challenges, the things that we go through. I'm not perfect. I think God is still working on me, and I'm still working on my issues. I came back from rehab, literally broke as hell. But I had my faculty. I can't even begin to tell you, just on a marriage level, the dynamics of what took place. But one thing I can tell you, gents, is that had it been not for that woman, Tabiseng Mariri, I don't think I'd be here today. She prayed me back to where I am today. And we had to process a lot of things. And I'm an open book. When I came back from rehab, which is another issue as well, I made a lot of mistakes because I thought that my marriage was finished. Before I left, she had moved out. I blew the money that we had, didn't tell it, a whole bunch of things that happened. And in the process, through a side bench, I have a child. I don't know what kind of woman would stand for that kind of a situation. But as I'm sitting here in front of you, I say, what can I do? I had to rebuild my life again. I remember I had a contract. This guy said to me, Chief, you disappointed me. I gave you a contract, you left. I'll never trust you again. So I have to work double as hard to try and restore that which I have lost and to be where I am. There's a bishop who's a good friend of mine from the US. He was preaching in Katlehong one time. And he said to me, young man, my son, where have you been? I have not seen you in a long time. I said, Bishop, I've been through hell and back. He said something to me. He said, I'm going to pray for you that everything that the enemy has stolen from you, he can keep. But I'm going to pray that God gives you fresh things and new things completely. So I stand in front of you, gents, or sit in front of you as a failed man. If you want to see failure when it comes to a father, if you want to see a failure as you come to a husband, you're looking at one. No pretenses, no walls. And sometimes when I see these guys who speak so well about being a husband, being a father, doing this great thing. And by the way, this is not my first marriage. I'm divorced. This is my second marriage. So I'm on the rebound. So if you want to really know failure and you want to see failure, so I don't have a formula to say to you what it means to be a father. Me, when I sit there and listen to everybody, the picture of my children and the picture of that which I have done is fresh in my mind. And I say, I'm supposed to have provided a home for my children. I'm supposed to have locked every single door to make sure that there are no wolves that are coming in. But yet, I became that man. I brought drugs into my home. I brought drug dealers into my home. I took my son to go and score for drugs as an alibi. Because one of the things that hits you when you're in addiction and in active addiction is something called paranoia. I became paranoid. I would even think that light TV
Red light.
Red light. I used to think that was a camera. I used to think that the woman who was cleaning my home, the lady who's in the home, and the neighbors were all in a conspiracy to get me arrested. I used to have a little book. It's all in my book. I used to have a little book, Brother. Yeah. And I used to keep number plates of cars that I thought I was beginning to lose my mind. But sometimes you have to go through 20 years of misery to be able to help somebody in 20 minutes.
True.
And that's why for me we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony.
Yeah.
And gents, you have a testimony that I need. You have a testimony that I need. Not big English, not sophisticated. I want to know you. I want to know your struggles because I'm struggling. I get out, I get into my car, I go to the mall. I see all kinds of beauties. Who do I talk to? I go to Emperor's Palace, and when I get there, I'm just chilling for dinner. And as I'm sitting, I see people that I see. Yes, mawushaya cocaine, unebandla lakho. Siyakhona ukudobhana estradini kutano lo umfumbezi, lo tadobawo. This one, I can tell who's using and who is not using. It's almost like we've got some sort of a signal.
Yeah.
And who do I lay to? I come to you, you are pretending that everything is okay. And I look at myself in the mirror, I say, I must be the worst sinner.
Yeah.
Where are my brothers who are going to create a climate to say, hey, machita man, go blind. Yasin izolo bengishaya amanye amachira ayi-3. What do we do? But we are so much locked up into our own world that we don't come out of that cocoon. And Minamang I just see a pure, holy guy and stuff like that. Meanwhile, I'm dying inside. I'm over 50 years old and I'm still struggling, and I'm supposed to be a mentor to young people who are coming up. And where are my peers? We are angry. The statistics are shocking when it comes to drug and drug dependence. The statistics are shocking about men who are using pornography in church. But no, we don't talk about it. We rather sweep it under the carpet. How are you? The Lord is good. Bless his holy name. But I'm dying inside. And I prayed, Brother Dan, with my little testimony. So I struggled. I have to work 10 times as hard to try and get back to where I was. I have to start literally from scratch, and I owe a debt of gratitude to the likes of David. David, when I came back, no income, 0 income. And he said, Chief, here's 50 grand, see what you do. Bongani Ngomani from social development said, let's go to rehabs. There's no rehab, government rehab. I've not been through that. Brother said, no, come. And I'm talking about them the way I'm talking about, because pride must go away. These are brothers who helped me. Simpure Masiza said, hey, Chief, I know you're coming back. You're starting again. Here's an opportunity. Go speak there. Go speak there. Here's 20 grand, 20 grand, 20 grand. These are brothers that helped me. And I'm thankful to God that I've got that kind of support. Yeah. Men who can stand. Men who can see a situation. Spoke about men who can see the situation and look past the image. Yeah. And say, this brother needs help. And I pray that God will give me a spirit of discernment, because that's what we do. We pay it forward. That when I see my own brother who's struggling, I can be able to say, no, forget it, man. It's not about the competition, about who's driving what car, who's living where. It's about me and you standing up and say, we need to lift the standard so that the next generation that comes is a generation that can feel that they've got something to look forward to. Yeah. Fanon says, never forget where you come from and remember the bridges that carried you over. I'm here not because I'm smart and intelligent and wise, but somebody had to bleed and die to provide an opportunity for me to be here. You are my anchors. And when I leave here, I want to know that, Nyambongo mfundisi usithole. I love my pastor, my pastor Nyambongo. Ngibonga kakhulu le time angaya kulo zange lingija ngawonda bafethu. I lost weight. I became a shadow of my former self. Abantu abangakhulumisana bakhulumisana. Kwaphuza amatiye ngegama lami. Abanye badala ifridge immele. Because they thought that it is over. But where they put a full stop, the living God comes and puts a comma and says the story continues. Amen. And today I'm standing and I'm saying it's not been easy. It's been rough. I'm not perfect. I'm still weak in some areas. But the Lord is still working on me. And I'm looking for my brothers whom we can break bread and share and say, guys, how do we help each other? How do we overcome? My story has been through divorce. Yours is addiction. Yours is stealing money. Because baninga bushabir sheka bahlili khona la. How do we work together? Yeah. And build a country and build a legacy for the generations to come.
Dear, thank you so much, my brother. Every time you share your stories, like it's the first time I hear it. And there is that yes in my spirit. A false testimony does not have a yes inside. Every time you share, you really move something within me. And you really make me want to help other men out there. Because we've pretended for a long time. We've played a good picture for a long time. And we help nobody by doing that. And I really want to appreciate you. In your closing comments, as part of, the I Can
leadership and the ICANN for men. You are one of the facilitators. What will people expect in your class?
There's a lot to expect, and thank you so much for the platform. Yeah, I can. We're coming up with a number of products that are phenomenal. We've got a workbook that is designed for young people called Choose Life, and we can present it to young people about the dangers of drugs and drug addiction. We list all the drugs, how they are taken, the high they give you, the timing they last in your body, the body effect, the brain effect, and how they affect your functioning in the community. So we've put up a workbook which is animated, which got stories. We got social development, the Minister of Social Development, to give us a stamp of approval and a forward. My beloved brother, Leslie Sidibe there, who's been an anchor. Trust me when I tell you that brother, we have shared bread together. We have cried together. We've been suicidal together. We have seen so many things that we've gone through, but we stood with each other, you know. And he's been a good brother. Gave me a forward. Thibaut Touch, my beloved brother, and a whole number of them gave me a forward, and we really put a lot of power in that book. It's in two forms. It is in a presentation form where we can present it to kids in high school. It talks about self-esteem, how to draft your dream. I think it was Neil Zindhart who said, until you know who you are, you cannot know what you can become. So we came up with that. It is there. So it's got a presentation aspect, but it's also got a the trainer aspect to it. And we are coming up with another workbook on Choose Life, but for parents. What to watch out for around the issues that relates to your children. Because parents sometimes are in denial. I got a call from a friend, a brother, who said, Abna, my son said he's arrested and he's sitting somewhere in prison, and he says he's arrested for math. Well, math, isn't it mathematics? He didn't know that the math is actually methamphetamine. And he's just like such a virgin when it comes to his awareness about drugs and drug addiction. So we decided to put a book specifically for parents to say what to watch out for, because there are many parents who are also enabling their kids, who are raising them through television, who are present but absent and are nowhere to be found. So we've designed a program specifically for parents, and to make sure that parents can be empowered. And obviously we've partnered with some organizations to come to your church to be able to help you to have a support group, you know, and the corporate environment. You won't believe it. Most companies that I go to now, you know, I get invited through wellness, and they say, please come and share, because drugs have encroached on our country, and they are respecter of no person. Whether you're a CEO or you're a boy from the hood who's taking Yaope, it's affecting everybody. And we've got a book that's coming up called The Door, okay? And The Door is basically my journey with addiction. More detailed, is about 6 doors. And I'll give you one, which is a doorway to hell. The rest you will pick it up in the book. So we are done with the book. We're thinking of releasing it end of this month, but on second thought, I think we'll do it sometime in the new year.
Thank you, my brother. Outside of ICANN, how can people contact with you?
Outside of ICANN, my telephone number is simple, is 065 560 8590. And obviously, you can also get me through ICANN Foundation and stuff like that. So, yeah. So, 065 560 8590. We pull no punches. We call it like it is, especially in your churches. You know, when I came back, Brother, just one more thing. When I came back from I've been to 3 rehabs. The last rehab, I spent about 8 months of my life. And when I came back from rehab, because you're in a leadership position, you know, but I would have gone overseas, I've gone abroad. But when I came back, I felt I was lying to people. So I asked for an opportunity to share after I've consolidated my clean time. And he gave me an opportunity to share in the morning. And I basically share about my journey with drugs. And I wanted to pray for young people who are struggling with drugs. I was expecting from my church maybe 5 or 10 young people. I was shocked at the number, and I was very specific when it came to that particular altar call to say, who is struggling with active addiction? And you'll be surprised how many kids came forward. And for me, it dawned on me that even in churches, you've got young people who are struggling, but because, especially in the charismatic churches, we put up this wall that certain things don't happen. And I think it's time that we cut all that crap and we address issues of gender-based violence, issues of substance abuse, issues of homosexuality, all issues. No issue should be an issue that is off the table, especially in the church. That's where we have a lot of young people. That's where we can empower a lot of young people. So we come up with those products, and you can pick them up on ICANN, and we can come to your corporate environment and to your church and to your community and to your social club to discuss them and to engage in them.
Apna, thank you so much, my brother. You know, today it's not a day of judgment. You know, the Bible says in the book of Revelation, God made us to be kings and priests, not judges. A priest is somebody who takes people's sin and plead with God for mercy. God made us those two things. And I want you to live with that mentality from today. Never judge people. What you can do when you get news, pray for those people. That's our duty. Let's become priests for our own brothers. My brothers, thank you so much for today and for sharing with the people.
Thank you.
The knowledge and the wisdom. And
Thank you, Sbu.
Yeah, Sbu, may God richly bless you, my brother. In you pushing this thing of the next generation of fathers, may God grant you grace as well and wisdom. Dia, this thing of substance abuse, my brother, we've struggled a lot in that particular area. And I pray that God may use you and raise people that will be on your side to learn and to teach others. We are going to have a video clip, and after that, Dr. David Molapo is going to take over the program from here. Can we get our video clip?
Hi, this is David Molapo. I've got a special message for Amachita Owens Amaauti. But for it, we need to be real. This is not acceptable. These are the worst of times in our country because of this epidemic called gender-based violence. But for it, we need to be proactive. Most of us are reactive. And the problem is when you become reactive, you become inactive and end up becoming radioactive, toxic and poisonous. Here's an acronym. WATCH, W-A-T-C-H, W. Being proactive means we've got to watch what comes out of our mouth. We need to be proactive with our words by affirming our children, our women, our sons, so that we can be able to come up with practical ways to deal with this gender-based violence. A, watch our attitude. It is true that the statistics are not good. More than 90% of the perpetrators are us, Bafoetu, Amajita. Our attitude must change. Remember, our positive attitude can take us to the next altitude. The letter T says we must watch our thoughts. Let's think positive. Negative thinking is killing us as Amajita, and it's affecting our women, it's affecting our children, it's affecting our society. Let's think positive. Let's be proactive. Let's think creatively. The letter C says, watch the company we keep. It is true that a person, a man, is a man because of the men that he hangs around with. Let's hang around people who can model, people who can coach us so that we can become good men, good fathers. And the letter H means watch your heart. But for it too, we must have a good heart. That is why, as part of our contribution, we've got a toolkit, 2 CDs. One is called Responsible Engaged Fatherhood. Responsible Engaged Fatherhood, where I challenge you, Bafwetu, on the A to Z of fathering. The skills that you need to sharpen yourself as a father, as a man, with your son, with your daughter. I talk about 10 kinds of fathers that we need to strive to become. And of course, there is a bonus called Just for Fathers, where I practically deals with ways on how we can be proactive and watch our words, watch our attitude, watch our thoughts, watch the company we keep, and watch our heart. So if you go to www.ican4ir.com, ican4ir.com, you will be able to get these messages. Again, let's be proactive before we too, because I can, you can. Together as Amajita, let's be proactive and begin to make sure
that the statistics are falling. Hashtag gender-based violence is falling. In Jesus' name, I can, you can, together we can. God. Thank you, guys. It was emotional, but this is why I Can Fathering is being launched today. We need to deal with the issues. So once again, let's put our hands together for the previous speakers. Awesome stuff. You'll be surprised how many people are watching online. Now, I'm not sure whether they are women or men because we can't say who's watching there. But the numbers are crazy, what's happening there on that Facebook. Again, the word is thank you. Not one negative, not one, all positive, thousands of people. So thank you so much. We only have 2 more things and we are closing. I'm going to ask Clint and Pat to come and join me here. And then, guys, please be ready for one more song before we close. And then my Jerusalem song, all these guys must shake a little bit afterwards. I want you to come up here, my brother Pat. I want to come up here. And then afterwards, after this, we're going to be signing a petition. We're going to be hearing about it today so that we show commitment. Because petitions are great, but Mom Caesar, we now need to put action in there, okay? So Clint, how you doing, my brother?
Good on you, Doctor.
Lovely, man. Being a white brother, you hung around these duckies, man. Did you learn something from us,
I learned a lot, thank you.
Yeah, you know.
I felt honored, the white elephant in the room.
Exactly. What is fatherhood to you, my brother?
Fatherhood is basically leading by example. You can't tell your kids, jump this high if you can't jump that high. It's all about what you are at home is what you should be. What you are at church is how you should be at home. Pastor Ray always said that. He said the way that you are at home, you should be exactly the same outside. So if you're a certain way outside, that's the way you should be inside. And I think at the end of the day, it's whatever we impart to our kids is what they're going to take forward to their kids. And we want to leave an inheritance to our children and their children to come. And it's not about money, it's about legacy, like the guys have said.
Awesome. And now you add value to ICANN because of you are with an organization called Data Tegra. A lot of corporate guys here.
Yes, sir.
This issue of cybersecurity. Why is cybersecurity important for fathers?
Okay,
the heavy stuff I'll give it to Pat, like porn and stuff, you know.
Yeah,
With you,
yeah.
I'll give you the easy part.
Okay.
Well, why is cybersecurity important now for us as fathers?
As fathers, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but even though I work in cybersecurity, I don't know all the different things that you can do with Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. I mean, the kids are sending nudes these days to each other. They call them selfies or whatever. I don't know. You know these nude pics that they send? The kids are doing this all the time. There's this incognito web browsing that they can do. So we can't go and check their history. We can't tell what they've been doing online. It's scary. And even for me as a father that's involved in cybersecurity, I cannot keep up with whatever's happening out there. So, you know, at the end of the day, all we can do is maybe rely on the guy that created technology, and that's God, and ask him for that wisdom to actually help us. And, you know, the Holy Spirit does warn you of things to come. The Bible does tell us that. And he'll also tell you where things are maybe going a bit wrong in your home. And I think if the more that we can actually lead by example, you know, somebody said this morning about what we show on TV or what we allow our kids to watch, what we're taking in ourselves, that's just desensitizing us. So let's remind ourselves that God is actually in control, and let's not allow those things into our hearts.
It is true that how you view things is how you do things.
Absolutely.
So, you know, we're going to protect this. But on a practical level, as Data Tegra, for organizations, what do? Do you do an audit? Because from them on a situate to men.
Yes.
So when you go into an organization, you do a cybersecurity scan. Just step number one, what do you normally do?
Okay, so we can do basically a risk assessment within your organization. We can, you know, I was involved with cases before where pornography, for example, was used on a company's laptop.
No, these guys are old. These guys don't use pornography that work in Samuel Abafuit. They don't use anything.
No, we're definitely not saying these guys. Nobody in this room, of course. I mean, that's the usual thing.
So when you do an audit, do you go through the cell phones of the guys? Because remember, we're preparing for PET now. For the cell phones, the computers, you actually look. When you say risk assessment, you check whether there are viruses or what do you normally do?
Yeah, so we check if there's viruses. We look if there's any malware and that type of thing present in the network. We make sure that the antivirus is up to date and running to its full potential. With regards to the assessments, we actually not only look at the technologies that are there, but also the policies and the procedures that go with that. So what I was going to say with that earlier was, you know, at the end of the day, the computers and that are company resources, but the people are still using those company resources. So we need to educate them as to what they can and can't do on those things. There's been cases before where websites, company websites, you know, large organizations such as the people sitting here, one day you'll go look at their website and now it's a porn site. That's called defacing, you know, and that type of thing happens all the time. Pat can take you through more of that. But, you know, there are things like from the Kaspersky that we spoke about yesterday. There's some technologies that are called Safe Kids. That they have, it's initiatives. There's other free tools that you can actually download for home use for your children to monitor what's happening through the routers that you have. So, you know, everybody's got Wi-Fi. Our children can't live without Wi-Fi today. I don't know. I mean, they can't even talk without a cell phone.
Where the children says, give me data and all these things shall be added. unto me."
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a guy, give me data and all these things shall be added. President Shoma, just raise your hand there. This man in that particular organization, it's a church organization, they've got, just in Southern Africa, more than 4 million people.
Wow.
So we're partnered with them. So as far as the awareness, you know, what kind of malware, immediately we can train the pastors, the leaders, and then put some little malware, Kaspersky malware. We do have something like that we can do, an awareness, and we can immediately put them.
Absolutely, yes, definitely. There's technologies that can be loaded on people's cell phones. The awareness, we can run it, it's online, available online as well. Everything will be available through ICANN, but we can take people through the awareness programs, and the technologies that are available will be listed on your website as well.
And the beautiful part, because he's my friend,
yes,
the president, is also as part of leadership training. This can also be an income generator.
Absolutely.
But in addition to becoming an income generator for them and their church,
yes,
we can also be able to put those ethics stuff, because, you know, right now, cyber theft and all those things. So we do have those things.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, so the question has been answered, because we're not going to have time for the question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Any last words from you before I give the hard stuff to Pat?
You know, I'd like to, first of all, thank everybody. You know, today was more than I expected. This whole event, so I want to get rid of the corporate side of things, and thank you for allowing Data Tegra to sponsor this. Now that that's out the way, I got a lot more out of today than I expected. Listening to the gentleman here speaking, I feel so uplifted, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to have the privilege to be with such wonderful people like yourselves.
So
Thank you.
So now, in the future now, when I need some money from you guys, I don't have to come and beg, because you know the softer side. No, seriously. The money will come. The guys are here, but the softer side. Because, you know, sometimes with men, it's always, what did he say the other day? It's the toys and the titles.
Yes.
We're busy with toys and titles. But we are human beings also, so there is the softer side. So you and who's the other white brother? What's your name, sir?
Albert.
Albert. But you're not South African, are you? You are. You sound British, man. Okay.
Hy's
What
Afrikaans.
Afrikaans? Praise God op die spot, bro. Yeah. Praise God op die spot there. But we just want to say thank you so much.
Thank
You are
you very
impacting
much,
the
Doctor.
lives of people here. And there are no data takers involved. So that when we go in, like I said, that one man in that team here, just one malware, 4 million. If it's $10, it's $40 million. I want to say business, 4 million times, just $10. It's 40 million. We can be able to do a lot of things.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Yeah. Pat, let me give you the hard question before we finish. Babungomani, be ready. Pat, you are an interesting person. 3 in 1. You are a lawyer.
Yep.
You're a cybersecurity specialist. You're a consultant. Let's put eyes together for this. They've just signed a big deal with Coca-Cola today. Give him a wonderful round of applause. So what will you be doing with Coca-Cola?
So we'll be working with Coca-Cola Africa. They chose a South African company to do their privacy compliance. So we'll be responsible for rolling out the entire privacy compliance, which is around personal information, which can be utilized to commit certain crimes, and we'll go into that. But it's all about, do you know Papaya?
Just explain it to the guys.
Protection of Personal Information Act, which has become effective in South Africa. Okay, most of the corporates, as I mentioned yesterday, as entrepreneurs, you guys have to start complying with POPIA if you are processing personal information. By June next year, all companies in South Africa have to show a certain inclination towards taking reasonable measures to.
And what about churches? What about churches?
Churches as well.
We've got
Any
people's
organization that processes or harvests personal information have to go through a certain compliancy requirement to prove that they've taken all reasonable measures to protect that information. Let me tell you why. Okay, the most important thing is if I have, and I'll give you a simple example, and it talks to cybersecurity and being a father and so forth. If you look at it, I was called into a organization which is a large legal firm, okay, with 400 attorneys. And I come from a legal fraternity, and let me tell you, talk about pride and ego, we lawyers know it all, okay? We guys just basically we have an arrogance about us. So I had to go and teach 400 lawyers about cybersecurity and the importance of it. And lawyers are a very special breed. There are certain lawyers that do not use their PCs. They do not know how to use it. They're older than I am by 20, 30 years. And they literally use the executive secretaries to do all their work on their PCs. So we had to teach them the importance of cybersecurity, because you'll all know what ransomware is, right? Ransomware is quite a crippling malware that is prominent currently. If you do not have the necessary security posture, like the right level of patches, like the Microsoft patches or your antivirus up to date, ransomware can come in. What they do, they encrypt your information. So literally crippling your organization, so you can't do anything with that information because they got the key, okay? So you will have to pay up to maybe $5,000 or $10,000, depending on the size of your organization, to get the key for them to release the information.
And it's your stuff, but they now hold it.
But they hold it. They're holding you to ransom, right? That's why it's called ransomware. And in order to actually address these guys, one individual, not suspect, employees, mother was buried. I actually knew the gravesite, right? I knew where the kids were.
And you got all of that from because we post too much personal stuff in
Yes,
there.
you post too
So
much
you just
personal.
dug in through
I
there.
just gathered information that you post on social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all those media platforms that are open. I was able to pull that information, and I was able to breach the organization. The employee had done it in their personal capacity, but they didn't realize the impact and the causal nexus that it has to the impact to the organization. So by posting more information, and I'll tell you exactly how I did it. So I took a 40-year-old, there was 2 women and a guy. Women are perfect. Your wives or your daughters, they post too much on the internet, okay? Just too much on the social media, okay? Everything is about, literally, I had a cup of coffee at News Cafe, or I'm here. So you'd be amazed at what we can do with postings on Instagram and Facebook, because I can know your location at all times, right? By you simply voluntarily putting this information. So with this woman, I was able to pick up that she had 2 kids, 40-year-old woman. What's the most important thing to a woman in her 40s? Her kids, okay? School going, so forth. So we profiled her, and I knew that her kids were going to Bryant Park Preparatory School. So what I did was, I went onto the dark web, which we have access to. I made up an invoice. I spoofed an invoice, fabricated one. And I took everything off the net. Everything was freely available, right? And I created an invoice. But I embedded that invoice with a malware that is unique that I built. Okay? And I sent it because I knew they had an antivirus in the corporate network. So I bypassed the antivirus because it's a real 0-day antivirus. I bypassed the virus, but she would have clicked on it. Why I knew that? I could guarantee I could put my entire bank balance on it because it was about her kids. And it was a Bryant Park preparatory invoice from her prep school for her kids. There's an outstanding balance of 3,000 Rand. She clicked on it, and within 2 minutes, I had full control of her PC. And I'll tell you what I could do. I was able to switch on a camera. I could see everything that she did, right? In terms of keystrokes, the works. I could, now, I'm not illegal. I'm literally her. because I've got access to her PC. I was able to send a mail from her mailbox to her finance department to release R1 million. Okay? Now, from there, I could, from her PC, I could send viruses to every single PC in the organization, plus their partners, associates, and so forth. We literally could cripple them in 2 minutes. Okay? Now, you can imagine 400 lawyers sitting in a room like this, gobsmacked, because this is a reality. People do not realize it. I can tell you now, most of you have been a victim of cybercrime in some form or the other. Your information is being harvested on the dark web. Okay? Your email addresses, if you use your work email addresses for Facebook, for LinkedIn, if Facebook and LinkedIn are compromised, which they have been, you are compromised. Your personal information is gone. You have no control over it. So you need to be very cautious, and this applies. How many of you have daughters? Thank God I don't have one, because I will freak. Absolutely freak, because you guys got it hard. Okay? Because the biggest problem you have is cyberbullying. Do you all understand what cyberbullying is? Bullying on the online environment. Your kids, and most of the time, the statistics point towards young girls being victimized through cyberbullying. So it's very important for you to have some sort of mechanism that you put on your daughters or your kids' devices, right? That can monitor what is happening. And you can prevent them from going to these undesirable sites. Because let me tell you, curiosity always kills the cat, okay? I was a youngster. We all wanted to read those naughty magazines, the Scopes, you know, the Scope magazine and stuff like that. We didn't have Penthouse when David and I were growing up. We had Scope, okay? But you do realize that kids are going to be curious. So they want to see it. But create an environment that is open and safe for them to talk to you about pornography. So I was fortunate enough that I'm a divorcee. So I got divorced very young. Never remarried, but I have one son, biological son, which I take very much pride in the way I present myself to him. But with him, very strong character, but understand your child as well, very importantly, because all children will grow up at a different maturity level. So with my son, I don't restrict him. I talk to him about it. So when he came to pornography, when he got to an age of 15, I know he's going to be curious, right? I started opening it up to him. So I do not, now that he has his own PC, I do not monitor his PC. I make sure it's safe from a security point of view, that he's not breaching.
Come on, Peter, don't you hack your son's P. I mean,
Nah.
we're all brothers here, man.
I do have access to his WhatsApp and all those sort of things.
Exactly.
Right? But,
You're the father,
but,
man, yeah.
but you don't want to intrude on their privacy, because then you push them away. Okay? You got to work with them. I was fortunate enough that I brought up 2 other boys who were my nephews, right, from the age of 11. They lived with me because their parents couldn't take care of them, so I adopted them. And the same thing with them. We had a very mature relationship as to how we want to do it, and they knew what I do for a living. So I use fear as well to say, guys, you know that I'm going to know what you're doing, so rather tell me up front, okay? And that's how we built a relationship in terms of, because the biggest challenge you have is, I'll give you an example. My ex-wife would phone me up about 5 years, 6 years ago when Nicholas was still a young boy, and she would say, this guy's spending too much time on PlayStation. I'm sure most of you who have teenagers, the problem is how do you get them away from the PlayStation, okay? It's a huge challenge. And restriction doesn't necessarily work, right? Because then they find ways of doing it. And my son, being a very clever IT guy, right? Fortunately, he learned a few things from his dad. He picked it up, and he was able to bypass her controls, okay? Because the kids are smart, like what he said, okay? So he was able to utilize her data and so forth, and there was a naughty period that we had to resolve, but we had to get him on the straight and narrow, and the way we did it was a very mature approach to it. You are young. You're going to watch porn. Go and watch it, but let's see what you're watching. You know, and that's not how a woman treats or a man treats a woman. It's not reality, okay? And that's what we did at home, and it worked very well. But the most important thing is your daughters are critical, okay? If you look at what's going on in terms of human trafficking, okay, you got to be wary. At the moment, because of COVID-19, okay, and the fact that we are quarantined and so forth, there's more prominence on the online environment, okay? There's more people online, because what else do you do? And your kids are spending more amount of time online than you think you know, right? The problem is they get enticed, especially young girls, into the human trafficking, okay? You need to be very cautious around that. It's the biggest problem that you currently have, cyberbullying and the human trafficking. And the mere fact is they profile people. And you must remember, your kids, if your kids are not happy at home, they're going online and talking. It's no longer going to the neighbor's house. They have these strangers that they have intimate conversations with. They share a lot of information about your family and so forth. So you've got to be very cautious in terms of when you allow your kids on, what they are doing. Do apply. Speak to Clint. They can look at a small little thing that just monitors, that tells you how long they're spending on it. It'll basically quarantine and limit the amount of time they can surf. It'll also have like a site advisor. It'll tell you that you can't go to that site because it's a scandalous site, okay? So it'll help you in that regard. But my advice to you, work with your kids. You need to educate them. Because most of us, as Clint says rightfully, as much as I'm a technologist, half the things my son does on his phone frightens me, really frightens me. It's like second nature for them in terms of how they utilize and the functionality of it. So if you think about it, in South Africa, the challenge is even harder because we have a lot of issue with literacy, right? So if you think about it, most of the phones that come out now are smartphones. And if you look at our kids, our grandparents, or my mom is 80, she's got a smartphone. But if we don't control it, if my son doesn't know, he can go and abuse her phone. She wouldn't know what he's doing on it because she just uses it for a call. So you must be cautious what devices you allow them to utilize. Just control it. There's ways and means of controlling it, but do it in collaboration with your kids. Very important.
Pet, two more questions because of time. Let's give Pet a wonderful round of applause. As part of our one-year program, obviously we've got a session called Men and Cybersecurity. We're going to be dealing with porn, men, how they treat their daughters, men, how they treat their sons. So again, Babu Shong, it comes back to you can't run away from cybersecurity. But it'd be good as the head, dance is not the headache, as the head of the family, for us to get involved with those things. So the people will teach us. Now, what you guys don't understand is the two things, and then we are done. Brother Ngomani, be ready, we're finished. This man actually wrote the accredited program that we are rolling as early as next year for Train the Trainer program. What most of you guys here do not know about PET, tell them at least two things that they are using that they did not know you designed it. Just tell them.
Okay, you always embarrass me. So I actually invented one-time password.
The one-time password?
So when
that is the man.
Brother Dan says that we have very smart people. I'm not saying I'm smart, but when he says Africans do have the capability, it's just that we don't expose ourselves. Yeah. So many people in the world do not realize that an African built one-time password, an African built cardless banking, an African built remote account opening, which is used universally. All those three are used universally. Built in South Africa by a South African, okay? But more importantly, it's what we're doing next. So what we have built, just to reiterate your point, Dan, that we underestimate ourselves as Africans. We think the Europeans are always better. I don't mean white people, I'm talking about Europeans. We think the Europeans are better, we think the Americans are better than us. Sorry to say, we are smart. In South Africa, we have some very, very intellectually smart people. So the one thing that we've developed, my company or my partners and myself, we've developed the first forensic gun tracker in the world. It can track a gun in real time. And it has the ability to replay the crime scene in real time. Okay? So, don't get me wrong, I'm not being a show off, okay? This is about inspiring you guys that if you apply your minds and if we work together, this is the problem that I have in South Africa, is that we never work together, okay? We're always competing, and someone said it's who's driving the fancier car and who's living up. But rather than helping, and I'm a firm believer in Ubuntu and so forth. I'm a socialist at heart, okay? The most important thing is if we collaborate together, there's huge things that we can achieve. And each one of you, South Africa and Africa is a bedrock to really innovate because we have been left behind by the rest of the world. So the means is that we can take the leap and pass everyone else with the right belief in ourselves. Problem is we don't. We fight with each other. I mean, how many civil wars do we have in Africa currently, and how many dictators we have, and so forth. The challenge is working in collaboration, and that's why the points that were made yesterday, partnership, collaboration, getting the right people around the table, which David has done very successfully. That's what you got to do. And my word, the things that we can achieve. I'm a small company, right? I just got great people that work with me, and we are 4 people that have developed all these things. And it's just about efficiency and about capability and drive and commitment. And you have the right intent at heart. Things are, it's amazing what you can achieve together.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for my brothers. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, Pat. Yeah, I asked Pat for some of the guys who have got problem with pornography. Can you design something? If you get into that side, it blows your computer. Can you do that?
My son has actually taught me this. You must view porn in incognito mode, okay? And then you don't get caught. Do not watch porn in your office, okay? Because you need to set an example for your staff. I don't understand the need to watch other people having sex. Just don't get it. But it's, each of us have their fetishes. But just do it safely, and don't use your work PC and your banking PC to do
So
that.
I said to Pat, for all these so-called church-going people, design something. If you go through at the point, it just blows your stuff or something. I go, pour, something. Can you do something like that for us?
We can actually have Jesus talk to you. How about that? I'll actually have Jesus talk to you. When you type in free porn or whatever those porn sites or gambling sites, I can actually say a message that comes out, I'm watching you.
Guys, it's our last speaker. We are just wrapping up. Baba, if you can put that website for Babu Ngomane, the website, yeah. They will come. Yeah, for that thing. Yeah, bring that one. Guys, this is our last speaker, brother. Thank you so very much. People online, which they've given us another 10 minutes, and then we'll be done. Babu Ngomane, thank you so much for partnering with us. Please tell them your full name and which organization you're from.
Thanks, Dr. Mlapo. Good afternoon, everyone, and to our viewers who are online. My name is Bongani Ngomane. I work for Gauteng Department of Social Development. I'm responsible for stakeholder management and research. But over and above that, I'm responsible for men and boys program in Gauteng. And I must say that I really appreciate the chance, the space and time that you have given me to be here. I've got many great admirers here. I've learned a lot. You know, sometimes we think you know. Sometimes we think we know because we are men, because we learn, we hear. But today it was like my mind was opened. I must say, Dr. Mlapo, thanks a lot for what you are doing for our country and for humanity generally. Because what you are doing here, it's called nation building. It has got an impact in the economy, it has got an impact in the society, and most of all, it has got an impact in the mind and the soul of a man. Because from where I come from, I am a member of Social Development Men's Forum. So our core principles there, one of it is to believe that man is three in one, his mind, body, and soul. And we believe that the only way to transform a human being or a man and a boy is through transforming their soul, getting into their spirit. Because some things that men are doing, they don't do them out of their own understanding.
Powerful, powerful bond. Yep.
Yes, they are doing it out of the spirit that is in them, that is driving them. And I think Upra Abner touched in that when he was explaining the demonic aspect of drugs, you see. And that is what sometimes as government we get wrong. Because as government we think if we deliver service delivery, we deliver, the nation will be transformed, people will be healed. But you can give people houses, schools, clothes, food, everything. But if their spirit is not right, then we've got a big problem. So this conference here today is talking to all of that, you know. I came thinking I will learn more about 4IR, but it touched on the 4IR of the soul, if I would say so.
Correct.
You see, it made me see that whatever you do, be it a technology, be it law, be it finance, whatever, there is a spirit in it, and that spirit should be right. And we are learning here because the visionary of this has got the right spirit, who is you here. We really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. Two more things and we wrap. Obviously, you know, I love fourth industrial revolution, but really it's about human. You know, because right now in government, anybody says 4IR, you know, you're there. So that's why we have to call you. We still do 4IR. But I like your spirit also of partnership, and we're looking forward also through the ICANN of fathering, how we can also partner with government. You continue when you talk to me to say, David, it's all about partnership. You know, Clint and Pat mentioned words like collaboration. You know, Smoo mentioned that. Babumbuisela mentioned that. It's all about collaboration. You know, John Maxwell said something powerful. He says, one is too small a number to achieve greatness. One is too small a number to achieve greatness. We've got serious problems. Our boys, now our girls, now the gender-based violence. There are so many things, and we need to come together. Competition is over. The language of the fourth industrial revolution is collaboration. So thank you again for partnering. But before you go, you've got a mandate right now, because I want you to share something about the Million March. And then everybody, starting with me, I need to sign this thing, and I'm going to sign it now. But I want you to explain what are we signing for. Because must be sure it's protected by Popeye. Pat, make sure we get some business from these guys, so that we don't just give them information. What is this Million Men Volunteer Petition Against Gender-Based Violence? Just unpack it.
I was happy listening to Pat when he spoke about the Popeye, what you call Popeye.
Yes.
Protection of Information Act, because I said he must help us. Yes. Because what we are doing here, during lockdown, we started sessions as Social Development Men's Forum, online sessions with men to discuss how can we make strategic and impactful interventions in fighting gender-based violence in our country. And out of those sessions, the idea came of mobilizing men throughout the country or throughout the province. Because what we realized that in South Africa, we've got more than 25 million men in South Africa. There are between 27 and 29 million men. And we said, at least if we can get 1 million men who will declare in public, who will say, I am committed in being a volunteer against gender-based violence. I'm a man that when a call-up is made, I will try my best to respond. If Dr. Mlapo or the president or the prim or the bishop, whoever, if he says, tomorrow, 10 o'clock, we want men to meet at Park Station to march against gender-based violence, or to go to a court to support a certain family who have lost their daughter out of gender-based violence, these men should be saying, I am available. No excuse. I will ask my boss for 2 hours to support that action. I will ask my teacher and my prefect at school to be part of that. And if I'm not able, but I've got a car, I will make my car available for those who don't have transport. So we are going around the province, around the country, to at least get 1 million men who will be those volunteers. Men who will say, I don't have time, but I've got money. So every month, or if there is a need, I will donate maybe 1,000 or 100 towards fighting gender-based violence. You know, one man will say, I'm a doctor, I can't be marching around or protesting, but if someone is a victim of gender-based violence, let that family come, or that victim, let them come to me. I will treat them for free. I'm a lawyer. Let those cases of gender-based violence come to me. I will attend to them pro bono. So we want such men, and we know South Africans have brought a great spirit of giving, but sometimes we don't have a platform to give. So we are giving a space to South African men to be part of a movement to fight gender-based, so that we don't go to social media and say men are not trash. We need to go to social media and say, I'm a volunteer against gender-based violence. Biza mina or tuma mina, I will respond. So basically, we need those details. So once we've got that data, then we'll contact you, we'll be in touch with you, we'll phone you. Prapet is here now, will assist us to protect that data.
Oh, no, don't, I'm going to, remember I like to close deal. Finish, I'll deal with my brother.
Yes,
as they say in the movement, we'll deal with him procedurally right now, okay? So the guys understand what I'm talking about. I'm coming procedurally.
Constitutionally.
Yeah. Guy, because of time, I want to commit Brambuiselo, because I'm a man of action, and remember this is live now. We always criticize the government, and I'm one of those. I'm pissed off, angry, how the PPE monies have gone through all of those things. But I think things that are positive like this, I'm going to challenge you as a brother with the Men's Forum and the organization that not publicly, but you need to see what you're going to do with the guy here, okay? Please, my brother. DR, as part of ICANN, let me look this side. I'm going to challenge Kaspersky. I'm going to challenge Data Tegra. Pat, I'm going to challenge you guys. As early as next week, we need to meet quietly, see if we can meet Bongani, maybe sharpen their website so that it's poppy, and we must absorb the cost. It must be poppy compliant.
Yes.
And then in addition, I'm going to ask Lifestyle right at the back. Lifestyle, they're all over. Please, Temba, just raise your voice. Lifestyle on television. I want to interview you when this thing is done. Yes. We have program on Soweto TV. We've got program on How TV, Tswane TV, Lifestyle, all these Christian and non-Christian stuff. Babu Shongwe, I also want to challenge you. You know, publicly, I want those 4 million people, the Reima guys, whatever, so that we reach that 1 million. You don't know this, but through ICANN, we work with the iCare program. Remember when people were angry, they were burning schools. Yes. So we took that program in 2 years, not one school was burned. Because it's not only just marching, it's other people can do something. Machita, when we sing up there, we begin to highlight whether Sema or Stella, so that people can sign, and a lot of the younger generation are online here. So let me commit publicly, and those people who are watching this now live, you know, in all of our media, ICANN media platforms, we are definitely committing that we will make this million, but not only just marching. There'll be a lot of other things, but let's look at how we can make it much more sexy and compliant there. But for today, guys, before you leave, here are some things that they call it. If you can put it up there so that then I'll be the first one to sign, so that we sign, you know, to show our commitment, and then we'll take it from there. Any last words from you, my brother?
Thanks a lot for that commitment.
Thank you.
You know, when commitment is made but followed by action, it's encouraging. Because this is not there's a difference between a pledge and a commitment. So, Doctor, once you put an action, it becomes a commitment. We really appreciate what you have.
And then let me joke. It's a joke. You notice there's no white paper, blue paper, Indian paper, colored paper. We're going to do this thing and we do it now. That's it.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah. There's
That's
no
a
other
commitment.
papers, which takes another 6 years, you know, while gender-based violence statistics are going there. So no brown paper, no black paper, no white paper, no government. It's action. Okay.
I know the papers. I'm part of government. I know them very well. Very well. Last word for me is that everyone who is here is directly affected by gender-based violence. It may not be your son, it may not be your daughter, it may not be your wife, but you know a woman somewhere. You know a girl somewhere, and all of those people every day they are at risk. You know, as I was coming today, this morning, that's how bad South Africa is. As I was leaving my house, I was unhappy, Doctor, this morning. Because I have organized guys to fix my house, put tiles in my bathroom. And therefore, I only know one. And I'm leaving them under the supervision of my wife. Niti, hey, Mara, okay, my wife is not going to work today. I mean, I'm going to work. What if? You know, should I drop this appointment today and just chill with these guys? You see? But I said, by the blood of the Lamb, we overcome. We are safe, we are protected. Let me go. You see? But we can't live like this. You can't not trust a man that looks like you. Yes, with yourself. It's fine, but let them not violate her. You see, if we share it's fine. You see, so that's what I'm saying. Then every South African man must be a volunteer. Let's give our time. Let's give our resources. Let's give our hearts to fighting gender-based violence, in making South Africa a peaceful place for all of us and for the generations to come. Thank you.
Machita, ashalene obra bongane. And make sure I'll be the first one to sign there, okay? Guys, let's come and close with a song. We've got 3 more minutes. Folks, thank you so very much. People online, we have a song by Unif, 1 song. And then we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. More information will be forthcoming. Thanks so much for your time. And the people in person here, thank you again for your support. It's all about making South Africa a better country. So let's close with this. And then after this song, all these white brothers are going to join me here. We're going to do Jerusalem. No, not Vulama Gate. This is Jerusalem. We're going to do Jerusalem there, okay?
Wait. S6. Humble yourself before me. Humble yourself before me. Humble yourself before me. And know that I'm your God. Yes, I am your God. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves before me. If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves before me, humble themselves before me, and pray, seek my face. my people can turn away from their sins, I will hear from heaven. Hear from heaven, I'll forgive their sins and heal their land. My people,
bantwana bezwe kanti kwenze njani emhlabeni abantu bayagula ngapha babulawa yicorona isifo sonke esigcwele emhlabeni kanti kwenze njani ngisho nabaphathi bezwe nabo bayagula ngapha nangapha kanti yini emhlabeni awusaphela madoda kanti kwenze njani
If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves before me, humble themselves before me, and pray, seek my face. If my people can turn away from their sins, I will hear from heaven. Hear from heaven, I'll forgive their sins and heal their land. If only you can lift me up, if only you can lift me up, I will hear from heaven, hear from heaven. If only you can lift me up, if only you can lift me up, nothing else, nothing else, lift me up. I'll forgive their sins and heal their land.
Thank you. That's Unif. Ebokan, come up here quickly. Etemba and Tafata, come up here quickly. We're about to close. Arnold, please come and join them. I want to say thank you so much for these guys behind the scenes. I want you to come up here, guys. You know, sometimes we get credit, Abna, as you know, we're always up front, but there are people behind the scenes. So all of the Bokang is an official photographer. See that man right there, Dr. Kobokwe. He's also be coming for the graduation, 12 December. This is the young man we use. So you'll see your pictures on our website. But this is Bokang. If you want to talk to him for your wedding, for your corporate gigs, whatever, please, he'll be available here. Bokang, thank you so much. Let's give Bokang a wonderful round of applause. Because if we don't give these young guys opportunities, then we don't move anywhere. Again, all the mics, all these beautiful things, Tafata, all the sound, you know, all of these other beautiful things that we see here. And Daniel, thank you so much, Daniel, for everything. Daniel is from the East End. He's the only white guy. He's our honorary white at the back. Just say hello, Daniel. That's our honorary white there, okay. I told him he's a CDI, currently disadvantaged individual. I'm a PDI, okay. Tafata, thank you, my brother. Appreciate it, man. Temba, all the Zoom link, we are going all over the world, literally, through Zoom link. Some of you, you've seen the Marikana thing and all of that stuff. This is young man and the team who are doing everything, and he's part of us. Give him a wonderful round of applause. Thanks, Temba. Thank you. And Dr. Arnold Chizunza, he makes me look good. He's our IT guy. Humble, working himself hard. So any IT thing that you want to do through ICANN, big stuff, small stuff, stadium stuff, whatever, this is a young man. Arnold, thank you, my brother. Okay. So folks, if we can all stand up, let's do Jerusalem. And don't drink and drive. Remember to sign the petition. And you guys online, thank you so much. It's networking, guys. We've got some networking tea.
Let's hit Jerusalem and let's just shake a little bit. I want to see if Clint and them, if you have two left leg or one. Come on, Clint, let's see. Let's get the white guy here. Hit that.
Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikhaya lami